Chapter 2971. Although the old golden crow was injured, his speed was still extremely fast. He was still an Emperor Realm expert, so his speed was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Many people saw Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang chasing after the old golden crow. This matter caused a huge uproar. How could someone as powerful as the old golden crow be so seriously injured? This is unbelievable. That's right. It's too inconceivable. Could he have been injured by Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang? How is that possible? Lin Feng and that damned Daoist Wu Liang are not emperors. How could they injure the old golden crow so seriously? Although I don't know what caused the old golden crow to be so seriously injured, his current situation is too dangerous. The slightest carelessness could lead to his death. The old golden crow won't die so easily. With such powerful cultivation, even if they could kill the old golden crow, it would be impossible for them to do so without paying a price. These cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign powers were all discussing this matter. The cultivators of the 9 provinces also saw Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang chasing after the old golden crow. As expected of Lin Feng, he's actually chasing after the protector of the heavenly demon emperor's son. How did the old golden crow get injured? Could it be that Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang really injured him together? The cultivators of the 9 provinces were also wondering how the old golden crow got injured. This was because the old golden crow looked too pitiful right now. Many people followed behind them, wanting to see the outcome of this battle. In the end, many cultivators caught up and saw a peak battle. Lin Feng took out the 2 stone swords, the 5 dragon wheel, and the heavenly mystery pagoda. On the other hand, Daoist Wu Liang took out his blood-red ruler and a mysterious magical conch. The conch kept making strange noises at the old golden crow. The strange noises were able to harm the old golden crow's soul. This damned Daoist Wu Liang indeed had a lot of treasures. Lin Feng saw this guy changing his treasures frequently. At every stage, he would be able to find the best treasures to deal with different enemies. There was a saying that went, "It's never a burden to have more skills." However, in the world of cultivators, there was no harm in having too many treasures. If he had all kinds of treasures on him, he would be able to deal with any situation with ease. The old golden crow felt like a trapped beast. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang had always paid attention to protecting themselves. They wouldn't risk their lives to fight the golden crow. They wanted to exhaust the golden crow to death. The golden crow's injuries were too severe. What he needed to do now was to recuperate and quickly recover from his injuries, instead of fighting with others. If he continued to fight, his injuries would only worsen. The old golden crow was bleeding all over. He wanted to rush over and kill Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist. However, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist would choose to dodge quickly. At the same time, they would control their powerful magic treasures to attack the golden crow. 2 lowly human cultivators, you actually forced this old man into such a state. However, don't be complacent too early. This is only a clone of mine. If my original body were here, I would be able to kill you with a flick of my finger. When the old golden crow was gradually unable to hold on, he suddenly let out a sinister voice. His cold and resentful eyes stared at Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist. People couldn't help but feel a sense of trepidation. What? It's only a clone? Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist looked at each other. Their expressions were extremely gloomy. To think that such a powerful cultivation was only a clone. This was truly unexpected. This made Lin Feng feel a sense of disbelief. However, it was obvious that the old golden crow didn't need to lie at this time. If even a clone was so powerful, how terrifying would the original body be? It doesn't matter if you're the original body or a clone. You're dead today. The immeasurable Daoist was unyielding for once. Since they had completely offended the old golden crow, there was no possibility of turning back. Now, it was either you die or I die. There was no third way. The immeasurable Daoist madly controlled the blood-colored ruler and the conch to attack the old golden crow. Woo! A peculiar sound came from the conch. The sound was very terrifying. It contained endless killing power. Ah! The old golden crow resisted for a long time but was still injured by the conch. He couldn't help but roar in pain. Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist became spirited. They hurriedly controlled their magic treasures to attack the old golden crow. Bang! 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 A series of violent collisions rang out. The old golden crow suffered even more serious injuries. The old golden crow was sent flying. Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist's morale was greatly boosted. They continued to control their magic treasures to attack the old golden crow. The old golden crow's furious roar shook the sky. He knew his own situation. He was heavily injured. If this continued, he would be tortured to death by Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist. More importantly, he couldn't escape. Therefore, the old golden crow decided to drag Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist down with him before he died. Therefore, the old golden crow didn't continue to dodge the attacks of various magic treasures. His body began to burn, and his combat strength increased greatly. When all kinds of magic treasures attacked, the old golden crow used all his strength to slap Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist's magic treasures away. Then, he quickly rushed in front of Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist. Go to hell! The old golden crow had a sinister smile on his face. His body became swollen. Bang! Then, the old golden crow's body directly exploded. The power of a great emperor-level powerhouse's self-destruction was naturally terrifying beyond imagination. The energy aftermath of the explosion instantly shattered the void. Waves of destructive energy rippled through the air. It shook the void. It swept in all directions. Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist were also drowned by the energy aftermath of the old golden crow's self-destruction. At this time, cultivators flew over from afar. There were cultivators from the 9 regions. There were also cultivators from the 10,000 races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. These cultivators saw the old golden crow's self-destruction from afar. Then, the energy aftermath of the self-destruction drowned Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist. Are they all dead? After seeing this scene, many people murmured. If they were all dead, this would definitely be a battle where both sides would suffer. When the energy aftermath dissipated, everyone saw Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist crawling up from the mountain forest. Lin Feng had already activated the heavenly mystery pagoda, and before the old golden crow self-destructed, the immeasurable Daoist also took out a powerful defensive magic treasure. The 2 defensive magic treasures blocked the old golden crow's self-destruction, so there was naturally no big problem. I spent a lot of effort to destroy the old golden crow, but I didn't expect it to be just a clone. How unlucky, the immeasurable Daoist said gloomily. Lin Feng also felt extremely unlucky, but it was quite good to be able to destroy a great emperor. The old golden crow self-destructed, and his origin was also destroyed, but fortunately, his storage ring was not destroyed. He and the immeasurable Daoist took the old golden crow's storage ring. Chapter 2972. After Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang left, they looked for a place to check what was in the old golden crow's storage ring. Of course, ever since they learned that the old golden crow was just a clone, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang did not have much hope. Even if there was a particularly amazing treasure, it would not be in the clone's possession. It would definitely be in the old golden crow's possession. After some inspection, Lin Feng found a lot of things in the old golden crow's storage ring, such as all kinds of heaven and earth treasures, immortal iron, divine stone, cultivation resources, alchemy recipes, and so on. For other cultivators, these items would definitely be considered as a great harvest. But for Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang, they did not lack these things. Both of them controlled many supreme treasures, each of which was extremely precious. They also had all kinds of cultivation resources. So after seeing the old golden crow's things, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang did not have much of a fluctuation in their mood. The 2 of them divided the old golden crow's things equally. Lin Feng then took out Sheng Yuandao's storage ring. Previously, he had obtained the storage rings of Sheng Yuandao and the son of the heavenly demon emperor, but Lin Feng only checked the storage ring of the son of the heavenly demon emperor and did not carefully check Sheng Yuandao's storage ring. Sheng Yuandao should have a lot of good things in his storage ring. Lin Feng was naturally looking forward to it. His spiritual force invaded Sheng Yuandao's storage ring, and then a destructive force surged out of Sheng Yuandao's storage ring. That destructive force instantly swept towards Lin Feng's spiritual force and even wanted to pass through Lin Feng's spiritual force. It attacked Lin Feng himself. Lin Feng's spiritual force quickly withdrew from Sheng Yuandao's storage ring. At this moment, Sheng Yuandao's storage ring directly shattered. Lin Feng could not help but frown. Sheng Yuandao's storage ring contained the law of destruction. Clearly, someone didn't want any cultivator other than the owner of the storage ring to obtain this storage ring. Therefore, they placed such a restriction on it. The treasures in the storage ring would also be destroyed along with the restriction. It was an incomparable pity. Lin Feng guessed that this was not a restriction created by Sheng Yuandao because Sheng Yuandao did not have enough strength to create such a powerful restriction to destroy a space. Perhaps it was done by the elders of Sheng Yuandao. Lin Feng felt that it was a pity that Sheng Yuandao's storage ring had been destroyed. However, when he thought about all the treasures and opportunities he had obtained recently, he couldn't help but sigh. He felt somewhat relieved. Life can't be perfect. There will always be things that will disappoint you. The immeasurable Daoist grinned and said, "It seems like the sacred god race doesn't want the clan's things to leak out. They would rather destroy these things than let others obtain them." In reality, there were very few forces that did this. This was because even if the cultivators of their clan were killed and some of their treasures were stolen, they would still be able to survive. However, the clan's experts could avenge him. When the time came, they could just snatch the treasure back. However, the Sacred God clan did not do this. They directly destroyed it and got it done once and for all. Lin Feng said, "Who knows what the people from the Sacred God clan are thinking?" After that, Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist continued to search for the location of the Immortal Mountain. The Immortal Mountain on the scroll was tugging at their minds. That mysterious Immortal Mountain. Also, were the red-crowned cranes and stone turtles that they had seen in the Immortal Mountain real? If they were real, where were those living beings now? Where was the Immortal Mountain? They had been searching for traces of the Immortal Mountain, but they had not found any particularly valuable clues. This caused Lin Feng and the immeasurable Daoist to feel a little disappointed. The secret of that Immortal Mountain is definitely extraordinary. Unfortunately, we are unable to find it. The immeasurable Daoist could not help but sigh. That's right. If we really can't find it, I plan to leave. The opportunities one have obtained are enough to digest for a period of time. After that, I plan to go into seclusion for a period of time to stabilize my Dao foundation, Lin Feng said. After this breakthrough, Lin Feng's cultivation had increased greatly. He could not continue to break through. This was because continuous breakthroughs in a short period of time would cause his Dao foundation to become unstable. It was like building a house. The foundation was unstable. The house might collapse. Furthermore, Lin Feng still had many powerful abilities that he had yet to comprehend, including the 15 types of 3,000 great Daos that he had obtained not long ago. All of these required time to cultivate successfully. The immeasurable Daoist said, "I also have the same idea. If we can't find it, we should leave. The greater the opportunity in a place, the more we can't stay until the end. This is because great opportunities are often closely related to great danger. Who knows, those who leave late might be buried with us." The immeasurable Daoist's words were very reasonable. Therefore, Lin Feng considered leaving. The world within the Chaos Gate naturally hid many secrets. For example, the treasure that appeared in the ancient forest earlier. Even a great emperor-level existence was sent flying with a light sweep. So many powerful beings attacked one after another, but they were unable to suppress that treasure. It could be seen how extraordinary that treasure was. If he could obtain it, it would be incomparably heaven-defying. However, Lin Feng no longer thought about such an opportunity. Let those great emperor-level experts fight for it. Even if those great emperor-level experts fought for it, they might not be able to obtain that treasure. Let's search for a few more days. If we still can't find it, we will leave, the immeasurable Daoist said. Lin Feng agreed with the immeasurable Daoist's suggestion. That night, Lin Feng saw a person he would never forget. The divine servant. It was actually the divine servant that had disappeared for a long time. The divine servant in the Sky Marshal Continent's temple. To be precise, this person was not the divine servant, but Zhuiying who pursued Luo Shun. Of course, this was Lin Feng's guess. He felt that it was very likely, but the divine servant did not directly admit this identity. This old thing wanted to possess Lin Feng, but in the end, he failed. His blood and qi were scattered, and he was on the verge of death. This old thing told Lin Feng that he would return to the Sky Marshal Continent's temple and then end his life there. The last time Lin Feng returned to the Sky Marshal Continent, he wanted to see the divine servant. But he decided not to disturb him. Who would have thought that this old thing would appear in the world inside the Primal Chaos Gate? Back then, he told me that he would return to the Sky Marshal Continent's temple and wait for death to descend. But clearly, he was not telling the truth. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. His life has already come to an end. Logically speaking, he should be dead. But he is not dead yet. There are still too many secrets hidden on him. Lin Feng frowned. Then who is it? The immeasurable Daoist looked at Lin Feng and could not help but ask. Lin Feng explained the origin of the divine servant to the immeasurable Daoist. Chapter 2973. In the past, Judas was a man who shook the world. He was once close to the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, Nua, and Pangu. But in the end, all his efforts were for naught. Judas was incomparably powerful. But there would come a day when he would die. Lin Feng had thought he would rest in the temple of Sky Marshal Continent. But now he knew he was wrong. No one was willing to wait for death to come. Especially the strongest cultivators. They would not be willing to wait for death. The stronger a cultivator was, the more they wanted to live. Lin Feng had been trying to figure out Judas' purpose for coming here, but in the end he couldn't figure it out. But not long after, Lin Feng and Infinity Taoist were surprised to see a great river. They had followed Judas to many places. Then they came to this great river. When he saw the river, Lin Feng and Infinity Taoist were shocked. They knew this river all too well. Wasn't this the same river they had seen in the scroll world? Judas knew where the mountain was. We've followed the right man. Infinity Taoist said excitedly. White mist swirled up ahead. Visibility was getting lower and lower. Judas's speed was neither fast nor slow. Suddenly, it came without warning. Judas increased his speed. He disappeared from Lin Feng and Infinity Taoist's sight. Lin Feng and Infinity Taoist rushed forward, but Judas was nowhere to be seen. They had no idea where he had gone. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown and say, he found us and deliberately got rid of us. Daoist Wuliang couldn't help but curse loudly, what an old fock. Let's follow this river and see if we can find the mountain. Infinity Taoist nodded. It was their only option. The two of them followed the river and began to search for the location of the immortal mountain. 5 days later, they saw the mountain. It was faint and indistinct, but they couldn't see it clearly. They tried to approach the immortal mountain, but they failed in the end. There was an invisible force that stopped them. It's here. We really found it. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang both revealed looks of joy. Where is the red-crowned crane? Where's the stone turtle? Immeasurable Daoist couldn't help but shout. There were no red-crowned cranes or stone turtles here. I wonder if the 9-headed evil dragon is still in the river. Without the immortal crane and the stone tortoise, we can't enter the immortal mountain, Lin Feng said with a frown. If we follow the river, will we be able to enter the immortal mountain? Immeasurable Daoist thought of a solution and couldn't help but ask. This was indeed a good method, but as for whether it would work or not, that was unknown. However, it was worth a try. Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang decided to see if this method would work. Therefore, Lin Feng brought out the ancient starship Shenyuan. After Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang boarded the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship, Lin Feng urged the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship to quickly move through the river. However, this method failed as well. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang were swept away. Bang! Bang! The two fell to the riverbank. Next, the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship descended from the sky and smashed towards them. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang hurriedly got up from the ground. Then, they dodged the incoming Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship. Lin Feng stored the Shenyuan ancient starry sky ship into his mountain river ring and said, "This method won't work either. It seems like we'll have to find another way to enter the immortal mountain. That old fox must have a way to enter the immortal mountain. I just don't know how he did it," Daoist Wuliang said with a frown. Lin Feng took out the scroll and opened it. The scroll was no different from the previous one. Lin Feng said, "Is there a way to enter the immortal mountain hidden in this scroll?" Daoist Wuliang looked at the scroll and nodded. "It's indeed possible. Let's try to comprehend it," Lin Feng said. Then, he sat down cross-legged and tried to comprehend the scroll. He tried to enter the world inside the scroll again. Daoist Wuliang did the same as Lin Feng. Both of them sat down cross-legged. They tried to comprehend the world inside the scroll. An unknown amount of time passed. Finally, Lin Feng successfully entered the world inside the scroll again. Soon, Daoist Wuliang also entered the world inside the scroll. "How did you find the stone tortoise last time?" Lin Feng asked Daoist Wuliang. "Last time, I accidentally saw the stone tortoise by the riverbank," Daoist Wuliang said. This was not a valuable clue. The stone tortoise had appeared last time, but it might not appear again this time. "Stone tortoise, are you there?" Lin Feng could not help but ask loudly. However, there was no response. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang waited for a long time beside the river inside the scroll, but the stone tortoise did not appear. This made them extremely disappointed. Just as the two of them were about to give up, a new turn of events suddenly appeared. In the distance, a stone tortoise slowly swam over. At the same time, moo, in the real world, a sound that sounded like the roar of a cow or a tiger could be heard. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang were startled awake. When they opened their eyes, they saw a stone tortoise swimming towards them from afar. The stone tortoise really appeared. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang were overjoyed. They saw the stone tortoise appear in the world inside the scroll, and in the real world as well. They did not know if this was a coincidence, or if there was some other reason. However, it was no longer important whether it was a coincidence or not. It was good that the stone tortoise had appeared. "Are you the ones summoning me?" The stone tortoise looked at Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang. In the scroll, they had already known the stone tortoise. However, in the real world, they did not know each other. "Yes, we are the ones summoning Senior. Senior, can you bring us into the immortal mountain?" Lin Feng asked. The stone tortoise asked. "You need a token to enter the immortal mountain. Do you have one?" "Token? What token?" Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang exchanged glances. Lin Feng then looked at the scroll in his hand. Next, he opened the scroll and showed it to the stone tortoise. "Is this the token?" "Yes, it is. You can come up now," the stone tortoise said. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang were overjoyed when they heard this. They flew onto the stone tortoise's back. The stone tortoise slowly swam toward the river. The stone tortoise in the scroll was very fast, but this one was so slow that it made one's hair stand on end. Chapter 2974. 7 days later, Lin Feng, Daoist Wu Liang, and the stone turtle arrived at the territory of the nine-headed evil serpent. Daoist Wu Liang couldn't help but ask, "Senior, can you speed up? If we're any slower, we'll be eaten by the nine-headed evil serpent." "Hey, you know about the nine-headed evil serpent?" the stone turtle asked in surprise. Lin Feng said, "We've experienced everything in the scroll's world. I'm getting old, and my memory is getting worse. I almost forgot that the scroll's world did simulate the scenes of this journey," the stone turtle said. However, after saying that, the stone tortoise still had that leisurely look on its face. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang almost cried. Didn't they already say that there was a nine-headed evil serpent here? Why was it still moving at such a speed? If the nine-headed evil serpent appeared at such a slow speed, everyone would be doomed. Lin Feng said, "Senior, can you go faster? If the nine-headed evil serpent appears, I'm really worried that it'll eat us. The stone turtle said, It's just a nine-headed evil serpent. You don't have to worry. It won't be a threat. Hearing the stone turtle's words, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were stunned. Since when did the stone turtle speak so confidently? Lin Feng clearly remembered that in the scroll's world, the stone turtle had brought him and Daoist Wu Liang through the nine-headed evil serpent's territory in an extremely thrilling manner. Now that the stone turtle was speaking so confidently, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang couldn't help but wonder if the stone turtle's words were reliable. What? You don't believe in my strength? The stone turtle couldn't help but ask. Of course not. We're naturally confident in Senior's strength, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang said. In fact, they really didn't believe in the stone turtle's strength. Now, the two of them were praying that the nine-headed evil serpent wouldn't appear. If it did, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were worried that they would become the nine-headed evil serpent's food. The stone turtle said, You clearly don't believe in me. If you don't believe me, I won't be willing to carry you to the immortal mountain. After saying that, the stone turtle's body shook violently. It wanted to throw Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang away. Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest turned pale with fright. If the turtle had really thrown them away, in that case, the two of them would never be able to ascend the immortal mountain. Lin Feng hurriedly said, Senior, you're such a wise and powerful being. How could we not believe your words? Our admiration for you is like the endless torrential river, like the overflowing yellow river, and can't be stopped. Daoist Wu Liang hurriedly said, Senior, you are the beacon of light in our dark lives. You are the God who guided us out of the darkness. How can we not believe in you? The stone tortoise seemed to enjoy hearing such flattering words from others. After hearing Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang's flattery, Daoist Wu Liang smiled. The stone tortoise smiled and said, Since you're all sincere, I'll forgive you for your rudeness. The stone tortoise finally calmed down. It no longer wanted to throw Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang away. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang could finally let out a long sigh of relief. At that moment, the stone tortoise said, The past is clear and vivid in my mind. Now, my old friends are gone, and I am the only one left in this eternal river. The stone tortoise's voice suddenly had a hint of sadness. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang could hear the sadness in its voice. The two of them couldn't help but mutter to themselves. Why did the stone tortoise suddenly become so sentimental? Old friends are gone. Wasn't this saying usually used when someone was dead? In other words, the stone tortoise was saying that its old friends had died. Since the stone tortoise had always been in this river, its only old friend should be the nine-headed flood dragon, right? The things that happened in the scroll world didn't seem to be trustworthy. The stone tortoise's speed wasn't as fast as it was in the scroll world. Of course, it could be very fast, but it only wanted to move forward slowly. Apart from that, the nine-headed flood dragon in the scroll world wanted to devour the cultivators that passed by. However, the creatures in the scroll world were fictional. What was the relationship between the stone tortoise and the nine-headed flood dragon in the real world? Lin Feng felt that it was more likely that they were friends. Lin Feng said, Could it be that the nine-headed flood dragon has fallen? The stone tortoise raised its eyelids and said, Yes, it has fallen. After hearing the stone tortoise's answer, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were very surprised. Daoist Wu Liang said, Didn't you say that the nine-headed flood dragon was cursed? Shouldn't an existence like that be immortal and indestructible? The stone tortoise said, Cursed creatures aren't necessarily immortal and indestructible. Since there's a terrifying existence that can curse the nine-headed flood dragon, there's naturally a way to kill it. The stone tortoise's words were very easy to understand. In fact, immortal people weren't necessarily immortal. Immortal meant that if there were no accidents, one's life would continue. One would attain immortality. But what if one was killed? Naturally, one wouldn't be able to attain immortality. Since we're already here, can we take a look at the nine-headed flood dragon's corpse? Daoist Wu Liang couldn't help but ask. His mind was now very active. Would such a powerful creature like the nine-headed flood dragon leave behind something amazing? Since we're already here, let's go and mourn for it. After saying that, the stone tortoise quickly rushed toward the depths of the river. The river was very deep. After diving for more than 10,000 meters, they finally reached the bottom. Then, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang saw a winding mountain range at the bottom of the sea. When they looked carefully, they found that it wasn't a mountain range at the bottom of the sea. It was the nine-headed flood dragon's corpse. The nine-headed flood dragon's body was too huge. Its huge body was nearly 10,000 meters long, and it emitted fluctuations and an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. Even though it was dead, the nine-headed flood dragon was still so terrifying. It made people turn pale with fright. Lin Feng saw 9 heads. Those were the nine-headed flood dragon's heads. The 9 heads seemed to have been cut off by some sharp weapon. Then, they rolled to different places. He didn't know if it was because it had been dead for too long. The nine-headed flood dragon's corpse had long lost its flesh and blood. Now, only its bones were left. Looking at the nine-headed flood dragon at a close distance was even more visually shocking. Who killed the nine-headed flood dragon? Lin Feng asked. The stone tortoise said. That's not something you should know. The stone tortoise didn't want to mention how the nine-headed flood dragon was killed. However, it said something else. Maybe you'll find something else when you reach the celestial mountain. At that time, you might be able to understand something. The stone tortoise's words were very vague. It wanted to reveal some information, but it seemed to be afraid and didn't dare to say it too clearly. Chapter 2975. Daoist Wuliang stealthily slipped away, wanting to see if the nine-headed serpent had left anything precious behind. When the nine-headed serpent had just died, it still had its source energy. By then, the source energy had already dissipated a long time ago. Thus, there was no need to think about obtaining the source energy of the nine-headed serpent. However, it was possible that the nine-headed serpent's source bone could still be found. If they could find it, it would be a decent harvest. After all, source bones usually recorded heaven-defying abilities. As for the storage ring, it was probably nowhere to be found. Lin Feng stayed behind to chat with the stone tortoise, trying to find out more information. Senior, it has been so many years. Has anyone entered the Immortal Mountain? Lin Feng could not help but ask. Of course. Some might have gained something after entering the Immortal Mountain. Some might have fallen into eternal slumber after entering the Immortal Mountain. The stone tortoise said. How did those people enter? Lin Feng asked curiously. Everyone has their own trump cards and method. The stone tortoise said. Lin Feng thought of the Judith he had met earlier. That old bastard had mysteriously disappeared after arriving at the outer region of the Immortal Mountain. Perhaps he had already entered the Immortal Mountain. Could he have gained something from the Immortal Mountain? Lin Feng asked. What kind of opportunities are there in the Immortal Mountain? Senior, can you give us some pointers? The stone tortoise said, of course there are opportunities. You will have to explore them yourselves, not ask me to give you pointers. Lin Feng chatted with the stone tortoise for a long time. He realized that the stone tortoise was really stubborn. It was too difficult to get any useful information from the stone tortoise. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Feng didn't ask any further questions. At that moment, Daoist Wuliang returned and gave Lin Feng a look. When Lin Feng saw the boundless Taoist priest, he was overjoyed. It seemed that Daoist Wuliang had gained something. However, he did not know what he had gained. In front of the stone turtle, Lin Feng couldn't ask directly. He decided to wait until they reached the Immortal Mountain before asking Daoist Wu Liang what he had obtained. The stone tortoise muttered in an ancient language, "How long has it been? I've almost forgotten when was the last time I came to see you. Fate is such a wonderful thing. Who can go against fate?" Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang looked at each other, not knowing what the stone turtle was talking about. After saying this, the stone tortoise looked at Lin Feng and the immeasurable Taoist and said, "Let's go." It did not say another word. Instead, he swam upwards. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang sat on the back of the stone turtle and quickly followed it upwards. The stone tortoise sped up a lot. It didn't seem to like staying in this place for too long. Perhaps it was because staying here would make it sad. After leaving the nine-headed evil dragon's territory, the stone turtle continued to swim upwards. Immortal mist rose in spirals. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang could clearly feel that they were approaching the immortal mountain. The hazy immortal mountain was becoming more and more real. Astonishing ripples were being emitted from the immortal mountain. Although they were still very far away, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang could already feel the ripples. Next, the two heard the cries of cranes as they soared into the sky. When he saw those cranes, Lin Feng could not help but be slightly surprised. Previously, he and Daoist Wu Liang had never seen any cranes that appeared in the scroll world. As such, the two of them wondered if there were no cranes in the real immortal mountain. But now, they were able to see them from very far away. It seemed that cranes still lived in the immortal mountain. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he could not help but ask, "Senior, I've heard that there is a stone crane living in the immortal mountain. Is that stone crane still in the immortal mountain? If you go there, many of your questions will be answered," the stone tortoise said. At that moment, a cultivator flew over in the sky. The cultivator glanced at Lin Feng, Daoist Wu Liang, and the stone tortoise below. However, he did not stop. In an instant, he disappeared from sight. The Red World Fairy. After the cultivator left, Daoist Wu Liang said. The cultivator just now was none other than the Red World Fairy. Lin Feng was also very surprised. He did not expect the Red World Fairy to appear here. He had a lot of connections with the Red World Fairy. Lin Feng admired Hong Chen, the Celestial Master, even more. She was such a woman. Such a woman was enough to make many people worship her as a god. They did not dare to have any blasphemous thoughts. Of course, Lin Feng did not see the Red World Fairy as a goddess in his heart. However, he still admired the Red World Fairy very much. She was indeed very powerful. She had cultivated 3,000 types of great Daos, and that was all. That was enough to shock and move people. After the Red World Fairy goes in, will we still have a chance? Daoist Wu Liang said gloomily. Lin Feng said, "Since you said it's a chance, then it means that if we are not fated, we won't be able to obtain those chances. Many chances are not necessarily obtained by being strong enough." Daoist Wu Liang sighed and said, "Although that's the case, the key is that the Red World Fairy is really too scary. Her methods are endless. She might be able to make other people's chances her own." Lin Feng said, "I don't think the Red World Fairy would be so bored. She might have a clear goal for entering the immortal mountain." The stone tortoise carried Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang through the wind and waves. Another 3 days passed. The two finally saw the immortal mountain. They could even see the trees on the immortal mountain. Last time in the scroll world, the two of them had entered the immortal mountain, but they were directly swept out as soon as they entered the immortal mountain. Their divine senses had even left the scroll world. Therefore, the immortal mountain still had too many secrets for Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. It was like a mysterious place that had not been explored. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were deeply attracted to it. "We're here." 6 hours later, the stone tortoise carried Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang to the shore. "I'll be waiting for you here," the stone tortoise said. "Thank you, Senior." Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang hurriedly thanked it. Then, the two of them quickly climbed to the shore and walked into the immortal mountain. The immortal mountain was huge and surrounded by immortal fog. The sound of insects and birds chirping could be heard from time to time. It was as if they had come to a paradise on earth. Lin Feng grinned at Daoist Wu Liang and said, "What did you get just now? Quickly take it out and let me see." This time, Daoist Wu Liang did not hide anything. He took out something and handed it to Lin Feng. Chapter 2976. The thing that immeasurable Daoist took out was a purple gold bone. When he saw the bone, Lin Feng's heart was filled with shock and disbelief. That bone. It was actually a tyrant bone. Tyrant bone was an extremely rare item. It was a tyrant bone that was born from the body of the strongest tyrant beast. It was the bone that Lin Feng was looking at. Lin Feng didn't expect the 9-headed evil dragon to be a tyrant beast. The tyrant bone contained a power that was so strong that it could shock people. Of course, the most important thing was that the tyrant bone could increase the level of tyrant chi. There were many types of tyrant bones, but it was very rare to see a tyrant bone nowadays. Lin Feng's epoch tyrant chi was rather special. It could be continuously upgraded by devouring tyrant bones. Epoch tyrant chi was an infinitely evolving tyrant chi. Although it was only the second stage of white tyrant chi, it could continue to evolve. In the future, it might even evolve into a tyrant chi that surpassed sovereign tyrant chi. And now, Lin Feng needed the tyrant bone. The tyrant bone was too important to him. If Lin Feng had to choose between the emperor weapon and the tyrant bone, Lin Feng would choose the tyrant bone without hesitation. Because he didn't lack powerful treasures, but he lacked a treasure like the tyrant bone that could directly upgrade epoch tyrant chi. If epoch tyrant chi was upgraded by another level. If it changed from white tyrant chi to red tyrant chi, how much stronger would the magnetic field be? Just thinking about it made him feel extremely excited. Other than this bone, there should be another origin bone, Lin Feng said. Immeasurable Daoist laughed and said, "What origin bone? It was already taken by someone. We'll split this bone in half. I don't want my half, but you have to compensate me with something." "Compensate your sister." Lin Feng grabbed the tyrant bone and held it in his hand. He couldn't bear to put it down. "I'll fight you to the death." Immeasurable Daoist shouted and pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng turned and ran towards the depths of the immortal mountain and kept the tyrant bone. In the end, the tyrant bone was obtained by Lin Feng. Immeasurable Daoist did not continue to cause trouble because Lin Feng guessed that Immeasurable Daoist might have obtained the origin bone or something else. Otherwise, Daoist Wu Liang wouldn't have taken out the tyrant bone. Perhaps Immeasurable Daoist could see that the tyrant bone was an extraordinary bone, but he didn't know its origin. If he did, how could he have taken it out so easily? Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang walked towards the immortal mountain. Before entering the immortal mountain, one could still see immortal cranes flying in the sky. He could even hear the cries of apes and the roars of tigers coming from the immortal mountain. However, after entering the immortal mountain, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang realized that this place was too quiet. It was so quiet that it was strange. Not to mention the red-crowned cranes flying or the cries of apes and tigers roaring. Not even the chirping of insects or birds could be heard. At this time, Lin Feng and Taoist Wu Liang had already discovered that something was wrong. This place was really too strange. Something unknown must have happened. Otherwise, there was absolutely no reason for such a thing to happen. Dead silence is often accompanied by some terrifying things. Lin Feng couldn't help but say. Daoist Wu Liang knew what Lin Feng wanted to say, so he said, "There's nothing wrong with being careful. Don't die here before you get the opportunity." A rustling sound resounded in the mountain forest. Although this sound was very faint, it was still heard by Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. The two looked around cautiously. However, they didn't find anything strange. Lin Feng frowned, and his expression became much more serious. Soon, Lin Feng found the source of the sound. The sound came from underground. He and Daoist Wu Liang quickly flew into the air and looked at the mountain forest below with vigilance. At this time, skeletons drilled out from the ground one by one. When they saw the skeletons, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang were shocked. The sound just now should have come from these skeletons, but they didn't know what extraordinary origin these skeletons had. A terrifying aura spread out from these skeletons. These skeletons should be extremely powerful. "Catcher, catcher." They were twisting their necks, then looking up at Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang in the air. Each skeleton's eyes had a flickering ghost fire. Those clusters of ghost fire flickered with a cold and eerie aura. When they saw the ghost fire in the eyes of the skeletons, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. They felt that these skeletons were filled with evil intentions. Therefore, they quickly rushed into the distance, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. However, at this time, the skeletons took out the bone blades in their hands and slashed towards Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang. Each skeleton held a bone in its hand. The seemingly powerless bone was extremely powerful. It gently swept through the air. Poochie. In an instant, the void directly split open. This tyrannical power was naturally shocking. Lin Feng took out the Heavenly Mystery Treasure Pagoda to block the attack of these bones. The Heavenly Mystery Treasure Pagoda dropped down a defensive light barrier, protecting him and Daoist Wu Liang. When the bone blades slashed the defensive light barrier formed by the Heavenly Mystery Treasure Pagoda, then, something terrifying happened. Catcher, catcher, catcher sounds rang out, and cracks appeared on the defensive light barrier formed by the Heavenly Mystery Treasure Pagoda. The bone blades' attack didn't instantly destroy the Heavenly Mystery Treasure Pagoda's defense. However, they still damaged the Heavenly Mystery Treasure Pagoda's defense, almost completely shattering it. When Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest saw that, they were astonished. "Let's go!" Daoist Wu Liang shouted. Lin Feng didn't dare to hesitate, and quickly rushed towards the depths of the mountain with Daoist Wu Liang. Seeing Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang rushing towards the depths of the immortal mountain, more than 10 skeletons chased after them. What extraordinary origins do these skeletons have? They must have been extremely terrifying experts when they were alive. Are they cultivators from the immortal mountain? Or are they cultivators from the outside world who came to the immortal mountain only to end up dying here? One question after another rose up in Lin Feng's mind. However, no one could answer him. After the group of skeletons chased for a while, they stopped and chose to leave. When Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang saw the skeletons leaving, their expressions turned grim. They had a feeling that there might be some terrifying existence in the area they were in. Otherwise, those skeletons wouldn't have left so quickly. "Look, what is that?" Daoist Wu Liang pointed towards the depths of the mountain. The two of them quickly rushed over and saw huge skeletons. Those skeletons were actually the skeletons of immortal cranes. The immortal cranes here are all dead. Chapter 2977. This place was completely different from what Lin Feng and the Wu Liang Taoist priest had imagined. They had thought the celestial mountain would be full of life and vitality. But now, they realized that this place was actually a land of death. The mysterious skeletons. The cries of apes and the roars of tigers had disappeared. The cranes that had appeared in the scroll had all died. They had all turned into skeletons. Then, they thought about the 9-headed flood dragon's corpse. What had happened here all those years ago? What had caused this place to become a land of death? Lin Feng was deeply shocked. Daoist Wu Liang suddenly said, "That stone turtle must know a lot of secrets. If there are no more living beings in the mountain, then the only living being here is that stone turtle." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Unfortunately, its mouth is too tight. It didn't reveal any information at all." Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang continued walking forward. They were extremely cautious. Because this place also made them feel uneasy. As they walked deeper into the mountain, they saw the corpses of the unkillable cranes. These cranes were very powerful, but now, they are all dead. What kind of creature killed these powerful cranes? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The cranes had been so powerful, but they had all been killed. This was indeed shocking. Isn't there still a stone crane? Is that stone crane here as well? Was it killed as well? Daoist Wu Liang asked. The stone crane was an innate life form that had been born to protect the mountain. It was a sacred spirit of the mountain. If it had met with a calamity, then it would be too shocking. "Let's search for it," Lin Feng said. He searched for the stone crane with Daoist Wu Liang. In the distance, they saw a person standing on the edge of a cliff, looking into the cliff. The Red World Fairy. It was actually her. What was she looking at? The Red World Fairy didn't stay for long, and she quickly disappeared from sight. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang quickly rushed towards where the Red World Fairy was. Soon after, he arrived at the place where Celestial Hong Chen was waiting. The two of them looked towards the inside of the cliff and were instantly shocked. A stone crane was impaled by a black war spear and nailed to the cliff. Dead, sure he is also dead. This is a powerful stone clan member. He was actually killed just like that. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang looked at each other. The nine-headed evil Jiao dragon and the stone crane were both extremely heaven-defying existences. Lin Feng even suspected that they were creatures at the level of immortals. But now, they had all died tragically. Just how powerful was the one who attacked them to be able to kill the nine-headed evil dragon and Shi? A war spear forged from great devil black gold. It's definitely a powerful treasure. Daoist Wu Liang's eyes shone with a green light. This guy could not suppress the restlessness in his heart, so he quickly flew towards Shi's corpse, wanting to obtain that war spear. However, when Taoist Wu Liang approached the war spear, he saw that the war spear emitted a destructive power. That destructive power blasted onto Daoist Wu Liang's body. A muffled sound of impact could not help but be heard. Daoist Wu Liang was directly blasted away by that destructive power. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and was almost directly killed. Heavenly Lord Wu Liang, damn it. You almost killed this Daoist. Daoist Wu Liang wailed. He got up from the ground and hurriedly took a healing pill. Then, he did not dare to approach the war spear again. In the past, it was able to nail Shi to death. It can be seen how extraordinary this war spear is. Don't even think about getting close to the war spear. It's impossible to obtain this war spear, Lin Feng said. He did not expect to be able to obtain this war spear. Even if it was an immortal weapon, he should not have any greedy thoughts. Because the more greedy one was, the more dangerous it was. The easier it was to lose one's life at this time. The spear pierced through Shi's body and nailed him to the cliff. It's reasonable to say that with Shi's strength, he should be able to struggle free. Daoist Wu Liang said. We can't rule out the other possibility. The attacker's spear pierced through Shi's body, shattering Shi's life essence. At this time, Shi was already dead, or on the verge of death. Thus, he didn't have the ability to struggle free from the spear, Lin Feng said. But these were things that happened a long, long time ago. For Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang, it was destined to remain a mystery. They left the area and continued to make their way up the Celestial Mountain. I don't know if that old fox has come here. I haven't seen him anywhere, Lin Feng said. The old fox he spoke of was, of course, the Judas. If I see him, I'm going to teach him a lesson. Daoist Wu Liang gnashed his teeth and spat. Tough guy. Lin Feng couldn't help but grin. The Celestial Mountain was a land of death, but there was no killing intent. The people who destroyed it all those years ago were long gone. Once upon a time, the peak of the Celestial Mountain was filled with magnificent jade palaces. But now, it had long since turned into an unending stretch of ruined land. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang flew toward the palace at the top of the mountain and landed in a cluster of palaces. A treasure tore through the void and arrived here. It was the immortal treasure that had appeared in the ancient forest. This immortal treasure had repelled so many powerful beings in succession. But to this day, no one had been able to lay their hands on it. It was inconceivable. Those great emperors have been chasing after this treasure, but they haven't been able to suppress it. Is it waiting for us? Daoist Wu Liang said, rubbing his hands together. Lin Feng took out his sky-absorbing jar and tried to absorb the mysterious celestial treasure, but at that moment, a terrifying qi emerged from the celestial treasure. When he sensed the aura, Lin Feng gave up on his previous plans and hurriedly put the jar away. The treasure had a spirit, and he didn't know if it had become a weapon cultivator. There was no way he could collect it unless he was strong enough to suppress it. Like Lin Feng, Daoist Wu Liang also gave up on the idea of collecting the treasure. There was no way to collect such a terrifying treasure, and one would have to risk their lives in order to do so. The immortal treasure flew to the deepest part of the palaces, then quickly flew upward. Clouds and mist lingered above, and within the clouds and mist, another distorted space vaguely appeared. That place seemed to be a sealed world. However, it was surrounded by restrictions and completely sealed off. Bang bang bang! Immortal treasures were constantly bombarding the restriction, trying to break it open. Earth-shaking noises were heard as the immortal treasures continued to bombard the restrictive spell. Is that sealed world a parallel world? What is it that's causing the immortal treasure to bombard the restrictions there? Chapter 2978. Previously, the 8-armed Tyrannosaurus, giant crocodile, patriarch thunder leopard, Titan, the Chaos Ancient Bell, and other creatures had all attacked this immortal treasure before, but none of them were able to suppress this immortal treasure. It could be seen how extraordinary this immortal treasure was. An immortal treasure that could catch the attention of these creatures must be extremely special. However, the immortal treasure was shrouded in immortal light, so it was impossible to see what this immortal treasure was. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang stood in the distance and watched the immortal treasure bombarding the restriction. Every time it bombarded the restriction, the power of the restriction would weaken a little. After several consecutive bombardments, the power of the restriction began to weaken greatly. Catcher, catcher, catcher sounds could be heard as the restrictions finally collapsed. The immortal treasure rushed into the world through the broken restriction. Is it a parallel world? Let's hurry up and go in to take a look, Daoist Wu Liang said. Then, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang soared into the sky and rushed towards that place. Their speed was too fast. Soon, they entered that world. When Lin Feng and the boundless Taoist priest entered the world, they saw an endless amount of black fog rolling in the air. And the corpses of powerful cultivators fell from the sky one after another. Those powerful cultivators' cultivations were so terrifying that they could not help but be shocked. No one knew where they came from. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang even guessed that those people were very likely immortals. But now, they had all died miserably. No one knew how they had died. Because these existences rushed into the black fog above, what happened in the black fog was unknown. Then, corpses fell one after another. Lin Feng saw a creature with 72 pairs of golden wings looking up at the sky and saying something loudly. He was extremely agitated, as if he was angrily rebuking something. This made Lin Feng extremely puzzled. What was that powerful creature talking to? In the end, that powerful creature also soared into the sky and charged into the depths of the black fog. But not long after, his corpse fell. Even someone as powerful as him couldn't escape this calamity. The black fog was very strange. Lin Feng even wondered if it was a creature from the previous era. Lin Feng thought of the creatures from the previous era, the Black Fog clan. Every time they appeared, they would be shrouded in black fog. It was somewhat similar to the scene before him, but Lin Feng felt that the creatures from the previous era might not have reached such a level of strength. Suddenly, all the scenes disappeared. Lin Feng found himself in front of a ruined world. The battle from before did not take place here. Perhaps it was something that had happened in the past. The laws of heaven had left an imprint of it. Lin Feng did not know if this was the reason. But he felt it was a possibility. When Daoist Wu Liang saw the scene, he said in shock, if so many experts have died, how many treasures would there be? Was Daoist Wu's? Daoist Wu quickly flew into the depths of the world, and Lin Feng followed closely behind. However, the two of them only saw ruins. They did not see any dead cultivators. Where are their corpses after they died? Daoist Wu shouted unwillingly. He wanted to find the corpses of the dead cultivators, but they were nowhere to be found. This minor world was very large. Lin Feng guessed that it might have been created by a certain expert. Such a huge minor world was now in ruins, causing many people to lament about it. Boom! A terrifying aura filled the minor world. Lin Feng saw a terrifying existence appear in the distance. Patriarch Lei Bao. It was actually this terrifying creature. After seeing this creature, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu quickly left. Lin Feng had killed a Lei Bao earlier. That was Patriarch Lei Bao's descendant. Patriarch Lei Bao had even mobilized a beast tide to search for Lin Feng and Daoist Wu. If Patriarch Lei Bao saw them, wouldn't they be dead? Lin Feng and Daoist Wu hid in a valley. They were trying their best to hide their auras. Patriarch Lei Bao appeared. Then, another terrifying creature appeared. The giant crocodile roared and appeared in this world. The 8-armed tyrant dragon's 8 arms shook, and the world collapsed. It also appeared in this world. Titan's roar shook the heavens as it appeared. There were also some other emperor-level creatures that Lin Feng had seen before, such as the Umbra Tiger King, the 18-winged owl, the scorpion tail python, and other terrifying creatures. Lin Feng also saw the primal chaos bell, Peacock King, Great Peng King, Shen Chuyi, Shen Yueya, Celestial Demon Sage, Sheng Daoshuan, and others. Lin Feng was shocked. Why were so many emperor-level experts here? Could it be that they were all here for that immortal treasure? At this moment, Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang had a premonition that this matter was not simple. Perhaps there was some shocking secret hidden here. Daoist Wu Liang also noticed this. He whispered, "I wonder what will appear here." It actually attracted so many experts. Lin Feng shook his head. He also had no idea what would happen here. These emperor-level experts all flew towards the depths of the world. Lin Feng and Daoist Wu Liang also flew out. They followed behind these emperor-level experts and flew towards the depths of the world. Finally, they saw the immortal treasure. At this moment, the restrictions around the immortal treasure disappeared. Now, they finally knew what the immortal treasure was. It was actually a mysterious ancient tree branch. However, this ancient tree branch was too extraordinary. It was surrounded by endless holy light. What tree branch is this? Lin Feng was shocked. In this epoch, 3 divine trees were born. The one with the greatest influence was the Builder Tree. The Builder Tree took root in the 9 states. However, it was widely rumored that the Builder Tree could grow endlessly. The Builder Tree's branches were connected to the 3,000 great worlds. It even connected the Heaven Realm and the primal chaos Shenhuang Realm. The tree's roots would grow all the way to the underworld. Therefore, the 9 states was very prosperous at that time. The 9 states was also the place where Nuer, Pangu, 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, Taishan Guangyuan, and other experts were born. The second divine tree was called the Tree of Life. It was said that the Tree of Life could give birth to the Water of Life. The Water of Life could give people unlimited life. There was even a rumor that the Tree of Life could revive the dead. There were many legends about the Water of Life in this world. However, the Water of Life that appeared in those legends was very likely not the real Water of Life. However, whether this rumor was true or not was unknown. The third divine tree was full of mystery. Chapter 2979. The Builder Tree was real. Lin Feng could testify to this. Because there was still a sapling of the Builder Tree in Lin Feng's Dantian. The Tree of Life should also be real. Even the classic of mountains and seas had detailed records of the Tree of Life. It was written in the classic of mountains and seas, Nuer created all living things under the Tree of Life. She used the immortal soil as the raw material and watered it with the Water of Life. There were many similar records. Although they might not be related to Nuer, they were all inextricably related to the Tree of Life. Only this Tree of Wish had very few records. It was written in the classic of mountains and seas, the legend of Hongmeng. At the beginning of the era, a purple light was born between heaven and earth. The purple light had a spirit. One day, the purple light saw an ancient tree in its dream. The ancient tree asked the purple light what its wish was. The purple light said that it wanted to become a primate between heaven and earth. Hence, the purple light turned into Hongmeng. Hongmeng named this ancient tree the Tree of Wish. Of course, this story was full of myths and legends. It was impossible to verify whether it was true or not. After all, this happened at the beginning of the era. Now, 3,000 eras had passed. He had reached the end of this era. Who knew clearly what had happened at the beginning of the new era? This story mentioned the Tree of Wish. In addition to this story, there was another story that mentioned the Tree of Wish. This was recorded in an ancient Daoist scripture, not the classic of mountains and seas. Lin Feng also occasionally heard the Demon Lord mention it. It was said that the legendary Supreme Divine Court was made from the branches of the Tree of Wish. At that time, the Demon Lord said that the possibility of this matter was extremely high. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed possible. And now, that branch was so extraordinary. Apart from the branches of the Builder Tree, the Tree of Life, and the Tree of Wish. Lin Feng couldn't imagine that there were branches of other divine trees in this era that could be forged into such a terrifying Dharma treasure. If this treasure was really forged from these 3 materials, then first, he eliminated the Builder Tree. Lin Feng had seen a fragment of the builder tree and also cultivated a sapling of the builder tree. Therefore, he knew what the aura of the builder tree was like. A branch of the tree of life. Or the legendary branch of the tree of wishes. Lin Feng couldn't help but ponder. Immeasurable Daoist said, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a treasure made from a branch of the tree of wishes. Lin Feng was shocked. Daoist Wuliang looked so serious that it didn't seem like he was lying. How do you know that it's a magic treasure forged from a branch of the tree of wishes? Lin Feng asked Immeasurable Daoist. Daoist Wuliang said, in the past, I saw a section of the tree of wishes trunk. Their auras are very similar. Lin Feng was shocked. This damned Daoist had actually seen the legendary tree of wishes before. Lin Feng had always been very interested in the background of Daoist Wu Liang. However, Daoist Wu Liang seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious veil. Lin Feng wasn't particularly clear about the exact origins of the immeasurable Daoist, but this guy did know a lot of things that others didn't. Did you see it when you were raiding tombs? Lin Feng asked indirectly. Daoist Wu Liang said, what are you talking about? That's archaeological research. This Daoist is an archaeologist. Yes, you're an archaeologist. Where did you see the tree of wishes trunk? Lin Feng continued asking as he agreed with Daoist Wuliang. Daoist Wuliang said, I saw it by chance. The damned Daoist Wuliang's words were very vague. He didn't want to tell Lin Feng the details of how he had seen the tree of wishes. He was like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. He was very tight-lipped. If he really didn't want to talk about it, no one could make him talk. Lin Feng understood Daoist Wuliang's personality, so he didn't continue asking. When the great emperors arrived, they all floated in the void and looked at the branches of the tree of wishes. They didn't make a move, waiting for something to happen. This attracted Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang's attention. At that moment, a mysterious voice came from the tree of wishes. The voice sounded like it was praying, but it also sounded like it was offering sacrifices. When he heard the voice, Lin Feng was finally sure that the supreme treasure had its own powerful artifact spirit. No wonder its combat power was so terrifying. When the voice of the tree of wishes faded away, suddenly, the entire small world began to shake violently. Catcher, catcher, catcher. Everyone saw that the ground of this small world was beginning to crack open. Next, a large amount of lava spewed out. The lava was boiling hot. It was incomparably hot. Many people couldn't help but frown when they saw the lava spewing out. Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang quickly retreated, distancing themselves from the central area. With the Tree of Wishes branch as the center, the area within a radius of 15 kilometers was the central area. After the boiling lava spewed out continuously, the entire area instantly turned into a world of lava. Such a huge change. What exactly will appear? Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He had a feeling that some great emperors might know what was going to happen next, but even more great emperors didn't know. They had followed him here because they felt that something shocking would happen. Now, they were here to test their theory. Look, something is coming out. Daoist Wuliang pointed at the central area of the lava. A huge whirlpool appeared in the lava. A huge flower slowly rose from the whirlpool. It was a scarlet flame flower. It grew in the world of lava. It bloomed beautifully. The flower was extremely huge, with a diameter of over 100 meters. When they saw the flower, Lin Feng and Daoist Wuliang's eyes widened. It seemed that they had been waiting for this flower. Waves of immortal music accompanied the appearance of the flower, resounding throughout the world. The immortal music lingered in the air, as if it wanted to bring people into a wondrous world of immortals. Even the great emperors seemed to be immersed in the celestial music after hearing it. What's the origin of that huge flower? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. His eyes couldn't help but twitch violently as he looked at the huge flower. Could it be the legendary Earth Core flower? Daoist Wuliang said with a look of bewilderment. But he quickly shook his head. No, Earth Core flowers only appear in the core of a major world. This one definitely isn't one. This huge flower gives me a feeling that it's even more extraordinary than the Earth Core flower. Boom. Suddenly, Some great emperors couldn't hold themselves back anymore and rushed toward the huge flower. Chapter 2980. The great emperor who had made a move was the ancient god clan's expert, Shen Chu. This person had attacked the Red World Fairy together with the Empyrean demon saint and the others. Moreover, they had attacked the Red World Fairy more than once. Shen Chu's cultivation was extremely strong. Now that Shen Chu had made a move, perhaps he knew the origin of the flower. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to make a move at this time. Shen Chu might be strong, but the branch of the Tree of Wishes is terrifying enough. Shen Chu alone cannot deal with the branch of the Tree of Wishes. Wanting to obtain the flower is simply wishful thinking. Daoist Wuliang curled his lips and said. Lin Feng said, making a move at this time, could there be some kind of hidden trump card? I wonder what that flower's origin is. Look at those great emperors, many of their eyes are glowing. The eyes of the great emperors were filled with greed. Some of the great emperors knew the origin of the flower. It was precisely because they knew the origin of the flower that they were so greedy. Although those great emperors who did not know the origin of the flower knew that it was extraordinary, they still had doubts in their hearts. They did not know what was inside the flower. This is the Holy Spirit flower. Suddenly, the demon lord's voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Holy Spirit flower. This was the first time Lin Feng had heard of this name. He could not help but ask, what kind of flower is the Holy Spirit flower? The demon lord said, the Holy Spirit flower is a type of flower that can give birth to holy spirits. After hearing the demon lord's explanation, Lin Feng's heart seemed to be in turmoil. Holy spirits were one of the most terrifying existences in the world. Holy meant transcendence. Transcendence was power. Transcendence was the only way to become a holy spirit. Spirit meant living beings. Holy spirits meant living beings that had transcended the mortal realm. They were born from the heavens and earth, but that did not mean they could transcend the mortal realm. It was said that the Stone Clan was powerful. However, not all Stone Clan members were powerful. Even among the Stone Clan, there were some who were unable to truly increase their strength. Some of the most powerful existences among the Stone Clan were called holy spirits. From this, one could see how extraordinary the holy spirits were. Apart from the top existences of the Stone Clan that could be called holy spirits, what other creatures could be called holy spirits? Some Xiantian living beings were actually sacred spirits. For example, Nua, Pangu, Fairy of the Nine Heavens, Fire God Zhurong, and other living beings could be called holy spirits. This is because, when these creatures were born, they possessed a terrifying power that surpassed the heavens and the earth. They were born with the power of order. These holy spirits were all favored by the heavens and earth. The Holy Spirit flower was extremely rare, but once it appeared, it would usually give birth to a holy spirit. Before a holy spirit was born from a Holy Spirit flower, there was a very high chance that it would be refined into an avatar by someone else. If he could refine a saint spirit into his external incarnation, how incredible and shocking would that be? It was an unimaginable boost to one's combat strength. Therefore, when Lin Feng learned from the demon lord that this huge flower was actually a Holy Spirit flower, his heart surged with monstrous waves. Lin Feng looked at Daoist Wuliang and said, "This is a Holy Spirit flower. It can give birth to a Holy Spirit." Daoist Wuliang said in shock, "This is a Holy Spirit flower? I've heard of it before, but this is the first time I've seen it." In truth, ever since the era of Xiantian living beings ended, Holy Spirit flowers have basically never appeared in the world. Now, one has actually appeared here. This is truly inconceivable. Moreover, it's a Holy Spirit flower that was born in flames. I wonder what extraordinary origins this Holy Spirit flower has. By this time, Shen Qi had already arrived in front of the huge flower. He opened his hand, and a monstrous magic power swept towards the Holy Spirit flower. He wanted to take the Holy Spirit flower. The branch of the Tree of Wishes wanted to attack the Holy Spirit flower, but suddenly, a violent fluctuation came from the Holy Spirit flower. After sensing the fluctuation, the branch of the Tree of Wishes quickly retreated, choosing not to attack. Is the branch of the Tree of Wishes the Holy Spirit flower's guardian? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. He felt that this was very likely. The branch of the Tree of Wishes was protecting the Holy Spirit flower. Earlier, the Holy Spirit flower must have been communicating with the branch of the Tree of Wishes. However, Lin Feng didn't know what exactly had been said. Still, Lin Feng guessed that they had said something. The Holy Spirit flower hadn't allowed the branch of the Tree of Wishes to attack. Shua. A beam of light shot out from the Holy Spirit flower, sweeping towards Shen-Chi. Bang! The beam of light instantly broke through Shen-Chi's magic power, then continued to sweep towards him. You dare resist when you're not even born? Shen-Chi's expression was indifferent. With a flip of his right hand, a talisman appeared in his hand. It was a golden talisman, covered in dense, twisting runes. The talisman was mysterious and unfathomable. Shen-Chi stuck the talisman on his hand. Next, the talisman shone brightly. Shen-Chi sent a palm strike towards the beam of light. With a loud bang, the beam of light shot out by the Holy Spirit flower was instantly shattered. That talisman was very special. He didn't know who had refined it. Shen-Chi quickly rushed in front of the Holy Spirit flower, then stuck the talisman on the flower. The talisman was extremely powerful. After it was stuck on the flower, the aura of the Holy Spirit flower began to gradually dissipate. It seemed to be suppressed. Shen-Chi is already prepared. Is he going to get the Holy Spirit flower? Taoist Wu Liang said in shock. The Holy Spirit flower nurtured by the Holy Spirit flower must be extremely terrifying. Once Shen-Chi refines it into an avatar, he'll be terrifying. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. Shen-Chi was the great emperor of all races. He was a vicious and merciless existence. That was why Lin Feng didn't want to see Shen-Chi get the Holy Spirit flower. If Shen-Chi really did refine a Holy Spirit into an avatar, it would be a disaster for the entire 9 states. It would be a disaster for the entire 9 states. Ha 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 ha. I'll take it. Shen-Chi couldn't help but laugh proudly. He seemed to think that there was no doubt that he would be able to take the Holy Spirit flower. However, at that moment, the talisman that had suppressed the Holy Spirit flower suddenly burned. The Holy Spirit flower was born from the flames, igniting the talisman. Swoosh! After the talisman was completely burned to ashes, the Holy Spirit flower once again sent a terrifying beam of light at Shen-Chi. Shen-Chi knew how powerful the beam of light was, so when he saw it coming, his expression changed drastically. He only had one talisman on him. He had no other talisman to deal with the beam of light from the Holy Spirit flower. Shen-Chi tried his best to dodge the terrifying beam of light. However, he was still unable to dodge it completely. Poochie. Chapter 2981. Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist had finished their training trip. Lin Feng had benefited immensely from the appearance of the chaotic ancient nation. Now that he had reached the boundary emperor realm, this was his greatest gain. No treasure could compare to the improvement of one's cultivation. Of course, there were still many opportunities in the chaotic ancient nation, but Lin Feng did not intend to participate in them. He wanted to return to the reincarnation immortal sect and cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. Then, he wanted to stabilize his cultivation. After Lin Feng reached the boundary emperor realm, he could try to open the evil corpse ring. He could also enter the 6th level of the demon emperor Chonglu. What good things would there be in the 6th level of the demon emperor Chonglu? Lin Feng intended to return to the reincarnation immortal sect before doing so. Originally, Lin Feng, Fire Qilin, and the others had come to the chaotic ancient nation together. However, when they entered the chaotic ancient nation, they were teleported to different places. Therefore, Lin Feng did not know where Fire Qilin had gone. Lin Feng intended to look for Fire Qilin and the others before leaving the chaotic ancient nation. Lin Feng naturally hoped that Fire Qilin, Little Rock King, and the others could obtain powerful opportunities. Then, he would seize the opportunity of the chaotic ancient nation to greatly increase his strength. After leaving the world inside the chaotic gate, Lin Feng and Wu Liang Daoist had to bid farewell. Where do you intend to go? Lin Feng asked Wu Liang Daoist. Wu Liang Daoist chuckled and said, now that so many experts of the myriad races have come to the 9 prefectures and caused destruction, killing so many innocent people, I've decided to take a trip to the myriad race's lair while it's relatively empty. Wu Liang Daoist was not joking when he said that he wanted to excavate the graves of the myriad race's ancestors. Wu Liang Daoist really did have this plan, but he had not taken action before. Now, he was finally going to take action. Lin Feng patted Taoist Wu Liang on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Brother, I support you. You must carry forward the archaeology cause in the nest of the myriad tribes. When I leave the 9 regions for the Starry Sky voyage, maybe I will drop by to see you." Daoist Wu Liang said, Don't come. If you want to go somewhere else. The treasures in the tombs of the ancestors of the myriad races are all mine." This damned Daoist priest was really greedy. He had so many treasures, yet he didn't want to share them with his best friend. After Immeasurable Daoist finished speaking, he quickly left. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was searching for the Fire Chelene and the others in the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. On this day, Lin Feng saw the fallen angel Naylan Manli. She was a top-notch woman. Lin Feng couldn't forget what had happened between him, Naylan Manli, and Yu Simon. Now that he thought about it, his body still felt as if it was instantly ignited by flames. Now, Naylan Manli was in trouble. She was surrounded by more than 10 powerful cultivators. They were cultivators from the extraterrestrial races. There was a special symbol between their eyebrows. The myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other cultivators from the outside world had allied together in an attempt to invade the 9 continents. However, the truth was that these 3 forces weren't united. There were many shady things going on behind the scenes. Killing and seizing treasures often happened between these 3 forces. The leader of the extraterrestrial cultivators was someone from the Bloodstar race. This race was extremely ugly. They had a human body, a bat head, and a pair of huge blood-red wings. Naylan Manli, hand over the things obediently and this young master can still let you live. If you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being ruthless, the Bloodstar race cultivator said sinisterly. His pair of sinister eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Naylan Manli. These extraterrestrial races were all very powerful. Although Naylan Manli's cultivation was also very tyrannical, she was besieged by so many experts. The situation was extremely bad. After hearing the Bloodstar race cultivator's words, Naylan Manli's expression became even more unsightly. However, she didn't hand over the things she wanted. To prevent any accidents from happening, attack with all your might, the Bloodstar race cultivator said coldly. The attacks of the extraterrestrial cultivators were getting stronger and stronger. Naylan Manli was being suppressed to the extreme. It was obvious that she couldn't fight against so many experts by herself. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before she was killed by these people. This woman is really stupid. She's even willing to give up her life for an item. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Naylan Manli must be very clear about the current situation. Even if it was an immortal weapon, she had to hand it over at this moment. Was there anything more important than her own life? Bang! All of a sudden, a cultivator's attack landed on Naylan Manli and sent Naylan Manli flying. Naylan Manli's face turned as white as a sheet of paper. Naylan Manli, who had taken this blow, was seriously injured. While her body was still in midair, the extraterrestrial cultivators had already finished their preparations. They continued to attack Naylan Manli. The current situation could be said to be precarious. Naylan Manli could be killed by these people at any time. If it was in the past, Lin Feng wouldn't have done anything even if he saw this scene. That was because he and Naylan Manli were enemies. However, something wonderful had happened with Naylan Manli and Yu Simon last time. Lin Feng couldn't just sit by and do nothing. Naylan Manli, you're courting death. Don't blame us for being merciless, the Bloodstar race cultivator sneered. The powerful attacks were about to drown Naylan Manli. Naylan Manli couldn't help but reveal a look of despair. There had never been a moment like this. She had never felt so powerless before. She had never felt so close to death. Naylan Manli wasn't willing to die like this. She wanted to fight back. However, it was too late. The battle went on for a long time. Naylin Marnley had used up a lot of her magic power. She had no way of fighting back now. At this moment, Naylin Marnley saw the void in front of her tremble slightly. Then, a man appeared in front of her. The man opened his hand and slapped out. Bang! Along with the sound of a violent collision. The attacks of the extraterrestrial cultivators were instantly destroyed. What a powerful cultivation! Naylin Marnley couldn't help but be extremely shocked. A single person was able to destroy the attacks of so many experts in an instant. Such a cultivation shocked Naylin Marnley. However, Naylin Marnley couldn't help but grit her teeth. Although she only saw a back view. However, after the initial shock, Naylin Marnley quickly recognized the man in front of her. Chapter 2982. Isn't it a little too much to bully a woman with so many people? Don't you feel ashamed? Even I feel embarrassed for you, said Lin Feng indifferently, glancing at the cultivators of the foreign races. Who are you? How dare you meddle in our business? The Bloodstar cultivators looked at Lin Feng with gloomy expressions. They did not attack Lin Feng directly because the strength that Lin Feng had just displayed was too shocking. They were quite wary of him. Before they figured out Lin Feng's identity, they did not dare to continue attacking Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "You don't have the right to know who I am. Hurry up and get lost before I kill you." The extraterrestrial cultivators' expressions were extremely ugly. They had always been high and mighty figures, but today, they were humiliated like this. How could he endure such vexation in his heart? However, when they thought of Lin Feng's strength, they could only endure it for the time being. If a fight really broke out, they would not be able to do anything even if they had the advantage in numbers. It would not be easy to deal with Lin Feng and Naylin Marnley. It's a small world. Let's wait and see, said the cultivator of the Bloodstar clan, glancing at Lin Feng icily. Then, he left with a group of cultivators. Lin Feng could not help but sneer. They were just a bunch of ants. He could not be bothered to deal with them. It would be even better if the Bloodstar cultivators could get some powerful experts to deal with him. Then, he could kill them. Then, he could take their treasures, wealth, and other things. After the Bloodstar cultivators left, Lin Feng turned to Naylin Marnley and asked, "Are you alright?" "I'll kill you," Naylin Marnley shouted coldly. Not only did she not thank Lin Feng, but she also pounced on Lin Feng. Lin Feng moved to the left. He easily dodged Naylin Marnley's attack. Then, Lin Feng hugged Naylin Marnley's slim waist and said with a smile, "What's wrong? How long has it been since we last met? You're already throwing yourself at me. Do you want to have a romantic affair with me, your old lover? The man is handsome and confident, and the woman is beautiful and moving. What a perfect couple. I want to stab you to death." Naylin Marnley gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng said indifferently, "There are many women who love me, and even more who have a crush on me. There are few women who hate me. Shameless people are invincible in this world." Naylin Marnley couldn't help but mock. Said Lin Feng smiling, "Young master, I'm just telling the truth. What about you? You're willing to give up your life for a piece of trash. What do you know? That's the thing that saved my brother's life. Of course, I can't hand it over. If I hand it over, it may be difficult to find it again. At that time, my brother will die." Naylin Marnley bit her red lips and said fiercely. Lin Feng was surprised. He did not think that there was such a reason. It seemed that he had underestimated Naylin Marnley. Naylin Marnley, this woman, was quite affectionate and righteous. "Let me go," Naylin Marnley said coldly. When facing Lin Feng, she still had this cold attitude, keeping people thousands of miles away. Of course, Lin Feng could understand Naylin Marnley. The most precious thing was taken by Lin Feng. Naturally, she would not have any good attitude toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Do you think I'll let you go just because you want me to? I just happen to be lacking a servant girl by my side. You can consider it." Naylin Marnley was a person with status. Now that she heard Lin Feng say that he wanted her to be a servant girl, she suddenly had the impulse to punch Lin Feng into the starry sky. She opened her mouth and bit Lin Feng. But Lin Feng's eyes were sharp and his hands were fast. He pinched Nayland Manley's chin. Nayland Manley's red lips pouted. It added a touch of cuteness. Lin Feng lightly touched Nayland Manley's red lips. Then he let go of Nayland Manley. He walked into the distance, waved his hand with his back to Nayland Manley, and said, "My words are still valid. Go back and think about it carefully," seeing Lin Feng's gradually disappearing back. Nayland Manley's pretty face was cloudy and uncertain. No one knew what she was thinking. Finally, she stomped her feet. She quickly flew into the distance. In the following period of time, the chaotic ancient nation was not peaceful. First, all kinds of miracles appeared. Ancient cultivator caves, herb gardens, ancient tombs, and so on appeared one after another. It attracted countless cultivators to fight over them. Wars broke out in many places. To fight for various opportunities. The various forces were locked in a fierce battle. It was unknown how many people died tragically. The world was clamoring for benefits. For their own interests, brothers could turn against each other. Father and son could break up. Alliances, friends, family relationships, and so on were greatly tested when opportunities appeared again and again. In addition, there was another piece of news. That was, the death of several great emperors caused quite a stir. There was news that 5 great emperors had died. They were the Myriad Race Great Emperor, the Evil Shing Great Emperor, and the Old Golden Crow. This was a clone of a great emperor. The heaven-devouring python of the Outer Realm Great Emperor. Other foreign forces. The Heavenly Star Great Emperor, Tuoba II. The God-falling Star Great Emperor, Mu Yun Hai. Of course, there might be other great emperors who had fallen, but there was no news for the time being. Most of those great emperors fell in the world inside the Chaos Gate. Someone said. The world inside the Chaos Gate was filled with endless mysteries to many people. It said that the evil Shing Great Emperor and one of the old Golden Crow's clones died because of that human Lin Feng. There was another piece of news that caused a huge commotion. However, many people did not believe this news. No matter how strong Lin Feng's cultivation was, he was only a cultivator of the younger generation. How could he kill the evil Shing Great Emperor and one of the old Golden Crow's clones? On this day, the Chaos Gate opened once again. Emperor's aura filled the world. More than a dozen terrifying great Emperor-level beasts walked out from the world inside the Chaos Gate. This caused a huge commotion. Giant crocodile, thunder leopard, titan, 18-winged owl, and other living beings. Which one of them was not an overlord of an area? Lin Feng frowned when he heard about this. Since these beings walked out from the world inside the Chaos Gate, it was very likely that they wanted to leave the chaotic ancient nation and head to 9 states. So many great emperors had appeared all of a sudden. He did not know if it was a good or bad thing for 9 states, which was already in a precarious situation. Lin Feng finally found out about the whereabouts of the Fire Qilin and the others from the Devil race. They said that they had entered an immortal residence in the chaotic ancient nation to cultivate. Chapter 2983. Lin Feng returned to the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. The Reincarnation Immortal Sect was becoming more and more prosperous. More and more geniuses from the 9 states were fighting to join the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. Moreover, the Reincarnation Immortal Sect seemed to be replacing the Taishang Immortal Sect as the #1 immortal sect in the 9 states. In terms of foundation, the Reincarnation Immortal Sect might be inferior to the Taishang Immortal Sect. However, the Taishang Immortal Sect was now so close to the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other foreign cultivators. This made the cultivators of the 9 states extremely angry. They viewed the Taishang Immortal Sect as the biggest traitor of the 9 states. On the other hand, at the Reincarnation Immortal Sect, who didn't know that Master Tortoise had killed the Emperor of the myriad races? Lin Feng had killed countless experts of the myriad races over the years. Countless people were optimistic about Lin Feng's future. The people of the 9 states even saw Lin Feng as the future leader of the 9 states. Under such circumstances, countless people naturally wanted to join the Reincarnation Immortal Sect to seek protection. After Lin Feng returned, everyone was very happy. Now, Lin Feng's women were also in the Reincarnation Immortal Sect. After returning, Lin Feng enjoyed the warmth of the women and quickly went into seclusion. The warmth of the women was a hero's grave. Lin Feng knew this very well. Although he liked beauties, he would not be so obsessed with women that he could not extricate himself. During this seclusion, Lin Feng had a lot of things to deal with. First, he had to see if the evil corpse ring could be opened and what was in the 6th level of Demon Emperor Chonglu. Secondly, Lin Feng obtained some new and powerful remarkable powers. For example, the 15 types of 3000 Great Tao. There were also some remarkable powers that he had not comprehended previously. For example, the magic art left behind by the unknown demon master. These were all things that he needed to comprehend. In the room, Lin Feng sat cross-legged and took out the evil corpse ring. Lin Feng tried to invade the evil corpse ring with his divine thought. However, his divine thought was blocked by the powerful restriction of the evil corpse ring. Lin Feng was not surprised by this. He had prepared himself. He was already prepared, so he began to try to break the restriction on the evil corpse ring. But just like before, Lin Feng was still unable to break the restriction on the evil corpse ring. How strange. Are the restrictions on this ring so powerful? Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. He always felt that the evil corpse ring was a bit strange, because every time Lin Feng cracked the evil corpse ring, he always felt that something was missing. Then, a thought appeared in his mind. Wait for his cultivation to increase a little more. The restriction on the evil corpse ring could be successfully broken. But when Lin Feng's cultivation level increased, he realized that he had become much stronger. He was still unable to break the restriction on the evil corpse ring. Then, the same thought would appear in his mind. He wanted to raise his cultivation a little more. He should be able to break the restriction. But in reality, Lin Feng realized that this idea was misleading. Lin Feng kept the evil corpse ring. He didn't believe that the ring couldn't be opened. If he couldn't open it now, he would open it when he was in the Great Emperor realm. If he couldn't open it when he was in the Great Emperor realm, he would open it when he became an immortal. Lin Feng believed that no matter how extraordinary the evil corpse ring was, sooner or later, he would be able to open it. Then, Lin Feng entered the Chonglu Devil Palace. The Black Bear Sage appeared. Lin Feng let the Black Bear Sage bring him into the 6th level of the Chonglu Devil Palace. The Chonglu Devil Emperor had collected many good things in the past. Lin Feng had already obtained many opportunities in the Chonglu Devil Palace. For example, the martial talisman, the stone sword, the small world of the demon emperor, etc. Of course, there was also the independent space left behind by the space ancient god on the 5th level. Perhaps the inheritance of the space ancient god was hidden there, but Lin Feng had never been able to comprehend the secrets within. Therefore, he hadn't obtained the inheritance of the space ancient god yet. As for what was in the 6th level of the Chonglu Devil Palace, Lin Feng was very curious. The items in the 6th level of the Chonglu Devil Palace must be extraordinary, right? After entering the 6th level, Lin Feng discovered that there was a mural here. The mural was a little blurry, but he could still vaguely make out the contents of the mural. On the mural, there was a beautiful woman. This absolute beauty actually had a body that was half human and half snake. After seeing the woman, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Could this peerless beauty be newer? Behind the peerless beauty was an ancient mountain. It rose and fell continuously. In front of the absolute beauty, there were many living beings kneeling. These living beings were very blurry and lingered in the darkness. They seemed to be a group of extremely evil living beings. Even though he was only looking at the mural, Lin Feng could still feel the sinister and terrifying aura coming from the group of living beings. What is the meaning of this mural? Lin Feng couldn't help but look at the Black Bear Sage. This mural was obtained by the Chonglu Devil Emperor. In the past, the Black Bear Sage had followed the Chonglu Devil Emperor for a long time. He should be very clear about the contents of the mural. The Black Bear Sage said, "Master, this mural is called the Demons Worshipping God Mural. The woman in the mural is Goddess Nua. In the past, the Chonglu Devil Emperor said that this mural seems to contain Nua's inheritance." What? Nua's inheritance is hidden? Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. Nua was one of the greatest living beings of this epoch. Even Pangu's great achievements couldn't compare to Nua's great achievements in creating all living beings. Even the 5 giants of the Primordial era, the sovereigns, Primordial Chaos, Daoist Hongjun, Daoist Lu Ya, and Old Ancestor Hun Kuan had done far more for this epoch than Goddess Nua. A divine ability created by Goddess Nua was naturally extraordinary. It was enough to shock and amaze the world. Therefore, when Lin Feng heard that this mural actually contained a divine ability created by Goddess Nua, he was shocked. The Black Bear Sage said, "That's right. It's like this." In the past, the Chonglu Devil Emperor mentioned it a few times. Furthermore, the Chonglu Devil Emperor seemed to have comprehended its profundity. "That's great. I wonder what kind of divine ability Goddess Nua left behind." Lin Feng couldn't help but feel secretly delighted. If he could comprehend Goddess Nua's divine ability, it would be a huge help to him. It would be able to increase Lin Feng's battle prowess. It would also increase his foundation. A divine ability left behind by an existence like Goddess Nua might be able to devour the karmic luck of heaven and earth. And all the karmic luck of heaven and earth would be added to Lin Feng's body. "Alright, you can leave now. I want to properly comprehend the divine ability left behind by Goddess Nua," Lin Feng said. "Yes, Master. This subordinate will take his leave." The Black Bear Sage responded and left the 6th level of the Chonglu Devil Hall. Chapter 2984. If he could enter a state of epiphany, there was a high chance that he would be able to comprehend the great Tao within. But clearly, entering a state of epiphany wasn't an easy task. Lin Feng's divine will attempted to enter a state of epiphany, but to no avail. But he didn't give up. He had seen all kinds of storms. How could Lin Feng give up so easily after comprehending a mural? Lin Feng began to circulate the mantra of 9 syllables, the mantra of Lin. This divine ability could help a cultivator comprehend the Tao. With the help of the mantra of Lin, gradually, Lin Feng's divine will gradually sensed something different. It was hazy. He seemed to sense that a chaotic world had appeared in front of him. And within this chaotic world, Lin Feng felt a powerful force engulf his entire body. When he opened his eyes, he saw a huge mountain range. Many Xiantian races lived in these mountains. Xiantian races didn't just refer to Xiantian lifeforms. Xiantian lifeforms referred to the strongest existences among the Xiantian races. They were a group of lifeforms nurtured by the heavens and earth. As for the other Xiantian races, apart from the Xiantian lifeforms, they were basically all created by Nua. For example, the Xiantian humans were the earliest human race. Later on, the Xiantian humans were divided into the immortals, celestials, and so on. Of course, most of the Xiantian humans eventually became ordinary humans. The Xiantian crocodile clan had huge bodies. Their gigantic crocodiles were thousands or tens of thousands of meters long. They were very similar to the crocodiles Lin Feng had seen in the world within the Chaos Gate. This was the era where Xiantian lifeforms controlled the world. But in this era, they weren't the only powerful lifeforms. There were also some terrifying demons born in the core world. These demons were also incomparably terrifying. For example, skeletal lizards, ogres, and other lifeforms. Originally, they lived in the dark underground world. But as these lifeforms continued to reproduce, they grew stronger. These lifeforms began to walk out of the underground world and wreak havoc in the human world. Large numbers of lifeforms were eaten by these demons. These demons grew stronger and stronger. There were even many Xiantian lifeforms that were still in gestation. They were all eaten by these demons. Many Xiantian races went in search of Goddess Nua, hoping that she would be able to help them deal with these terrifying Xiantian lifeforms. Mother Nua took pity on the living beings of the world, and so she helped the living beings of the world fight back against these fiends. In the end, she defeated them. These sinister devils knelt on the ground and told Mother Nua that they would enter the demon realm and never come out again. They only begged Mother Nua to spare them. Mother Nua was a kind-hearted woman, and in the end, she agreed to their demands. This was the famous demons worshipping God painting in the myths. The god here was none other than Mother Nua. Lin Feng's spiritual sense immediately withdrew from the world of the mural. However, he discovered that there was an additional cultivation method in his mind. This cultivation technique was none other than the cultivation technique of the demons worshipping God painting. This ability was called the demons worshipping God portrait. After comprehending the cultivation method of the demons worshipping God's portrait, Lin Feng finally succeeded in cultivating it after many days of hard work. Then, he began to comprehend other divine abilities. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. After 3 years of seclusion, Lin Feng finally came out. This time, even though Lin Feng hadn't broken through to the next cultivation level, his fighting abilities had increased by leaps and bounds. This was because not only did he successfully cultivate Mother Nua's inheritance, the demons worshipping God painting, but he also cultivated 15 types of the 3,000 great Taos. Even the cultivation technique left behind by the mysterious demon lord was comprehended by Lin Feng. The demon lord's divine ability was called a thought-blooming flower, Sovereign's Descent. This was definitely a heaven-defying divine ability that the mysterious demon lord had spent his entire life creating. It was even more powerful than the demon ancestor's holy fist. Lin Feng had obtained a total of 2 demon lords' divine abilities. Experts of the demon lord's level would usually create many divine abilities. The demon ancestor's holy fist was, of course, a powerful divine ability. However, Lin Feng guessed that this divine ability wasn't the demon lord's strongest divine ability. However, a thought-blooming flower, Sovereign's Descent was definitely the demon lord's strongest divine ability. Lin Feng guessed that this divine ability was created by the demon lord using his own Tao. It was similar to Lin Feng's sovereign reincarnation fist. The 15 types of the 3,000 great Taos had greatly increased Lin Feng's Tao foundation, making Lin Feng's Tao foundation even stronger. As of now, Lin Feng had cultivated 52 types of the 3,000 great Taos. Most importantly, there were more great Taos that were ranked at the top. This was especially true for the top 10 great Taos. Apart from the Great Destiny technique, Lin Feng hadn't cultivated it. The rest had been cultivated successfully. This was the most difficult point. Any one of the top 10 great Taos was enough to change a person's fate. It would become the foundation of the cultivator's own Tao foundation. But now, Lin Feng had cultivated 9 of the top 10 great Taos. The demons worshipping God painting and a thought-blooming flower, Sovereign's Descent weren't able to increase one's Tao foundation. However, they possessed heaven-defying combat strength. When used in a battle, their power would definitely be shocking. After Lin Feng came out of seclusion, everyone held a celebratory banquet for him. There were many beauties at the banquet. It was truly dazzling. The next day, the sentencing Grand Elder came to Lin Feng to report the major events that had happened in the 9 provinces in the past 3 years. First was the matter of the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. Half a year ago, the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation had disappeared. The cultivators who had entered the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation to train came out one after another. More than 10 terrifying great emperors walked out of the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation. They were the great emperors of the beast race. They hadn't taken human form, but each of them was extremely terrifying. This was especially true for the Titan. His combat strength was heaven-defying. Lin Feng had already expected this. The great emperors of the beast race in the world inside the Primal Chaos Gate were about to come out. No one could stop this from happening. What's the situation with the beast race now? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Some great emperors of the beast race have entered the starry sky world. It's said that they want to travel to outer space. Some great emperors of the beast race are closer to the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign cultivators. Some great emperors of the beast race are closer to the ancient demon continent's demon race. There are even a few great emperors of the beast race who have taken over their own territories. In a short period of time, a large number of cultivators have joined the great emperors of the beast race. The sentencing Grand Elder said. Following that, the sentencing Grand Elder mentioned something else. A mysterious woman has appeared in the 9 provinces. She went to several places of death in the 9 provinces and escaped unscathed. Chapter 2985. Who is that woman? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Such a powerful existence was definitely rare in the world. He had his suspicions, but he didn't dare to confirm if it was that woman. It said that someone saw that woman in the primal chaos ancient nation. Hearing that, Lin Feng could basically confirm that the woman was the female cultivator he had seen in the primal chaos gate. Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his brows when he thought of how powerful that female cultivator was. She was a female sacred spirit, and it was very likely that she was the reincarnation of a peerless expert. Her origin was incomparably mysterious, and her battle prowess was incomparably powerful. Such a terrifying existence had countless secrets hidden within him. What was she looking for in the land of death? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask, "Do you know where that woman is now?" Punishment Grand Elder said, after looking at a few places of death, that woman headed towards Sky Martial Continent. Could it be that she wants to take a look at the land of death in the Martial Sky Continent? Lin Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. The 9 Prefectures' Great World was the starting point of the myriad worlds, so the land of death in the 9 Prefectures' Great World was different from the rest. The land of death in the 9 Prefectures' Great World was divided into the land of death in the 9 Prefectures' Great World and the land of death in the Martial Sky Continent. It was said that the land of death in the Martial Sky Continent was even more shocking than the land of death in the 9 Prefectures' Great World. However, Lin Feng wasn't sure if that was the case. Lin Feng and the Great Elder of Punishments told him about the Holy Spirit, and the Great Elder of Punishments told him a few other things. During the years that Lin Feng had been in seclusion, more and more great emperors from the myriad races, alien races, and other factions had arrived in the 9 prefectures. Those great emperors had all entered the primal chaos ancient nation. Now that the primal chaos ancient nation had disappeared, only a few of those great emperors had left. Most of them had remained in the 9 prefectures. These 3 factions had become increasingly overbearing, and they had begun to encroach on the 9 prefectures' territory. The native factions of the 9 prefectures found it very difficult to contend with them. The Stone Puppet King has started a war with the myriad races. The Great Elder of Punishment spoke of another very important matter. The Stone Puppet King was unfathomably powerful. The Qing Emperor and the Little Stone King had both pledged allegiance to the Stone Puppet King. The Stone Puppet King had many experts under his command. Of course, the key was that the Stone Puppet King himself was strong enough to dominate a region. Why did the myriad races start a war with the Stone Puppet King? Is there a conflict between the 2 sides? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. Previously, the Stone Golem King had occupied his own territory and did not make enemies of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, or other foreign cultivators. Of course, he didn't cooperate with them. They were watching the changes in the 9 regions as if they were watching a show. Now that the myriad races were fighting the Stone Golem King, Lin Feng was stunned. I heard that the Stone Puppet King obtained something in the primal chaos ancient country. Some said that it was the way to become an immortal. I don't know if this rumor is true, but many people did see the Stone Puppet King obtain an ancient scroll. That scroll was shrouded in immortal light and was truly extraordinary. At that time, the ancient god race, ancient demon race, giant scorpion race, sky race, shatterer race, and other races were also fighting for that ancient scroll. These were all royal clans of the myriad races, so they naturally weren't willing to let the Stone Puppet King obtain it. They wanted to take a look at it, but the Stone Puppet King refused, resulting in a war. The First Elder explained. What was the result of that war? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The myriad races joined forces to fight the Stone Puppet King, but not only did they fail to kill him, they even lost a great emperor to him. The Great Elder of Punishment said with a hint of schadenfreude. The loss of a great emperor from the myriad races caused a huge commotion, causing the native cultivators of the 9 regions to be extremely excited. Is the Stone Puppet King really that powerful? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. That's right. The Stone Puppet King is so powerful that he even gained flesh and blood. He has completed an important transformation, and his current combat strength is heaven-defying. The myriad races naturally wouldn't swallow this humiliation, so they sent out even more experts, but they still failed. The Stone Puppet King is simply invincible. Now, the myriad races have sent people to monitor the stone puppet king's every move, but they haven't continued to attack him. The first elder of punishment said. Lin Feng said. Looks like the myriad races have their moments of apprehension. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Aside from the stone puppet king, that otherworldly creature from the ocean is also very dishonest. The first elder of punishment continued. The otherworldly creature the first elder of punishment was referring to was the evil scorpion lord, who spent most of his time running around the four seas, recruiting experts. He had formed a very powerful force. Several evil dragons in the ocean have already submitted to the otherworldly creature, and they seem to want to attack the Dragon Gate. The great Peng King of the demonic race has appeared in the Dragon Gate, scaring off the otherworldly creature, the first elder of punishment said. Hearing this, Lin Feng's killing intent toward the evil scorpion lord grew even stronger. Fortunately, the great Peng King had appeared. Otherwise, the Dragon Gate would have suffered a calamity. There are also those Yazis. They have now occupied a large amount of territory in the Middle Holy State, but they are too powerful. Many of the Zenith Immortal Sect's territories have been occupied by them. The Zenith Immortal Sect used their immortal artifacts, and the great emperors of the myriad races, otherworldly races, and other foreign forces came to help, but they were all defeated by those Yazi. The first elder of punishment said. Lin Feng was surprised. He didn't expect that those Yazis would go against the Zenith Immortal Sect, the myriad races, the otherworldly races, and other foreign forces. But then again, the Middle Holy State was under the control of the Zenith Immortal Sect. If those Yazis were to take over a territory in the Middle Holy State, they would naturally have conflicts with the Zenith Immortal Sect due to competing interests. Therefore, although this matter seemed unexpected, it was also within reason. To be honest, Lin Feng had some relationship with those Yazis. Those Yazis were inadvertently released by Lin Feng from the Forbidden God realm. Of course, that incomparably unlucky His Honor was also released at the same time. However, this His Honor was too arrogant and was eventually killed by Lin Feng's master, Lord Turtle. There were also several powerful creatures that were born later, but those creatures disappeared without a trace. It was unknown if they had left the 9 regions, or if they had never appeared. Lin Feng and the first elder of punishment talked for a long time. From the first elder of punishment, Lin Feng learned about all kinds of things that had happened in the 9 regions in the past few years. He more or less had a clearer understanding of the current situation in the 9 regions. On this day, Lin Feng saw an immortal crane flying over from afar. The immortal crane had a letter in its mouth, but the letter was not for him. The immortal crane landed in another courtyard. Chapter 2986. Lin Feng also thought of the Empress. The Empress had already left the 9 prefectures. He didn't know what she had experienced or where she was. Lin Feng would naturally miss them. The next day, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil sovereign saint headed to the Dragon Sect. The Dragon Sect was a force created by Lin Feng himself. It was completely under Lin Feng's control. It was located in the Sea region and had now become a giant force in the 9 prefectures Sea region. The number of Dragon Sect cultivators had reached 30 million. There were many experts. The main thing was that they lacked the most powerful experts. If there were a few great emperors, the Dragon Sect could definitely be called the number 1 force in the 9 prefectures. Lin Feng had obtained a large amount of immortal iron and godly stones during this period. He took them all out and let the Dragon Sect's blacksmiths continue to forge all kinds of magic treasures. In addition, Lin Feng also took out a large number of magic treasures of the divine artifact level. These magic treasures were given to the Dragon Sect's cultivator army. He let the Dragon Sect's cultivator army equip them. The great Peng King had already left the Dragon Sect. This time, the great Peng King was just passing by and happened to meet the foreign creatures who wanted to attack the Dragon Sect. The great Peng King knew that the Dragon Sect was Lin Feng's force, so he fought a big battle with the foreign creatures and finally scared them off. This holy scorpion evil lord is extremely cunning. He built several strongholds in the Sea region, but it's hard to figure out which stronghold he is hiding in. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown and say, The Holy Scorpion Evil Lord had now recovered to the Great Emperor realm. The foreign creature's recovery ability was too terrifying. If the Holy Scorpion Evil Lord continued to recover like this, no one would be able to suppress him in the future. Lin Feng wanted to kill the Holy Scorpion Evil Lord as soon as possible. However, it would be difficult for him to kill the Holy Scorpion Evil Lord alone. Lin Feng planned to head to the Heavenly Demon Tribe. There were a few powerful figures in the Heavenly Demon Tribe. The Great Peng King, the Peacock King, and the Fire Crow Daoist were all great emperors. Moreover, the three of them were magnanimous people who cared about the people of the 9 prefectures. Previously, when they were in the Primal Chaos Ancient Nation, they had worked together to deal with the foreign creature released by Dugu Di Tian. Lin Feng felt that if he went to ask them for help, they would definitely agree. Before going to the ancient demon continent, Lin Feng made a trip to the Sea Tribe's gathering place in the Spacetime Reversal Sea region to visit Princess Shirley and the Little Mermaid Naza. Princess Shirley and Naza missed Lin Feng dearly after not seeing each other for so many years. Lin Feng stayed for 3 days before leaving. 6 months later, Lin Feng arrived at the ancient demon continent. The ancient demon state was one of the 9 states. It was a state controlled by the demon race. Although there were also forces of other races here. But it does not dominate. The rulers of the ancient demon state were the 7 demon clans. These 7 clans were the Demonic Python clan, the Demonic Ox clan, the Fire Crow clan, the Divine Ape clan, the Demonic Flood Dragon clan, the Demonic Peng clan, and the Golden Lion clan. These 7 clans were incomparably powerful. Furthermore, it had been passed down for a long time. Lin Feng had only interacted with the mighty figure of the Fire Crow clan, Daoist Fire Crow. As for the other clans, he did not have any deep contact with them. Demonic Flood Dragon City. This was one of the oldest cities in the ancient demon state. It was also a city controlled by the Demonic Flood Dragon clan. People came and went here. It was very lively. Many demon race members could be seen everywhere. Not all the demon race members had taken human form. Many of them were still half human and half demon. For example, Lin Feng saw a cultivator with a human body and a tiger's head. In fact, he could have taken human form a long time ago, but he had not done so. This time, Lin Feng came with Du Zhu and the Heretic Supremacy Saint. After arriving at the ancient demon state, they had a deeper understanding of the origins of the 7 demon clans. The origins of the 7 demon clans were extremely shocking. For example, the Fire Crow clan was rumored to be related to Daoist Lu Ya. Therefore, it was rumored that Daoist Lu Ya was a living being born from the essence of flame at the beginning of the epoch. The Demon Python clan's origins were also extremely extraordinary. It was said that the ancestor of this clan was a carnate life form. The inheritance had not been severed until now. It was obvious how powerful this clan was. The Ox Demon clan's ancestor was the great sage who pacifies heaven, the Ox Demon King from the era of the great sage, heaven's equal. He dared to say that he was on par with the heavenly Tao. It was obvious how powerful the Ox Demon King was. Moreover, it was said that the Ox Demon King was the sworn brother of the great sage, heaven's equal. The Ape God clan was also a famous clan. Their ancestor was a stone ape who followed the great sage, heaven's equal in the past. The Demonic Flood Dragon clan's ancestor was the great sage of the ocean cover, Demon King Jiao. This Demon King Jiao was also the sworn brother of the great sage, heaven's equal. The Demonic Rock clan's ancestor was the Rock Demon King, the great sage of the heavens. He was also an invincible existence. In the past, which of the 7 demon saints did not dominate the world? Invincible. The Golden Lion clan's ancestor was the Lion Camel King, the great sage of the moving mountain, who was also one of the 7 demon saints. These powerful clans' inheritance had not been severed until now. There were still powerful existences born in every era. Therefore, they were able to occupy the ancient demon continent. This was a holy land. It was vast, sparsely populated, and rich in resources. After entering the demonic Flood Dragon City, Lin Feng decided to rest for a few days before continuing on his journey. They booked an inn and went to a restaurant to have a meal. What 7 demon clans? They're just exiled clans. They're not the main bloodlines. The true main bloodlines are in our heavenly sage great world. Even their bloodlines have been destroyed. A cultivator in the restaurant sneered, mocking the 7 demon clans. In fact, some of the demon clans in the 9 prefectures were indeed exiled clans. Their bloodlines were destroyed and they stayed in the 9 prefectures to spread their branches. But not all demon clans were like that. For example, the Ox Demon clan, the Fire Crow clan, the Ape God clan, and the demonic Flood Dragon clan had always lived in the 9 prefectures. They were the clans of the 9 prefectures and had nothing to do with the heavenly sage great world. The other 3 clans, the Demon Python clan, the Golden Lion clan, and the Demonic Rock clan, were different. The main bloodlines of these 3 clans were in the heavenly sage great world, and they were even the imperial clans of the heavenly sage great world. However, the ancestors of these 3 clans had a conflict with the main bloodline in the past, so they were separated from the main bloodline. The main bloodline naturally did not want to see this happen, so a great war broke out and many people died on both sides. Only some of the cultivators of these 3 clans fled to the 9 prefectures. They hated the main bloodline very much. However, no one knew how much of this hatred remained with the passage of time. Who is so arrogant? Who dares to behave so atrociously in the ancient demon continent? A demon clan cultivator said coldly, angrily rebuking the cultivator who had spoken. The one who had spoken was a myriad demon clan cultivator dressed in golden robes. He was an extremely handsome man with a chiseled face. He looked disdainfully at the demon clan cultivator and said mockingly, "Who do you think you are? Do you have the right to speak to me? Are myriad demon clans cultivators looking for a sense of existence in the ancient demon continent? I'm afraid you've come to the wrong place." Chapter 2987. The cultivators from the myriad races looked at the Yarrow race cultivator who was about to attack with disdain. "Someone like you wants to attack? Do you think you're worthy?" Hearing the myriad races cultivators' arrogant words, many 9 provinces cultivators could not help but be filled with righteous indignation. The cultivators of the ancient demon continent, in particular, were infuriated. This was the ancient demon continent's devil WM city. This was the territory of the Yarrow race. Since when did the myriad races cultivators dare to behave so atrociously here? Don't be so arrogant. You'll know who's not worthy if you try. The Yarrow cultivator said with an indifferent expression. He's a top genius of the Golden Tiger clan. His name is Dao Yun. Someone recognized the Yarrow cultivator's identity. His origin was not small. The Golden Tiger clan was a powerful Yarrow race that relied on the Devil WRM clan. This clan was talented and had many experts. In particular, the 9 provinces had changed in recent years. The Golden Tiger clan had given birth to many experts. This Dao Yun was a rising star of the Golden Tiger clan in recent years. His cultivation was extremely powerful. Tiger splits heaven and earth. Dao Yun could not help but shout coldly as he slapped at the myriad races cultivator with his palm. An illusory scene appeared in front of Dao Yun. In the illusory scene, a dense ancient forest and a powerful giant tiger appeared. The giant tiger roared, and the group of beasts knelt and bowed their heads. Dao Yun's cultivation was indeed powerful. When he attacked, the phantom of a ferocious beast appeared. Just as the terrifying palm strike was about to land on the myriad races cultivators, the myriad races cultivators suddenly stopped. The myriad races cultivator gently slapped the table. The wine in the cup immediately flew out. He flicked his finger. The wine turned into a sword. One of the drops of wine flew out and turned into a dazzling sword chi that slashed at Dao Yun. The sword chi's power was extremely terrifying. A light attack seemed to be able to tear the void. Its power was shocking. Dao Yun's attack was instantly broken. Dao Yun was shocked and quickly retreated to avoid the sword chi. In the end, he could not really dodge it. Dao Yun took out a powerful magic treasure. He wanted to use the magic treasure to protect his body and block the sword chi's attack. However, the sword chi tore apart Dao Yun's magic treasure. Then, with a slash, Dao Yun's arm was cut off. Ah! Dao Yun screamed as his body flew backward. His face was as pale as a sheet. The diners in the restaurant were shocked. This myriad races cultivator was so powerful, and he did not seem to be very old. He actually cut off one of Dao Yun's arm in one move. His combat strength was terrifying to the extreme. This young master is in a good mood today, so I only cut off one of your arms. You can scram now. The myriad races cultivator sneered with an extremely arrogant expression. Who are you? Dao Yun grabbed the severed arm and looked at the myriad races cultivator with a gloomy expression. Are you worthy of knowing my name? The myriad races cultivator looked at Dao Yun with a mocking look. Dao Yun's. Yun, today's matter will definitely not be taken lightly, Dao Yun said with a gloomy expression, leaving behind a ruthless sentence. Then, he left with a few companions. I've long said that the 9 states cultivators are a bunch of weak and pitiful fellows. Now, it seems that it's true. There's no need to talk about the lowly humans. Only Lin Feng has some reputation. It's mainly because he didn't meet me. If he did, he would have died many times over. Everyone says that the demons of the ancient demon continent are not to be trifled with. Now, it seems that they're nothing more than that. The myriad races cultivator sneered. He did not deliberately lower his voice. His words could be said to be extremely arrogant. Many 9 states cultivators looked gloomy. They could not help but want to attack. However, when they thought of the myriad races cultivator's strength, in the end, they could only endure it. Young Master Kuan's combat strength is monstrous. Naturally, he doesn't fear these lowly beings of the 9 states, the cultivators beside the myriad races cultivator said with a smile. Those cultivators were also from the myriad races. Each of them had a powerful aura. Their strength was obviously very strong. However, in front of this so-called young Master Kuan, they had a fawning expression. Clearly, this young Master Kuan had an extraordinary background. This guy is probably from the myriad races royal family. It's impossible for such a young expert to be unknown. It's very likely that he just arrived in the 9 states in recent years. Du Zhu whispered. Lin Feng nodded. He felt that this was very likely. Ever since the appearance of the ancient chaotic nation, not only did great emperors come to the 9 states, but many other experts also came to the 9 states. This young Master Kuan most likely came to the 9 states around this time. With his strength, there were very few cultivators in the 9 states who could defeat him in the same age group. Young Master Kuan had fought a few battles and won all of them without any suspense. Therefore, he was becoming more and more arrogant. It was said that the demons of the ancient demon continent were not to be trifled with. However, he came to the ancient demon continent to prove to others that the demons of the ancient demon continent were not scary. How dare a thing that's neither a fish nor a bird spout nonsense here? Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself? At this moment, a sneer came from the private room on the 3rd floor. Who is it? Get out here. Young Master Kuan's face immediately darkened. A young man stepped out. This young man was extremely handsome, but his face was extremely cold. His expression was as cold as ice that had been frozen for 1,000 years. It's him, Lin Feng was shocked. He had seen this young man before. He had seen this person in the 6 Gods city. This was a human. Back then, he was only 15 or 16 years old. However, he had defeated Shen Daotian and 7 or 8 other top geniuses of the myriad races royal family. He had become famous in one battle. At that time, it had caused a huge commotion. Lin Feng did not expect to see this person here. Now, 5 or 6 years had passed. This young man should be around 20 years old. However, he still looked very young. Time had not left any traces on his face. Lin Feng still remembered when he saw this young man in the 6 Gods city. This young man was supporting an old man who had one foot in the grave. Lin Feng felt that the old man's flame of life was about to extinguish. He could die at any moment. He wondered if the old man had already passed away. Little brat, who do you think you are? How dare you mock our young Master Kuan? You're just a lowly human. Your hair hasn't even grown out yet, right? You're in such a hurry to jump out and die. You're really courting death. Get down here now and kowtow to our young Master Kuan. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." The cultivators of the myriad races beside young Master Kuan sneered. They looked at the young human cultivator indifferently. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. "It's that person." At this moment, many cultivators of the 9 states recognized the young human cultivator. Then, these cultivators of the 9 states became excited. Apart from Lin Feng, this young human cultivator was definitely one of the strongest among the younger generation of the 9 states. Chapter 2988. Someone said, "That youth seems to be called Jiang Moli. Other than that, there's almost no information about him." Jiang. Could he be from the Jiang family? The Jiang family that created the investiture of the gods? Someone said in shock as he thought of this ancient family. Not Jiang, but Jiang as in Jiang He. The cultivator said. Could he be from a hidden family? It's rumored that there are some hidden families in the 9 states. I wonder if these rumors are true. Another cultivator said. They talked about the hidden families in the 9 states. Some people had suspected that this young human cultivator was the successor of one of the hidden families in the 9 states, but there was no evidence to prove it. There are many people who don't know death. Jiang Moli said coldly. He was very powerful, so he naturally didn't fear these cultivators. 5 or 6 years ago, he was already able to defeat Shen Daotian and the other top geniuses of the 10,000 races. Who knew how terrifying he had grown now? Lin Feng heard the cultivator's conversation. The surname Jiang was very common, so Lin Feng couldn't guess Jiang Moli's identity. However, he could imagine that Jiang Moli's ancestor must be extremely extraordinary. If his ancestor wasn't powerful, it would be very difficult for him to have such terrifying combat strength at the age of 15 or 16. When Du Zhu saw Jiang Moli for the first time, he had wondered if this person had been enlightened by a peerless expert. Moreover, when he saw Jiang Moli, Lin Feng thought of Xiao Tiantian. The little girl was 4 or 5 years old and was innocent and cute. However, her combat strength was heaven-defying. This was because there was an extremely terrifying power sealed in Xiao Tiantian's body. As she grew older, her body would gradually absorb that powerful power and turn it into her own. She wondered if Jiang Moli was in the same situation. One had to know that Jiang Moli was only about 20 years old now. He was only 15 or 16 when he defeated Shen Daotian and the others. When Lin Feng was 15 or 16, he was still a martial master cultivator. It was equivalent to the beginning stage of cultivation. Jiang Moli was able to defeat so many young elites of the 10,000 races at the same age. It was indeed unbelievable. Lowly races, even their brains are so stupid. Young Master Kuan's expression was indifferent as he mocked. This infuriated all the human cultivators present. Because Jiang Moli was a human. Insulting Jiang Moli as a lowly race was equivalent to insulting all the human cultivators present. This guy will be crying in a while. I hope Jiang Moli can defeat this arrogant fellow and let him know the power of the human race. Many cultivators of the 9 regions said. It was not only the human cultivators who were very hostile to these cultivators of the myriad races. Even the monster race cultivators viewed them with hostility. Now, the human race and the demon race had a common enemy. If it weren't for Jiang Moli, Lin Feng couldn't help but take care of this young Master Kuan. This guy was really too hateful. People couldn't help but want to go up and give him a few slaps. Do you know how to spout nonsense just because you're not a fish or a bird? It's just food for us. Jiang Moli retorted. He must have seen through young Master Kuan's true body, which was why he was mocking him. Neither fish nor bird. Many people muttered in their hearts, wondering what kind of creature this was. But no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't think of anything. Young Master Kuan's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said coldly, "Don't kill him directly. Leave him alive. I want to see him kneel in front of me like a dog and kowtow to beg for mercy. Don't worry, young Master Kuan. When the time comes, we will definitely make this kid kneel and beg for mercy." Several cultivators of the myriad races said sinisterly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Then, these people all flew up and rushed towards Jiang Moli on the 3rd floor. These cultivators of the myriad races were all very powerful and had terrifying auras. They were all quasi-emperor cultivators. Even though there were many experts of the myriad races, quasi-emperor cultivators were definitely big shots. It was precisely because of this group of people that young Master Kuan's identity was even more mysterious and extraordinary. If you offend young Master Kuan, you can only apologize with death. These cultivators of the myriad races sneered with monstrous killing intent. Everyone attacked Jiang Moli with powerful attacks. Jiang Moli's expression seemed to never change. He always had that cold look on his face. There was a look of indifference in his eyes. He stretched out his right hand and slapped out. A huge energy palm condensed in the void and slapped towards the cultivators of the myriad races. The power of that energy palm was extremely powerful. It instantly shattered the attacks of the cultivators of the myriad races. That energy palm had yet to hit the cultivators of the myriad races. Those cultivators of the myriad races began to vomit blood. Their faces were as pale as paper. They were all severely injured. "Young Master Kuan, save us." These cultivators of the myriad races cried out in horror. Previously, they were so high and mighty, insufferably arrogant. Now, there was only fear and shock. They wanted to struggle, but they were powerless. It was only at this moment that they realized how powerful this ridiculously young human cultivator in front of them was. They could feel the life aura of this human cultivator. He was so young. Even among the myriad races, it was almost impossible to find a cultivator of this age who had such heaven-defying combat strength. Now, the confidence of these cultivators of the myriad races was completely shattered. The only thing they could do now was to ask young Master Kuan for help. What a powerful cultivation! Although they had heard of Jiang Moli's strength, there were too few people who had really seen him in action. Now that they saw how terrifying Jiang Moli was, everyone was deeply shaken by this. Such tyrannical combat strength was indeed shocking. Even Lin Feng was very surprised. Jiang Moli was definitely a terrifying existence. This guy was so young, how did his cultivation increase? Could it be that he was enlightened? But Lin Feng felt that Jiang Moli didn't seem to have increased his cultivation through enlightenment. "You dare to touch my people? I think you're tired of dying too slowly." Young Master Kuan's voice was cold. He attacked. Young Master Kuan jumped out and slapped Jiang Moli with his palm. Behind young Master Kuan's back, a boundless ocean appeared. The end of the ocean couldn't be seen. A big fish appeared in the ocean. Lin Feng had never seen such a big fish. Its body was thousands of miles long. It was like a continent floating on the surface of the sea. That big fish slightly trembled its body, and in an instant, the entire ocean world trembled violently. Suddenly, the big fish rushed into the 9 heavens and turned into a huge rock. It spread its wings and flew high. Chapter 2989. Is that a Kuan Peng? Many people exclaimed when they saw the huge creature behind young Master Kuan. So this young Master Kuan is a Kuan Peng. Lin Feng was shocked. The Kuan Peng was a famous creature. Many books had records of the Kuan Peng. For example, Zhuangzi, The Carefree Journey said, in the north, there is a fish called the Kuan. The Kuan is thousands of miles long. It turns into a bird and is called the Peng. The Peng's back is thousands of miles long. It flies in anger and its wings are like the clouds in the sky. This meant that in the north, there was a fish called the Kuan. The Kuan was so huge that it stretched for thousands of miles. This fish, the Kuan, could turn into a Peng. Once it turned into a Peng, its back was thousands of miles long when it spread its wings. The Peng spread its wings and soared high, its wings covering the clouds in the sky. The Kuan Peng was a very special creature. It was a fish in the water and turned into a Peng when it left the water. It was amphibious in both the air and the water. However, whether it was in the air or in the water, the Kuan Peng was a giant. This creature was extremely terrifying and its battle strength was heaven-defying. Lin Feng had not read The Carefree Journey before, but he had read the Classic of Mountains and Seas. In the Classic of Mountains and Seas, the Kuan Peng was recorded as follows: in the north, there is a fish called the Kuan. Its body is thousands of miles long and an immortal built a palace on it. When the kuan leaves the water, it can turn into a peng. Its back is thousands of miles long and can carry an immortal palace. The introduction of the classic of mountains and seas was even more mythical because it mentioned immortals when it introduced the kuan peng. It said that the immortals built the palace on the kuan's back. When the kuan soared into the sky, it turned into a peng and could carry the immortal palace to many places. Therefore, the classic of mountains and seas described the kuan peng as the mount of the immortals. Regardless of whether it was the carefree journey or the classic of mountains and seas, the introduction of the kuan peng was extremely shocking. This showed how powerful this creature was. Lin Feng had only heard of the kuan peng before, but had never seen one. This young master kuan was actually a peng. It was shocking. Du Zhu said, "I've heard that there are some races in the heavenly sage great world. Due to their extremely small population, they aren't listed as the royal race or the royal race. However, no one dares to look down on these clans because even though they have fewer people, any random cultivator from these clans can be considered pitilessly terrifying." Lin Feng nodded. He knew what Du Zhu wanted to say. Du Zhu meant that the Kuan Peng clan that young Master Kuan belonged to could very well belong to such a force. Young Master Kuan's attack was extremely terrifying. That huge rock wanted to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. Jiang Moli had no choice but to defend. The other myriad races cultivators could take advantage of this opportunity to escape from Jiang Moli's attack. Jiang Moli's lips curled into a mocking smile. He didn't retract his previous attack. Facing the rock's attack, Jiang Moli opened his mouth and spat. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of air. And that breath. It turned into a beam of sword energy. This was the technique of exhaling breath like a sword. One breath turned into sword energy and broke through billions of divine abilities. Perhaps many people could use this technique. However, it was rare to see someone like Jiang Moli who could use it so well. No. Several myriad races cultivators cried out in horror. But no one could save them. Even young Master Kuan couldn't do it. Bang! When Jiang Moli's attack landed on their bodies, the bodies of several myriad races cultivators exploded. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. They died tragically on the spot. Courting death. Young Master Kuan was furious when he saw the people who followed him die. He didn't particularly care about the lives of those people. What he cared about was his face. Those myriad races cultivators had asked for help, but he couldn't save them. This made young Master Kuan feel very embarrassed. Therefore, young Master Kuan's killing intent was monstrous. Powerful magic power continuously poured into the rock, and the rock's strength increased greatly. The rock's sharp claws were about to grab Jiang Moli. At this moment, the sword energy formed by Jiang Moli's breath had already arrived in front of the rock. Poochie. The rock was directly torn apart. Then the sword energy slashed towards young Master Kuan. After feeling the power of the sword energy, young Master Kuan couldn't help but be shocked. He quickly retreated. At the same time, he condensed a powerful divine ability to block the attack of the sword energy. Young Master Kuan's methods were extraordinary. He evolved a pitch-black night sky to devour the sword energy and was about to use a new divine ability to deal with Jiang Moli. At this moment, Jiang Moli had already appeared in front of young Master Kuan. The result of this battle is out. Evil supremacy, Saint said. Lin Feng couldn't help but nod. This young Master Kuan's cultivation was indeed very powerful, but there was still a huge gap between him and Jiang Moli. He really didn't know how Jiang Moli cultivated. At this moment, the Demon Lord's voice sounded in Lin Feng's mind. A day in the cave is 100 years in the outside world. You don't know the sorrow of time, and all thoughts turn to ashes. Hearing the Demon Lord's poem, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but move. The Demon Lord probably wanted to say that Jiang Moli might have entered some place that could change the flow of the world to cultivate. There were such places in the ancestral land of the demon race in the ancient demon continent and even the sacred ground of the reincarnation immortal sect. However, the sacred ground of the reincarnation immortal sect was extremely far away. And it didn't seem to be in the 9 prefectures. Therefore, Lin Feng had never had the chance to go there. If Jiang Moli had entered a place that could change the flow of time to cultivate, it could explain why he could have such heaven-defying combat strength at this age. However, it was rare to see a place that could change the flow of time. He didn't know where Jiang Moli had entered. Like a bird but not a bird, like a fish but not a fish. What a freak! Jiang Moli sneered and punched at young Master Kuan. Above his fist, there were shadows of the gods. This punch was called the Fist of the Gods. It was as if the gods were singing, as if they were shouting, as if they were roaring at the heavens and earth. The power of this God Legion fist was truly terrifying. Even though the surrounding cultivators were far away, they could still feel the terror of this divine ability, let alone young Master Kuan, who was enveloped by this fist. Young Master Kuan was shocked and hurriedly condensed a divine power to resist. He used the Kuan Peng World Creation divine power to block Jiang Moli's attack. But this divine power was instantly broken by Jiang Moli. Jiang Moli punched young Master Kuan. Fart! Young Master Kuan spat out a mouthful of blood as if he was struck by lightning. His body flew backward and his face was as pale as paper. Jiang Moli was decisive and wanted to kill young Master Kuan. Little bastard, you're actually so ruthless. You're courting death. Chapter 2990. Is that a Kuanpeng Great Emperor? These myriad race Great Emperors are too arrogant. As experts of the older generation, they dare to attack a junior so openly. Do they think there's no one in 9 provinces who can stop them? Many human cultivators roared with righteous indignation after seeing the skinny Great Emperor attack. The scene before them infuriated them greatly. Everyone looked at Jiang Moli worriedly. They wondered if Jiang Moli could stop this myriad race Great Emperor's attack. This myriad race Great Emperor was definitely a terrifying existence. Moreover, he wasn't a God Emperor. This was because Lin Feng had killed the evil execution Great Emperor, who was a God Emperor. Thus, he knew what kind of aura a God Emperor cultivator would emit. This myriad race Great Emperor's aura was countless times stronger than the evil execution Great Emperor. Thus, Lin Feng guessed that this Great Emperor was very likely an immortal emperor or even stronger. Even he couldn't help but sweat for Jiang Moli. If Jiang Moli couldn't defeat Lin Feng, he would be ready to attack at any time. It wasn't easy for the human race to have such a heaven-defying young cultivator besides himself. Lin Feng naturally didn't want to see Jiang Moli die in the hands of the myriad race Great Emperor. 100 transformations. Jiang Moli attacked in the face of the myriad race Great Emperor's attack. His body shook slightly. Hundreds of illusory figures appeared. No one knew which one was the real Jiang Moli. The Jiang Moli that the myriad race Great Emperor destroyed was only an illusory figure. This Jiang Moli's methods were truly shocking. Void imprisonment. Suddenly, the Emperor of the myriad races struck out once more. This time around, he unleashed a powerful mystic skill that locked down the entire void. After the void was sealed, the Jiang Moli figures appeared. The figures condensed by Jiang Moli dissipated, leaving only Jiang Moli's original body. The myriad race Great Emperor attacked Jiang Moli's real body. He wouldn't stop until he killed Jiang Moli. Do you really think the humans of 9 provinces are so easy to bully? At this moment, an old voice came from the 3rd floor of the pavilion. Swoosh. The next moment, a figure silently appeared in front of Jiang Moli. It was an old man. He had aged beyond recognition. His body was withered. Like a candle in the wind, its flame of life was about to be extinguished at any moment. Lin Feng stood up when he saw the old man. It was him. Back in 6 God City, Lin Feng had seen Jiang Moli supporting this old man. Originally, Lin Feng thought that after a few years, this old man might have already fallen. But he never thought that he would be able to survive until now. Previously, Lin Feng had tried to probe the old man's realm, but he found that the old man was very ordinary. However, Lin Feng did not believe that the old man was an ordinary person. Looking at it now, he wasn't an ordinary old man. It was just that his cultivation base was not high enough to detect the old man's cultivation base. After the old man appeared, he raised his right hand and a golden light flew out from his finger. The golden light instantly pierced through the void. He charged towards the myriad race's great emperor. This was just a casual strike. But its power was too terrifying. The myriad race's great emperor was so scared that his face was as pale as paper. He quickly dodged the attack of the golden light, but he couldn't dodge it. Then, the myriad race's great emperor took out 7 or 8 defensive Dharma treasures, but they were all instantly pierced through. The power of the golden light didn't seem to weaken much. It continued to charge towards the myriad race's great emperor's head. This. Many people looked at the mysterious old man in shock. This old man was too terrifying. And the key was that this old man had said that there was no one in the human race of the 9 states. What did this mean? This meant that this old man was an extremely powerful cultivator of the 9 states. It was really exciting that such an expert had appeared in the 9 states. Heavenly rock skill. The myriad race's great emperor couldn't help but roar. His hands kept changing seals, and a creature with a human body and a rock head appeared behind him. That creature's movements were exactly the same as his. Then, a twisting vortex appeared. The twisting vortex wanted to devour the old man's golden light attack, and it even wanted to devour the old man as well. However, the golden light was so powerful that it instantly shattered the golden vortex. With a poochie, it pierced through the myriad race's great emperor's head. The moment the myriad race's great emperor's head was pierced, the golden light released a terrifying power. That terrifying power instantly destroyed the myriad race's great emperor's body. With a bang, there was an explosion. The myriad race's great emperor's body exploded, leaving only a ball of soul in the old man's hand. "Ah, old man, how dare you destroy my body? You'll die a horrible death." The myriad race's great emperor cursed venomously. The old man said indifferently, "You're still so arrogant even when death is at hand. Since that's the case, this old man will destroy your soul. Hold it." At this moment, a deep voice rang out. A tall and burly old man stepped out of the void. It was another great emperor. And it was the myriad race's great emperor. 5th sacred ancestor. When young Master Kuan saw the old man, his pale face immediately regained its color. He quickly bowed to the old man. Since young Master Kuan called him 5th sacred ancestor, clearly, this old man was also from the Kuan Peng race. "Sir, save me." The myriad race's great emperor's soul in the old man's hand could not help but cry for help. The old man raised his eyelids and looked at the Kuan Peng race's 5th sacred ancestor. Then, he asked indifferently, "How about we both take a step back today? I'm sure you don't want to become enemies with the Kuan Peng race, right?" The 5th sacred ancestor said. Even in a negotiation, the 5th sacred ancestor was acting all high and mighty. This made many 9 states cultivators feel disgusted. But their words carried little weight. This was a negotiation between great emperors. No one could get a word in edgewise. Everyone looked at the old man, wondering what he would do. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. In the future, if any great emperor of the myriad races dares to kill any cultivators below the great emperor level, this old man will personally head to the heavenly sage great world and slaughter thousands of races. The old man said with an indifferent expression. His words made the blood of all the 9 regions cultivators present boil with excitement. It was an extremely domineering declaration. To say such words in front of the Kuan Peng race's 5th sacred ancestor was truly domineering. As soon as the old man finished speaking, then, he crushed the myriad race's great emperor's soul. Just like that, the great emperor, who was at least an immortal emperor, was completely destroyed. Chapter 2991. What happened in Devil Dragon City soon spread across the entire 9 prefectures. Furthermore, someone had used a precious crystal ball to record such a scene. Even the voice of the Mother King Human King was recorded. Perhaps it was out of respect for the Mother King Human King, the person who recorded these images had altered the image of the Mother King Human King. No one could see the face of the Mother King Human King clearly. All they could see was a blurry figure. However, the voice of the Mother King Human King could be heard clearly. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. In the future, If the emperors of the myriad races dare to kill any cultivators below the level of the 9 prefectures, I will personally head to the heavenly sage great world and slaughter them all. These words spread across the entire 9 prefectures. The various races were furious. To think that there would be a cultivator who dared to provoke them like this. To head to the heavenly sage great world and slaughter them all? Was he looking down on them? The killing intent of the emperors of the various races surged. They could not wait to kill this king human king. This person is extraordinary. Investigate his background. Some emperors of the various races said. Then, they began to investigate the identity of this king human king. They seemed to have found something unbelievable. Eventually, all the emperors of the various races fell silent. The emperors of the extraterrestrial races and other external forces were also investigating the identity of this king human king. Soon, they fell silent as well. They were no longer as brazen as before. How could the emperors of the extraterrestrial races and other external forces not know that the king human king's warning to the various races was equivalent to a warning to them? The cultivators of the 9 prefectures were extremely excited. This was especially so for the human cultivators of the 9 prefectures. They were practically dancing in joy. Although there were some emperors among the cultivators of the 9 prefectures, most of them were from the demon race. Other than the Red World Fairy, there did not seem to be a second king human king. Author's note: although the savage is extremely powerful, he is very mysterious and does not appear in front of outsiders. Furthermore, he is not from the 9 prefectures. And now, the appearance of this old man was the second king human king to appear. Right now, countless cultivators were talking about this king human king. The various races were naturally gnashing their teeth in hatred. Many of them hoped that the emperors of the various races could kill this king human king to show the might of the 10,000 races. As for the extraterrestrial races and other external forces, they were extremely wary of this king human king. They also hoped that the emperors of the human king were. However, despite the expectations of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from other forces, the myriad races' great emperors did not make any moves. This caused many people to be puzzled. Could it be that the old emperor is so scared that the other great emperors don't dare to attack? Everyone felt that this was indeed a possibility. The background of this king human king was mysterious and incomparably strong. To think that he would dare to say something like heading to the heavenly sage great world to wipe out thousands of races. From this, one could tell just how strong this king human king was. Some people saw that when the great emperor of the Devil Dragon clan saw this old emperor, he was very respectful, as if he was a junior. King Tian Emperor. There were a total of 10 individual courtyards in this area, surrounded by large green meadows, small bridges, flowing water, rockeries, strange rocks, and pavilions. The environment was very beautiful. In the beginning, Lin Feng did not know that the old emperor lived here. It was only when the great emperor of the Demon Flood Dragon clan came to visit the old emperor that he found out. The great emperor of the Demonic Flood Dragon clan isn't such a humble person. You should know that the origin of his ancestor is too frightening. His bloodline is incomparably powerful and has always been the most powerful force of the demon race. And until now, it is said that the great emperor of the Demonic Flood Dragon clan has already awakened his bloodline 6 times. His combat strength can be said to be heaven-defying. He has obtained many supreme techniques from his ancestor. Even the great emperors of the myriad races are afraid of him. A yarrow cultivator said. The great emperor of the Demon Flood Dragon clan did not stay for long before leaving. Many people wanted to visit the old emperor, but they all stopped in the end. How could anyone be able to meet a character like the old emperor? This old emperor is really too powerful. I wonder who he is exactly. I plan to pay him a visit, Lin Feng said. He planned to pay the old emperor a visit. Lin Feng took out a million-year-old immortal herb. Although it was not an immortal herb, it could extend one's lifespan by tens of thousands of years. It might be useful to the old emperor. You might not be able to meet the old emperor, Du Zhu said. Let's give it a try, Lin Feng said. Many cultivators came and went in the courtyard. There were cultivators from the 9 states, the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. These people all wanted to see the old emperor. But aside from the great emperor of the demon flood dragon clan, no one rashly went to pay him a visit, as that would be an act of overestimating one's capabilities. Lin Feng brought Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage with gifts to pay the old emperor a visit. Many people looked at the 3 of them. Is this person going to pay the old emperor a visit? Who does he think he is? Is he qualified to meet the old emperor? A cultivator said. Not many people knew Lin Feng. Moreover, this was the ancient demon continent, and it was Lin Feng's first time here. Cultivators who knew Lin Feng were even rarer. His Lin Feng from the human race, a cultivator said, pointing out Lin Feng's identity. It wasn't that everybody didn't know Lin Feng. There were still people who recognized him. So his Lin Feng. The others were very surprised. The name of the human race's Lin Feng had spread throughout the 9 states. Who did not know? Who did not know? And now, Lin Feng had come to the ancient demon continent. Some cultivators from the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces looked at Lin Feng with cold eyes. This was a name that made them gnash their teeth in anger, and also a name that made them incomparably fearful. Junior Lin Feng is here to pay a visit to Senior. Lin Feng stood outside the courtyard and said loudly. Creak. At that moment, the door opened. Then, Jiang Moli walked out. Jiang Moli still had that cold expression on his face. His expression was like 10,000-year-old ice. So you're Lin Feng. I've heard of your name a long time ago, and I'm finally able to meet you today. Jiang Moli's voice was indifferent. Nice to meet you. Lin Feng cupped his fists and said, please help me pass the message. I want to pay a visit to your ancestor. Let's see if you're qualified. Jiang Moli said coldly. He stepped forward, his body emitting a terrifying aura. Chapter 2992. When Jiang Moli debuted, he was only 15 or 16 years old. At that time, Lin Feng was already a famous cultivator in the 9 provinces. He was known as the leader of the younger generation in the 9 provinces. Jiang Moli was an extremely proud person. He had defeated Shen Daotian and the others from the myriad race's royal family. Originally, Jiang Moli thought that when others mentioned him, they would definitely be able to compare him to Lin Feng. But in fact, when others mentioned him, they would only say that after Lin Feng, another powerful genius had finally appeared in the 9 provinces. This made Jiang Moli extremely unconvinced. He had always wanted to find Lin Feng to spar and even defeat Lin Feng to let others know that he was the #1 genius in the 9 provinces. However, Jiang Moli had never found this opportunity. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 years had passed. Jiang Moli was no longer the weak youth of the past. But he was still as arrogant as ever. His desire to defeat Lin Feng to prove that he was the #1 genius had never changed. Now that he saw Lin Feng in person, Jiang Moli attacked without hesitation. They're fighting, many people couldn't help exclaiming when they saw Jiang Moli attack Lin Feng. It's an internal strife. The cultivators of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces were all excited when they saw Jiang Moli attack. They couldn't wait to see Lin Feng and Jiang Moli both suffer. It would be best if both of them died. Lin Feng quickly retreated and distanced himself from Jiang Moli. Lin Feng said indifferently, I'm here to visit the old senior. I'm not interested in fighting with you. If you really want to find someone to fight, there are many top geniuses from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces. You can find them to fight, defeat, or even kill them and show the might of the 9 provinces human race. Jiang Moli said indifferently, I naturally won't let those people go, but I also want to test your cultivation and see if you're qualified to be called the #1 genius in the 9 provinces. It's just a title. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Lin Feng said indifferently, unwilling to fight with Jiang Moli. If I want it, I will fight for it with my own strength. I don't need you to give it to me. Jiang Moli walked towards Lin Feng step by step. His body exuded a powerful aura that continued to envelop Lin Feng. I don't want to fight you. Stop here. Lin Feng said indifferently. Are you afraid of me? If you're afraid, say it now, and I won't target you anymore. Jiang Moli said conceitedly. Ever since his debut, Jiang Moli's performance had always been extremely heaven-defying. He had defeated many top prodigies of the myriad races. He was simply invincible and had never been defeated. This greatly increased Jiang Moli's confidence. It's not that I'm afraid, I just don't want to. Your cultivation is pretty good, but compared to me, there's still a big gap. Right now, you should concentrate on cultivating. Don't think too much about useless things. You've always been by the old senior's side, so there's a lot of things that I don't need to tell you. I think the old senior has already told you. Lin Feng said indifferently. Seeing Lin Feng's casual attitude as if he was teaching him a lesson, Jiang Moli was extremely angry. He said coldly, "You're not much older than me, but you actually dare to teach me a lesson here. How laughable. After I defeat you later, I wonder if you'll feel ashamed when you think about this." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Moli leaped out. 9 killing sword chi. Jiang Moli's body directly turned into 9 sword chi. The 9 sword chi split into 9 directions and locked onto Lin Feng. The sword chi shook slightly. It was enough to collapse the void. It was extremely powerful. It was truly shocking and incomparably terrifying. It's actually this divine ability. This is a legendary divine ability. The 9 killing sword chi can lock onto the 9 types of chi of life, death, reincarnation, loneliness, and destruction. Once a cultivator is locked onto, they won't be able to dodge and can only resist the 9 sword chi. As long as a single sword chi enters the body, it will cause great damage to the body. This Jiang Moli is truly terrifying. He has even cultivated the long-lost 9 killing sword chi to such a high level. I wonder if Lin Feng can withstand Jiang Moli's attack. Don't underestimate Lin Feng too much. Since he's known as the #1 genius of the 9 states, he naturally has the strength to do so. Some cultivators couldn't help but discuss as they watched the battle between the two. At this moment, the 9 sword chi that Jiang Moli had turned into quickly slashed over. It sealed off all the paths that Lin Feng could escape from. Lin Feng had no other choice but to fight. 9 killing sword chi. 1 with the sword. What a powerful sword technique. However, it's useless against me, Lin Feng said indifferently. He took a step forward and locked onto one of the 9 beams of sword chi. Then, he threw a punch at it. Clang. Accompanied by a sonorous collision sound, the sword chi seemed to have directly slashed at an extremely powerful defensive magic treasure. Lin Feng's body was now comparable to an imperial emperor's body. Even a giant god's magic treasure was not as strong as Lin Feng's body. After the two sides fiercely collided, Jiang Moli was beaten back to his original state. Lin Feng had just used the 72 transformations to deduce where the flaw of Jiang Moli's divine ability was. Moreover, he had successfully found the flaw of this divine ability. This was the terror of the 72 transformations. Not only could the 72 transformations imitate any kind of divine ability, but it could also deduce the flaws of these divine abilities. After breaking Jiang Moli's divine ability, Lin Feng quickly rushed forward and threw a punch at Jiang Moli. Jiang Moli was shocked. He didn't expect his powerful divine ability to be so easily broken by Lin Feng. Facing Lin Feng's punch, Jiang Moli couldn't dodge it. Jiang Moli wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only choose to resist Lin Feng's punch. He also threw a punch at Lin Feng. A muffled collision sound was heard. Lin Feng's punch directly hit Jiang Moli's body and sent him flying. You lost, Lin Feng said indifferently with his hands behind his back. He didn't continue to attack Jiang Moli. Just as he said, although Jiang Moli was very powerful, there was still a big gap between him and Jiang Moli. I haven't lost. This is just the beginning, Jiang Moli said coldly. He didn't admit defeat and rushed towards Lin Feng, wanting to fight with Lin Feng again. Moli, there's always someone better. You're not this little brother Lin's match. Back down. An old voice came from the courtyard. The old emperor had spoken. He didn't stop Jiang Moli from fighting with Lin Feng before. Perhaps he wanted to see what level Lin Feng was at. Jiang Moli was extremely unconvinced, but he didn't dare to disobey the old emperor. Yes, grandfather, Jiang Moli answered. Little friend, come in. The old emperor said. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the evil dominator Holy entered the old emperor's courtyard. Jiang Moli followed with a gloomy expression. Chapter 2993. The old emperor sat in the courtyard and brewed tea. The refreshing aroma of the tea filled the air. When Lin Feng smelled the aroma of the tea, he felt as if all the pores on his body had opened up. He wondered what kind of tea the old emperor was brewing. But it was definitely an extremely rare spiritual tea. Junior Lin Feng pays his respects to senior. Lin Feng bowed to the old emperor. Du Zhu and the evil dominator sage bowed as well. The old emperor smiled and said, "No need to be so polite. We seem to have met twice before. The first time was in the 6 Divine Valleys, and the second time was in that restaurant." This was the second time Lin Feng had met the two of them. Both times, there were so many people around. Lin Feng was shocked that the old emperor had noticed him. As expected of a peerless expert. Wherever he went, the people he saw would be instantly imprinted in his mind. Furthermore, he would never forget them. Lin Feng said, "It's like this. The first time was in the 6 God city. I saw senior from afar. The second time was in the restaurant. This is the second time I've met senior." The old emperor smiled and said, "Actually, to be honest, we do have some connections. A few years ago, I trained with your master, Lord Tortoise. However, many years have passed in the blink of an eye." Lin Feng was shocked. The old emperor was actually someone from the same generation as his master, Master Tortoise. Lin Feng remembered that Master Tortoise once told him after a drink that the people from his generation in the 9 continents were basically all dead. This showed how long Master Tortoise had lived. However, there were still some people in this world who had never been born. Perhaps they had been forgotten by countless people, but they were still alive. Just like the old emperor in front of him. A powerful person like Master Tortoise would naturally not go out to train. When it came to training, it referred to the crucial period when one was young to increase one's knowledge and cultivation. Many people would often go out to train. No one knew how long the old emperor had lived. I didn't expect senior to be an old friend of my master. My master often talks about his old friends. If he knew about senior, he would be extremely happy, Lin Feng said. The old emperor said, "Perhaps I'll pay a visit to the Reincarnation Immortal sect and meet your master. When the time comes, this junior will definitely welcome you with open arms," Lin Feng said respectfully. The old emperor poured a cup of tea for Lin Feng. He then asked, "Little friend, would you like to try this cup of tea?" "Thank you, senior," said Lin Feng, thanking him. Then, he started tasting the tea. Over the years, Lin Feng had also collected some spirit tea, so he had done some research on spirit tea. This cup of spirit tea was light in color, but it was overflowing with a fragrant aroma. One could vaguely see a small dragon swimming within the teacup. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was very surprised. This cup of spirit tea was really extraordinary. Maybe it was a cup of immortal tea. Lin Feng immediately tasted it and immediately felt as if all the pores on his body had opened up. The tea contained an unimaginable amount of spiritual energy. Now, Lin Feng's body was absorbing the spiritual energy of the tea with all its might. He felt as if something was being excreted from his pores. Moreover, Lin Feng felt sticky all over. It was very uncomfortable. There was even a faint stench coming from his body. This is... Lin Feng looked at the cup of spirit tea in shock. He had only taken a sip, but his body had already excreted a large amount of impurities. This was really unbelievable. This was because Lin Feng's body had already reached the level of an imperial emperor. With such a strong body, the amount of impurities in the body was usually very little. Of course, it did not mean that there were no impurities. Any cultivator would have impurities in their body. It was just a matter of quantity. The impurities in Lin Feng's imperial emperor body were all impurities that were extremely difficult to remove. It was extremely difficult to expel those impurities. Now, the old emperor's cup of spirit tea was continuously expelling the impurities in Lin Feng's body. The effect of this spirit tea was really amazing. "Little friend, how do you feel?" the old emperor asked. "It's comparable to an immortal tea," Lin Feng said. Jiang Moli said coldly. "This is purple dragon tea. It's very rare. I'm sure you've never seen something like this before." Lin Feng smiled slightly and did not refute Jiang Moli. Clearly, Jiang Moli was still very unhappy about losing to him and was still suppressing a ball of fire in his heart. Therefore, Lin Feng did not need to pay attention to Jiang Moli at all. This child was very talented and powerful. However, perhaps because he was too young, he had experienced too few setbacks. Therefore, his temperament needed to be polished. The old emperor said, "Moli, don't be so rude." Jiang Moli responded and did not say anything else. The old emperor then poured a cup of spirit tea for Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage. The two of them were very excited and hurriedly thanked the old emperor. After drinking the spirit tea, the impurities in their bodies were gradually expelled. Lin Feng took out the gift he had prepared in advance. It was a phoenix blood origin herb. It was an immortal level treasure. Lin Feng placed it in a white jade box. Lin Feng said, "This spirit herb can extend one's lifespan by 10,000 years. It will definitely be useful to senior. This is a gift from junior to senior." The old emperor said, "Little friend, you've troubled me. It's just that there are some problems with this old man's body that are difficult to cure. Even the immortal medicine can't cure this old man's body. Little friend, keep this thing and keep it as a backup, or give it to someone who needs it." Lin Feng was shocked. There was something wrong with the old emperor's body. Even when there was something wrong with his body, he was still so powerful. If there was nothing wrong with his body, how powerful would the old emperor be? This is Junior's kind intention. "Senior, please accept it," Lin Feng insisted. The old emperor finally nodded. "Thank you for your concern." Lin Feng did not disturb the old emperor too much and left. The old emperor asked Jiang Moli to send Lin Feng away. After leaving the courtyard, Jiang Moli looked coldly at Lin Feng and said, "I'll find another time to fight with you again. I'll let you know how powerful I am." Lin Feng said indifferently, "Forget it. It's better to stay in front of senior and serve him well. If I really hurt you and make senior worry, this is the last thing that we juniors should do." Jiang Moli wanted to refute Lin Feng. He was extremely unhappy with Lin Feng's attitude of lecturing him. However, Lin Feng did not give him a chance to refute and left with Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage. Chapter 2994. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng quickly took a shower. He washed away all the dirt on his body. After showering and changing into a clean set of clothes, Lin Feng immediately felt relaxed. It was an unprecedented feeling of relaxation. It was extremely comfortable. The old emperor left that very night. No one knew where he went. No one knew why the old emperor came to the ancient demon continent. An existence like the old emperor would not move around casually. Usually, he would come out with a purpose. Lin Feng felt a little regretful when he heard that the old emperor had left because he could not bid farewell to him. This was the great emperor of the human race, and he was very approachable. It made Lin Feng feel warm. "I wonder when the old emperor will visit master." Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. When he thought of the old emperor's extremely serious condition, he could not help but worry for the old emperor. The old emperor's flame of life was extremely weak. It could be extinguished at any time. Lin Feng was full of respect for a senior like the old emperor. Naturally, he did not wish for such a senior to die. The next day, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic supremacy saint went to find out where the Fire Crow clan's ancestral land was. This was because the Great Rock King, Peacock King, and the others were sworn brothers with the Fire Crow Daoist. After coming to the 9 states, they also joined the Fire Crow Daoist. The demon race had more than one gathering place in the ancient demon continent. The Great Rock King, Peacock King, and the others all lived in the demon race gathering place ruled by the Fire Crow Daoist. The Fire Crow clan's ancestral land is northwest. If you take the spacetime wormhole, you can reach Fire Crow City. Once you reach Fire Crow City, continue flying northwest and enter an ancient primitive forest. Keep flying northwest, and when you see the 9 dragon veins, you will reach the Fire Crow clan's ancestral land, an elder of the Mercenary Association said. Then, the elder continued, the Fire Crow clan's ancestral land is not a place that anyone can enter. The journey is extremely dangerous. If you are not careful, you might die halfway. So, my young friend, you must think twice before you act. Thank you for the reminder. Lin Feng cupped his fists. After staying in Devil Flood Dragon City for another day, Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic dominator Holy took a spacetime wormhole to Fire Crow City. Fire Crow City was also extremely lively. All the major cities in the ancient demon prefecture were relatively prosperous because the myriad races, other realm races, and other external factions had always been wary of the ancient demon prefecture's Fey race. Therefore, they did not invade the ancient demon state. Unlike the other prefectures, where the country was in ruins, the mountains and rivers were still there, and there were ghosts everywhere. The moment he walked out of the teleportation formation in Fire Crow City, Lin Feng caught sight of a familiar figure from afar. Lin Feng's thoughts drifted when he saw that figure. He suddenly thought of the snake girl Zi Yuan, who had been following him when he fled from the divine land of the East County to the desolate realm. At that time, only Zi Yuan was left by Lin Feng's side, and the two of them depended on each other for survival. At that time, Zi Yuan had awakened her bloodline and was later discovered by Ruolan of the Heavenly Dao Holy Land. This Ruolan had a vicious heart. In order to let Zi Yuan no longer have any restraints, she wanted to kill Lin Feng. At that time, Prince Yu, who was in the same room with Lin Feng, was kind-hearted. He could not bear to see Lin Feng die tragically, so he reminded Lin Feng of this matter and wanted to let Lin Feng leave. However, he was killed by the vicious woman, Ruolan. Lin Feng had never forgotten this matter. Later on, Lin Feng went to the Heavenly Dao Holy Land to look for Zi Yuan. He even wanted to personally kill the vicious woman, Ruolan, to avenge Prince Yu. However, at that time, the people of the Heavenly Dao Holy Land had already contacted the main branch of the 9 provinces. The people of the Heavenly Dao Holy Land had also returned to the main branch of the 9 provinces. After coming to the 9 provinces, Lin Feng had inquired about this Heavenly Dao Holy Land. There was indeed a force called the Heavenly Dao Holy Land in the 9 provinces. However, it was extremely mysterious. Other than this name, there was basically no other information. Therefore, some people said that the Heavenly Dao Holy Land was one of the secluded sects in the 9 provinces. Such secluded sects or clans were extremely powerful. Usually, it was rare to see cultivators of such forces walking around outside. Lin Feng felt that the figure he saw earlier seemed to be the little maid Zi Yuan, who had followed by his side in the past. He quickly regained his senses and quickly walked forward to look for the owner of that figure. "Young master, what's wrong?" The evil dominator saint asked curiously. He had never seen Lin Feng in such a hurry before. In his impression, Lin Feng was a calm person. "I don't know. Let's follow him and take a look," Du Zhu said. Then, the two quickly followed Lin Feng into the crowd. Lin Feng frowned. The figure disappeared. He was not an expert of the Great Emperor realm. If he was, he might be able to use his divine sense to search Fire Crow City and find the owner of that figure. However, he was unable to do so now. "Young master, what are you looking for?" Du Zhu asked. Lin Feng said, "Maybe I was mistaken." Then, the three of them found an inn to rest. They planned to rest for a day before heading to the Fire Crow clan's ancestral land. During this period of time, Fire Crow City was not peaceful. This was because there was a disturbance in the land of death of the ancient demon continent. The land of death of the ancient demon continent was located in the deepest part of Fire Crow Forest. It was said to be less than 500 miles away from the Fire Crow clan's ancestral land. Most of the time, the land of death was extremely peaceful. However, once there was a disturbance, there would usually be some unforeseen events. This land of death was called the Immortal Gazing Ridge. The Immortal Gazing Ridge hid many shocking secrets. It was said that someone saw a mysterious world near the Immortal Gazing Ridge. In that world, there were fairies dancing, immortals drinking and chatting, red-crowned cranes flapping their wings and divine dragons soaring in the 9 heavens. Some people said that the place was the legendary immortal world, heavenly world. Others said that they heard celestial music near the Immortal Gazing Ridge. It sounded like a cultivation technique. It was very likely a technique to become an immortal. Some time ago, there was a disturbance in the Immortal Gazing Ridge. Some people heard weeping. The Immortal Gazing Ridge was a land of death. Once there was a disturbance, it would be a very terrifying thing. Moreover, the sudden weeping made many people feel uneasy. This news spread, so during this period of time, many experts came to take a look at the Immortal Gazing Ridge. Moreover, it was said that there was more than one great emperor-level expert. After arriving at Fire Crow City, Lin Feng heard the news. He was also very surprised. A disturbance in the land of death was definitely not a small matter. At night, someone came to visit Lin Feng. Lin Feng could not help but be very surprised when he saw the other party. It was actually Qing Emperor. In the prodigy ranking battle of the past, Lin Feng fought against Qing Emperor. This was an unprecedented battle. In the end, Lin Feng narrowly defeated Qing Emperor. Although Qing Emperor lost, he did not bear a grudge against Lin Feng. Although the two of them did not have a deep relationship over the years, they were still considered friends. Chapter 2995. After the guest of honor was seated, Du Zhu served 2 cups of spirit tea. They were all old acquaintances, so there was no need to be overly courteous. It seems like Brother Qing is here for Immortal Gazing Ridge. Do you have any important information? Lin Feng smiled at Qing Emperor. He just asked Emperor Qing tentatively. Although they were old friends, Emperor Qing didn't know Emperor Qing well. Although they were old acquaintances, they were not close friends. Qing Emperor might know something, but he might not tell him. Qing Emperor took a sip of tea and said, "I did hear something." When Lin Feng heard Qing Emperor say that, he knew that Qing Emperor did not intend to hide anything from him. He said, "I'd like to hear the details." Qing Emperor said, "According to His Excellency Stone Puppet King, it's a crying sound from the Primordial era." A crying sound from the Primordial era? What does that mean? Could it be that the crying sound was imprinted by the world itself? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. He had a feeling that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. He had a feeling that this matter was hiding a great secret. I'm not sure about that either. His Excellency Stone Puppet King had a very serious expression after learning about this matter, so he did not reveal too much. His Excellency Stone Puppet King once said that this might be an opportunity. If we can grasp it, it will change a lot of things. Qing Emperor continued. He was also puzzled, and he had been thinking about this matter recently. That was why Qing Emperor had come to visit Lin Feng when he accidentally saw Lin Feng. Qing Emperor wanted to find out more about Immortal Gazing Ridge from Lin Feng, but it seemed that Lin Feng did not know anything about Immortal Gazing Ridge. However, the information that Lin Feng obtained from Qing Emperor was very useful. He pondered over what Qing Emperor had told him. Lin Feng asked, "Has the Stone Puppet King arrived?" "Not yet. Little Stone King and I came here first. The Stone Puppet King should be here soon," Qing Emperor said. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Little Stone King, you don't want to see me? Is he still holding a grudge against me for suppressing him back then?" At this point, Lin Feng could not help but grin. "This guy has been talking about finding a chance to teach you a lesson," Qing Emperor said with a smile. Then Qing Emperor said seriously, "Actually, I also want to find another opportunity to practice with you. But after thinking about it, I decided to forget about it. If I have the energy, then it would be better to deal with the myriad races, outer realm races, and cultivators from other powers." The Qing Emperor, Little Stone King, and even the Stone Puppet King all felt a sense of belonging to the 9 states. This was because they were all creatures of the Stone clan born in the 9 prefectures. It was equivalent to the cultivators of the 9 regions. They didn't want to see the 9 regions fall. Therefore, The Stone Puppet King did not hesitate to wage war against the myriad races. The Stone Puppet King was powerful enough that the myriad races, outer realm races, and other powers were all afraid of him. Anyone who encountered an expert like the Stone Puppet King would treat him with great importance, not daring to be careless. After all, that would be digging one's own grave. Lin Feng and Qing Emperor chatted for a long time. They also talked about the Stone Puppet King. Lin Feng had seen the Stone Puppet King come into being in Holy Stone City, so he knew how terrifying the Stone Puppet King was. The Stone Puppet King wants to see you. Perhaps he has something to discuss, but I don't know what it is. I hope you can wait here for a few days, Qing Emperor said. The Stone Puppet King wants to see me? Lin Feng was surprised. He did not know why the Stone Puppet King wanted to see him. After all, Lin Feng and the Stone Puppet King had never interacted before. Okay. I'll wait for the Stone Puppet King, Lin Feng said. Very well. After the Stone Puppet King arrives, I'll invite Brother Lin, Qing Emperor said. The two chatted for a while more before Qing Emperor left. The Stone Puppet King is very terrifying, and is full of mysteries. Now that he wants to see young master, could he be plotting something? Duzu said. Heretic Sovereign Saint said. One must always be on guard against others, especially someone like the Stone Puppet King, Lin Feng said. Someone like the Stone Puppet King has no need to scheme against me. If he did, I wouldn't be afraid of him. 3 days later, Qing Emperor once again came to Lin Feng's place. Brother Lin, the Stone Puppet King has arrived. He heard that you were here, so he sent me to invite Brother Lin over for a chat, Qing Emperor said. Alright, I'll have to trouble Brother Qing to lead the way. Lin Feng cupped his fists. Brother Lin is too polite. Qing Emperor smiled. Lin Feng brought Du Zhu, Heretic Sovereign Saint, and Qing Emperor to meet the Stone Puppet King. These days, Lin Feng had been thinking about the Stone Puppet King's purpose in meeting him. He had made some guesses, but he didn't know which one was right. After so many years, Lin Feng met the Stone Puppet King again. Now, the Stone Puppet King had grown flesh and blood. His stature was majestic and imposing. This was a man who looked like an ancient god of war. Greetings, Senior. Lin Feng cupped his fists and bowed to the Stone Puppet King. Nephew, there's no need to be so polite. The Stone Puppet King smiled. To the side, Qing Emperor, Little Stone Puppet King, Du Zhu, and Heretic Sovereign Saint were all stunned. After seeing Lin Feng, the Stone Puppet King smiled and called Lin Feng nephew. It was simply too inconceivable. Everyone was puzzled. What was the relationship between Lin Feng and the Stone Puppet King? Even Lin Feng was stunned. He had absolutely nothing to do with the Stone Puppet King. Now, the Stone Puppet King was calling him nephew so intimately. Lin Feng was confused. He didn't know what the Stone Puppet King was up to. The Stone Puppet King seemed to know Lin Feng's doubts and explained, in the past, my body was damaged and I was waiting for a chance to be reborn in Holy Stone City. It was too difficult for the Stone Tribe to be reborn, many times harder than other cultivators. Over the years, the flame of my life was extinguishing bit by bit. At that time, I was truly in despair. Until one day, someone came to me. A Stone Puppet King was destroyed just like that. What a pity. Those were his exact words, and I will never forget them. Then, he used the 6 paths of reincarnation to give me a new life. Is that person related to me? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. At that time, I was struggling at death's door. I only exchanged a few words with him. Although I didn't know who he was, I remembered his appearance, his voice, his bloodline aura, his surname, and his name. After he was born, I've been investigating him. I found more and more clues, and I even went to the Undying Clan, but this time, I went in vain. He wasn't from the Undying Clan. Later, I heard some news about you. You seem to have the Undying bloodline, so I began to investigate your background. Through you, I've investigated many things, and I've found the answers I've been looking for. Chapter 2996. Lin Qi. This was a name that could shock the world. In that period of history that had already disappeared. In the eyes of countless people, he was like a ruler. In the past, When the powerful Stone Emperor saw Lin Chi, he had to kneel and greet him. But who would have thought that Lin Feng's ancestor had such a tragic childhood? His father died in battle for the family. Because his mother was born ordinary, she didn't even have the right to be buried with his father. Lin Chi knelt in front of the family's ancestral hall for so long and received merciless mockery. No one cared about a youth with no talent. And a lonely youth with no one to rely on. The Undying clan was such a huge clan, there were many branches. And the branch that Lin Chi was in had long since fallen into desolation. Lin Chi carried his mother's corpse and left. When he buried his mother's corpse, he said goodbye to that great family name. Yu Wen. A family name that even the ruler of the wasteland feared. Just like that, Lin Chi buried him. The family name Lin was his mother's family name. Starting from Lin Chi, Lin Feng's branch was born. This branch was once very glorious, suppressing the Undying family until they couldn't raise their heads. The Undying family's ancestor had to kneel and beg Lin Chi not to destroy the Undying family. Lin Chi once hated this family's cold-bloodedness and heartlessness. But in the end, he let go of the hatred in his heart. From then on, he no longer had anything to do with the Undying family. Lin Chi's life was full of legends. He had done many world-shaking things. In the immortal ancient era, someone once said that even if the Master of Gods revived, at most, he would be able to fight Lin Chi to a draw. From this, one could see how terrifying Lin Chi was. One had to know that the current cultivation system, the division of immortal realm and above, the creation of a new cultivation system, were all done by the Master of Gods. The Master of Gods ended the chaotic era after the Xiantian era. He allowed the myriad worlds to once again be peaceful. He created a new cultivation system, dividing the immortal realm above the Emperor realm. For this era to continue, the Master of Gods definitely played a role as a link between the past and the future. His contributions were indescribable. As for Lin Chi, he was also very great, but many things about Lin Chi had been buried by history. Perhaps only the savages still remembered what happened in the past. Lin Feng didn't know much about his ancestor. Times have changed. The glory of the ancestors had been passed down to this day, and it was no longer the past. But who would have thought that the Stone Puppet King was an old friend of ancestor Lin Chi? To be precise, ancestor Lin Chi was the benefactor of the Stone Puppet King. Lin Feng said, "That's right. Lin Chi is indeed this junior's ancestor, but I never thought that ancestor would have such a relationship with senior Stone Puppet King. Seeing that Lord Lin still has a son in this world, I'm really gratified. With Lord Lin's strength, is there anyone in this world who can defeat Lord Lin? Why did Master Lin disappear for so many years? Do you know about it?" Stone Puppet King asked. Lin Feng was also very confused about this. In the past, ancestor Lin Chi was as powerful as the ruler of the heavens. Logically speaking, no one in this world was a match for ancestor Lin Chi. With ancestor Lin Chi's powerful cultivation, he had no problem surviving until now. But in reality, ancestor Lin Chi mysteriously disappeared in the middle of the immortal ancient era. Lin Feng had asked the barbarians about that before. But Savage didn't tell Lin Feng the reason. He didn't even mention it. Savage had followed ancestor Lin Chi for a very long time. Lin Feng believed that Savage must know something about what happened back then. Lin Feng felt rather helpless that Savage didn't mention it. Perhaps Savage had his own misgivings. Said Lin Feng, "I don't know what happened in the past, but a strong cultivator who was with my ancestor is still alive in this world." "Oh, who is he?" the Stone Puppet King asked in shock. Lin Feng waved his right hand, and a forest appeared in the void. A man stood in the forest. It was Savage. This ability was called the Great Projection Art. It was one of the 3,000 great Daos that Lin Feng had recently learned. As long as he had met someone before, he could use this ability to reveal their appearance and even simulate their aura. This Great Projection Art was extraordinary. Now, Lin Feng showed Savage's appearance to Stone Puppet King. "So it's him," Stone Puppet King was shocked. "Senior, have you met Senior Savage?" Lin Feng asked. "It's like this. I've met him a few times in the past, but we didn't talk much. Stone Puppet King said. Then, he continued, perhaps I can find some time to meet him. Then I can ask him about what happened back then. Lin Feng said. Senior Savage didn't tell me many things. Perhaps he's afraid, but I don't think he's like that. You still have a long way to go. The world is very big. You'll only know how mysterious this world is after you break through to the Great Emperor realm. Stone Puppet King said. Lin Feng nodded. Yes, this junior will remember. Did you come here for Immortal Gazing Ridge as well? Stone Puppet King asked. Lin Feng said. I only found out about Immortal Gazing Ridge after coming to Fire Crow City. Originally, I came here to visit the Fire Crow clan's ancestral land and invite the Great Peng King and the others to go with me to kill that foreign creature. Stone Puppet King said. That foreign creature is very cunning. If you want to kill him, you'll have to trap him first. Let me know before you act, and I'll go with you. Thank you, Senior, said Lin Feng hastily. If the Stone Puppet King got involved, they would have a much better chance of killing the foreign cultivators. Lin Feng then asked, what is the meaning of the crying in Immortal Gazing Ridge? Stone Puppet King said. That place is very scary. None of you should go there. Even if you go to Immortal Gazing Ridge, don't try to enter. You can only watch from afar. The Stone Puppet King furrowed his brow as he spoke. Clearly, Stone Puppet King was very wary of this matter. This matter was too dangerous. The slightest carelessness could bury a Great Emperor Realm cultivator, let alone Lin Feng and the others who had yet to enter the Great Emperor Realm. Therefore, Stone Puppet King was unwilling to see Lin Feng and the others go there. Yes, we'll remember. Lin Feng and the others answered. Although they had agreed to Stone Puppet King's request, Lin Feng, Qing Emperor, Little Stone Puppet King, and the others were all very curious. Stone Puppet King was very wary of this matter. Chapter 2997. The Stone Puppet King was very wary of the Immortal Gazing Ridge, so Lin Feng did not ask the Stone Puppet King too much. Even if he did, the Stone Puppet King would probably not say much. Now, he was able to establish such a relationship with the Stone Puppet King. This was something Lin Feng did not expect. This made Lin Feng very happy because of his relationship with the Stone Puppet King. When the 9 states were in chaos, the Stone Puppet King would definitely stand on his side. Aside from the Stone Puppet King, Lin Feng also had a good relationship with the Yarrow race. Therefore, Lin Feng was now an extremely important figure in the 9 states. He was the link that maintained the cooperation between the different factions. If Lin Feng hadn't been there, the Stone Puppet King wouldn't have cooperated with the Beast Clan or the Human Clan. Lin Feng and Stone Puppet King chatted for a long time. They had a lot of fun. Lin Feng only left in the middle of the night. Qing Emperor and Little Stone King went to see Lin Feng off. Qing Emperor said with a wry smile, I didn't expect Brother Lin to have such a relationship with the Stone Puppet King. Lin Feng said, I didn't think of this before either. The most depressed one was Little Stone King. He had always held a grudge against Lin Feng for suppressing him. Therefore, he wanted to find an opportunity to teach Lin Feng a lesson. Who would have thought that Lin Feng and the Stone Puppet King had such a deep relationship? Little Stone King could not do anything now. I heard that the Holy Son of the Fire Crow clan will appear tomorrow. Apart from him, there will also be some geniuses from the Yarrow race. Qing Emperor said. Oh, the Holy Son of the Fire Crow clan? A descendant of the Fire Crow Daoist? Lin Feng asked curiously. Lin Feng did not know much about the Fire Crow clan. Lin Feng only knew that Fire Crow Daoist was the great emperor of the Fire Crow clan. As for whether there were other great emperors in the Fire Crow clan, Lin Feng had no idea. Qing Emperor said, that's right. This person is indeed the descendant of Fire Crow Taoist. His name is Lu Tong. During this period of time, because of the matter of Immortal Gazing Ridge, many masters have come. Lu Tong is holding a banquet now, which can be considered as a host. Lin Feng nodded. He exchanged a few words with Qing Emperor and then left. He, the Qing Emperor, and Little Stone King would all attend the banquet tomorrow. Perhaps he could get some information about the Immortal Gazing Ridge from this banquet. Although the Stone Puppet King had warned Lin Feng's group not to enter Immortal Gazing Ridge, no one was not curious about this place of death. After returning to his residence, Lin Feng continued to cultivate. He tried to comprehend the supreme divine ability passed down by the ancient god of space. However, even after comprehending it many times, he still didn't gain anything. This made Lin Feng feel very helpless. Previously, when he was in seclusion, he had been trying to comprehend the ancient god of space's inheritance, but he still didn't get any clues. The ancient god of space was too extraordinary. He was a terrifying existence, enough to rank in the top 10 of the era of titled gods. If he could obtain this person's inheritance, it would definitely shock the world. Of course, Lin Feng also knew that the more powerful the inheritance, the harder it was to obtain it. Therefore, he had long been mentally prepared. Moreover, this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. It was just like when he comprehended the lost technique "A thought flower blooms, sovereign descends" that the mysterious demon lord had passed down. He hadn't been able to comprehend it for so many years, but in the end, Lin Feng successfully comprehended it. This was a heaven-defying divine ability. Lin Feng believed that with the passage of time, he would sooner or later successfully comprehend the divine ability passed down by the ancient god of space. At that moment, Lin Feng suddenly noticed that the runes on the ancient devil ring on his left arm were emitting waves of fluctuations. After feeling these fluctuations, Lin Feng couldn't help but be shocked. The ancient devil ring rarely had such a situation, but now it was emitting such fluctuations. Could it be that something was about to happen? Lin Feng tried to communicate with the ancient devil ring, and suddenly, the runes on the ancient devil ring changed into a ring shape. Lin Feng held the ancient devil ring and carefully observed its extraordinariness. The ancient devil ring emitted a powerful fluctuation, mysterious and unfathomable. The runes on it were incomparably ancient. This was a treasure of the demon realm, and Lin Feng suspected that it was very likely to be related to a certain demon lord. Of course, there could also be other origins. Lin Feng had already obtained this ancient devil ring when he was in his teens. Now, many years had passed, but he still hadn't been able to comprehend the secrets of the ancient devil ring. Waves of fluctuations surged from the ancient devil ring, and the runes on it actually moved. Lin Feng looked at the ancient demon ring carefully and realized that the talismans on the ring looked like little dragons swimming in the air. Every little dragon exuded a mysterious and unfathomable power. These little dragons were too extraordinary, and they contained powerful fluctuations and energy. Lin Feng tried to communicate with the little dragon, but when he did, the little dragon's eyes lit up. Suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to hear the sound of weeping. The sound of weeping resounded in his ears. It was the sound of a woman crying, and he didn't know where it came from. The sound of the weeping was so mournful, and it made his hair stand on end. It was as if she had experienced extreme pain and despair before she let out a sobbing sound. When he heard the sound of the weeping, Lin Feng's body trembled. The sound of the weeping was too terrifying. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as if he had fallen into the 18th layer of hell. In a daze, he felt as if he was looking at a huge mountain range. The mountain range was shrouded in endless devil fog, and it was eerie and terrifying, emitting a suffocating aura. Immortal Gazing Ridge. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. He was sure that the mountain range he saw was Immortal Gazing Ridge. It was a terrifying land of death. Swoosh. Suddenly, all the images disappeared, and the ancient devil ring returned to normal. It turned into a rune and imprinted itself on Lin Feng's arm. Lin Feng's expression kept changing. The ancient devil ring had mutated. In a daze, he saw Immortal Gazing Ridge. And he also heard the sound of the weeping. The sound of the weeping seemed to have traveled across the river of time. It was so mournful and terrifying that it made Lin Feng's hair stand on end. Lin Feng was now certain that the ancient devil ring's mutation was related to Immortal Gazing Ridge. It was hard to say whether the mutation of the ancient devil ring was a good thing or a bad thing. However, Lin Feng still had a vague feeling of unease. The sound of the weeping in Immortal Gazing Ridge is very scary. How many secrets are hidden in the sound of the weeping? Since the ancient devil ring has mutated, Could it be that something evil will happen to me? Said Lin Feng, frowning. He had an extremely strong feeling. Lin Feng had always been very confident in his premonition. Chapter 2998. The Sacred Flame House. This was a restaurant opened by the Fire Crow race, and it was also the most high-end restaurant in Fire Crow City. The banquet was held in the Sacred Flame House. On this day, there was an endless stream of cultivators who came to attend the banquet. There were even cultivators from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other external forces. Lu Tong did not reject the arrival of these cultivators from the three forces. Because these three forces did not cause trouble in Fire Crow City, Lu Tong could not chase them away. Before attending the banquet, Lin Feng had a certain understanding of Lu Tong. This Lu Tong had a very high prestige among the younger generation of the demon race. He was smooth and slick in dealing with people. Many people would give him face if he was invited. Lin Feng, Qing Emperor, Little Stone Monarch, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign sage came to the Sacred Flame House together. There were many top experts who came to attend the banquet. Lin Feng had just arrived when he saw Gong Zhong Nai and the other prodigies of the myriad races. Gong Zhong Nai was very terrifying and had hidden his strength well. Lin Feng felt that Gong Zhong Nai was much stronger than Sheng Yuan Dao, the son of the Sky Demon Emperor. Now, Gong Zhong Nai was surrounded by many prodigies of the myriad races. Gong Zhong Nai sneered when he saw Lin Feng. Then, he entered the Sacred Flame House while being surrounded by the myriad races. Gong Zhong Nai is said to have obtained some powerful orthodoxies. He has many heaven-defying method. He's definitely a formidable enemy, Qing Emperor said with a serious expression. Lin Feng said, "That's right. He's indeed a powerful person." A commotion came from afar. Endless holy light surged as peerless experts arrived. There were more than 10 cultivators surrounded by holy light. The sacred god race. They were actually cultivators from this race. The leader was a golden-haired man. His figure was tall and slender, and he was incomparably handsome. The most shocking thing was that there seemed to be no magic power fluctuations in his body. Back to the basics. This person was too terrifying. His cultivation was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. Sheng Yuan Dao. He actually came to the 9 states. The cultivators of the myriad races exclaimed. Their faces were full of shock. The Sheng Yuanfa might not have a resounding reputation for cultivators from other forces. However, to the cultivators of the myriad races in the heavenly sage great world, this was an existence that made them feel extreme reverence. Who is he? Is it very powerful? A cultivator from an extraterrestrial race asked. He did not know Sheng Yuanfa. Now, he saw that the cultivators of the myriad races around him were extremely shocked when they saw Sheng Yuanfa. Therefore, he was extremely curious. This is a heaven-defying existence who made his debut 1,500 years ago. He has never been defeated in his life. He has 2 terrifying bloodlines. One is the Saint God bloodline, and the other is unknown. 1,000 years ago, he once killed a beast that had just entered the Great Emperor realm. The myriad races cultivator said. What? Many people exclaimed after hearing this. 1,000 years ago, Sheng Yuanfa only had a few hundred years of lifespan. At such a young age, he actually managed to kill a beast that had just entered the Great Emperor realm. Now, 1,000 years had passed. How terrifyingly powerful was Sheng Yuanfa now? In fact, even now, Sheng Yuanfa was still very young. He only had 1,520 years of lifespan. Compared to a lifespan of tens of millions of years. 1,000 years of time was like a wave in a long river. However, such a young Sheng Yuanfa could already compete with a great emperor. What a terrifying existence. Brother Sheng, many geniuses of the myriad races walked up to greet Sheng Yuanfa. Sheng Yuanfa smiled and greeted everyone. That tall and straight posture, that gentle smile, that handsome face, that extraordinary background, and that powerful strength. All of these were concentrated on Sheng Yuanfa alone. Sheng Yuanfa was simply the darling of heaven and earth. However, Lin Feng still noticed something special about him. The smile on Sheng Yuanfa's face was not as gentle as it appeared on the surface. Sheng Yuanfa's smile was filled with mockery. This person is good at scheming and hiding himself. Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. Sheng Yuanfa entered the sacred flame house under the escort of the myriad races cultivators. Experts continued to arrive. More and more experts showed up. Experts from the extraterritorial race's Star Moon clan arrived. This was a very powerful clan among the extraterritorial races. 2 people from the Star Moon clan arrived, a man and a woman. The man wore a starry robe. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He was exceptionally handsome. Xingyu Chen. Some extraterritorial race cultivators could not help but exclaim. Xingyu Chen was an existence that had shocked many extraterritorial stars in the extraterritorial world. After cultivating for 800 years, it was rumored that he had killed a great Emperor Realm astral beast. His battle strength was heaven-defying. It was also rumored that Xingyu Chen possessed domineering strength. On the other hand, the woman was wearing a crescent moon robe that wrapped her perfect figure within. It was a face as cold as ice. Her temperament was as cold as the moon, just like Fairy Chang'e on the moon. Fairy Yu Lingxin. Then, many extraterritorial race cultivators exclaimed, their eyes wide open. The Star Moon clan was very special. It was an unusually large clan. This clan had 2 major forces. One was the Xing clan that Xingyu Chen belonged to. The other was the Yu clan that Yu Lingxin belonged to. Yu Lingxin was a famous fairy in the extraterritorial world. Not only was she extremely beautiful, but she was also praised by Chang'e. Her cultivation was also extremely terrifying. It was rumored that she had obtained the immortal origin in the past and had refined an extraordinary item into her body. But what was that item? No one knew. The 2 of them quickly entered the sacred flame tower. These people should have just arrived in the 9 prefectures. They are all great enemies. Qing Emperor said. When the time comes, we'll give them a good beating and let them know how powerful we are. Little Stone Monarch said. His personality had always been fearless. In the distance, there were bursts of immortal light. A peerless fairy had arrived. She was a peerless fairy wearing a white palace gauze dress. There were many escorts around her. When Lin Feng saw the fairy, he could not help but exclaim. Her face was comparable to that of an empress. She was really too beautiful. Anyone who saw her would not be able to forget her for the rest of their life. Who is she? Many people could no longer take their eyes off this fairy. She is Fairy Yaoji, a real big shot. Her father is the Lord of Heaven and Earth Great World. Her mother is rumored to be a fairy from the Heaven Realm. This woman's background is extremely terrifying. A cultivator who knew the woman said. As soon as these words came out, it immediately caused a huge uproar. Fairy Yaoji's background was really extraordinary. Chapter 2999. Fairy Yaoji and the others also entered the sacred flame house. Lin Feng and the others did not stay outside. They entered the sacred flame house together. Lin Feng. As soon as Lin Feng entered the sacred flame house, he heard a surprised voice. He turned around and saw a pitilessly alluring figure. She was so charming that one could not help but feel a rush of excitement. It had been many years since they last met. Longing flooded his heart like a tidal wave. The woman who appeared before him was none other than Feng Yaoareo. Is that Lin Feng? Many people heard Feng Yaoareo call out Lin Feng's name and looked at Lin Feng. Who did not know of Lin Feng's name? Now that they saw Lin Feng, they were extremely shocked. According to the legends, Lin Feng was a very young human who looked harmless to humans and animals. Now that they saw Lin Feng, they could finally confirm that the rumors were true. Hello, Brother Lin, let's have a few drinks later. We want to hear about Brother Lin's great achievements in killing Sheng Yuandao and the son of the heavenly demon emperor in the chaotic ancient nation. Many cultivators of the 9 states came over and greeted Lin Feng. Lin Feng did not know these cultivators of the 9 states. They were very enthusiastic and wanted to make friends with Lin Feng. Everyone knew that Lin Feng's rise was unstoppable. In the future, Lin Feng would definitely be the pillar of the 9 states. Getting to know Lin Feng was naturally a very important thing. Lin Feng greeted everyone politely. It was not easy for him to meet up with Feng Yaoreo. Sister Yaoreo, is this the big brother Lin that you always think about? A delicate girl looked curiously at Lin Feng and said with a smile. The girl was about 16 or 17 years old. She was at the age of youth and was most likely a cultivator of the demon race. Feng Yaoreo also had 7 to 8 Yaro race cultivators beside her. After seeing Lin Feng, they all greeted Lin Feng. Feng Yaorao's character had always been natural and unrestrained, but when this young girl asked about this matter, her beautiful face couldn't help but become slightly rosy. Perhaps she would only show her shyness in front of the person she loved. Lin Feng smiled as he looked at the young girl and asked, "Little sister, I'm quite happy. What's your name?" "Lu Xiao Xiao. Big brother Lin can call me Xiao Xiao." The girl introduced herself as if they were close friends. Those who still had the surname Lu in Fire Crow City should be the descendants of Fire Crow Daoist. Lin Feng said with a smile, "Tell big brother Lin, how does your enchanting big sister talk about me? You are going to die." Feng Yaoreo couldn't help but roll her eyes charmingly at Lin Feng. Her appearance was simply too enchanting. Lin Feng really had an impulse to hug Feng Yaoreo and go for a round of romance. It had been a long time since he saw Feng Yaoreo. It was like dry wood meeting a raging fire. Of course, Lin Feng knew that this wasn't the occasion. "Big brother Lin, you should ask big sister Yaoreo yourself," Lu Xiaoxiao said with a smile. "Yaoreo, I heard that you came to Sacred Flame House, so I quickly came to find you." At this moment, a group of cultivators came from afar, and the leading young master said with a smile. After seeing this young master, Feng Yaoreo couldn't help but frown slightly. This young master's body emitted a special aura. He should have cultivated an extremely overbearing and powerful devil path cultivation technique. Therefore, Lin Feng guessed that this young master was very likely a devil path cultivator. When the young man saw Lin Feng and Feng Yaoreo, he looked glum. Feng Yaoreo was so close to Lin Feng, and on top of that, they looked so intimate. "Huang Dao Zun Tian, my big sister Yaoreo already has a lover. How many times have I told you, stop pestering my big sister Yaoreo?" Lu Xiaoxiao curled her lips and said. This young master was the Huang Dao Zun Tian that Lu Xiaoxiao mentioned. This was an extremely rare surname. Huang Dao Zun Tian looked at Lin Feng with disdain and said indifferently, "Brat. Feng Yaoreo is the woman I fancy. If you know what's good for you, you should know what to do. Huang Dao Zun Tian, don't go too far." Feng Yaorao's face became unsightly. Huang Dao Zun Tian said, "Yaoreo, I just want to prove to you that the man you chose is not reliable." Lin Feng looked at Huang Dao Zun Tian indifferently and said, "What do you want me to do?" Huang Dao Zun Tian waved his hand, and suddenly, numerous half-immortal stones appeared. So many half-immortal stones. Many people couldn't help but cry out in alarm. There were probably tens of thousands of half-immortal stones floating in the air. "Here are 80,000 half-immortal stones. Take these half-immortal stones and scram." Huang Dao Zun Tian looked at Lin Feng with an arrogant expression. Lin Feng said mockingly, "You only took out 80,000 half-immortal stones? Where did you come from? How dare you jump around in front of me? Now, scram as far as you can and never appear beside Yaoreo again. If you dare to disobey me, I'll make sure you can't be a man for the rest of your life." PFFF. Many female cultivators couldn't help but laugh. Many male cultivators pointed at Huang Dao Zun Tian and laughed as if they were watching a show. "Brat. Do you know who I am? I'm a member of the reclusive Huang Dao clan. How dare you talk to me like that? Are you tired of living?" Huang Dao Zun Tian looked at Lin Feng coldly, his eyes flashing with a chilling light. He couldn't believe that someone would look down on him like this. This made Huang Dao Zun Tian extremely angry. No one had ever dared to treat him with such an attitude. Huang Dao Zun Tian was even thinking about how to torture this brat in front of him later. After hearing Huang Dao Zun Tian's identity, Lin Feng was slightly shocked. He was actually from a reclusive Huang Dao clan? Huang Dao Zun Tian's identity was really not simple. So what if he was from a reclusive Huang Dao clan? With Lin Feng's current strength and connections, there was no need for him to be afraid of a reclusive Huang Dao clan. A member of a reclusive Huang Dao clan? You don't look like one. Look at your image, your way of doing things, and your arrogant attitude. Even if you're from a reclusive Huang Dao clan, you're at most an errand boy. Lin Feng said seriously. How dare you humiliate me? You're courting death. Huang Dao Zun Tian's voice was extremely cold. The dozen experts beside Huang Dao Zun Tian stepped forward. The leader of the guards looked at Lin Feng indifferently and said coldly, Brat, our young master is a direct descendant of the Huang Dao clan. How dare you humiliate our young master like this? Kneel on the ground and kowtow to our young master, or we'll break your legs right now. Many people looked at the arrogant guards with pity. These guards had no idea who they were facing. If they knew, they wouldn't have dared to say such words. Chapter 3000. Speaking of reclusive clans, sects, and other forces, the cultivators of the 9 prefectures were extremely dissatisfied. Previously, the 9 prefectures had fallen into chaos. The myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other forces had caused a huge massacre. These reclusive clans and sects did not send anyone to deal with the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other forces. This made many people extremely angry at these forces. Lin Feng was in a completely different situation. Over the years, he had killed countless experts from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other forces. He was very popular in the 9 prefectures. They also acknowledged him. Now, everyone hoped that Lin Feng would teach these reclusive clans a lesson. They only knew how to be arrogant but did not dare to deal with the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other forces. If you have the strength, you should find the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other forces to fight. Look at the sacred flame house. There are many cultivators from the myriad races, extraterritorial races, and other forces. You can fight to your heart's content. Lin Feng curled his lips and said. Huang Dao Xuantian immediately laughed sinisterly and said, Weren't you very unyielding and awesome just now? Why have you become a coward now? Lin Feng shook his head slightly and said, It's a misfortune for a reclusive clan to have a disciple like you. Ha 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 ha, that's right. It's a misfortune for the clan. After hearing Lin Feng's mocking of Huang Dao Xuantian, many people could not help but laugh. You're courting death. Cripple this kid for me. Huang Dao Xuantian's face suddenly sank and he immediately gave the order. Yes, young master. After receiving the order, the group of guards immediately rushed toward Lin Feng like wolves and tigers. A bunch of reckless fools. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he leaped out. Slap, slap, slap. Loud slapping sounds could be heard. It was accompanied by a series of shrill screams. One guard after another was slapped away by Lin Feng. The faces of the guards were directly slapped by Lin Feng. All of them were badly mutilated. Even the dregs of their bones could be seen. Plop, plop. More than 10 guards fell to the ground and screamed. You. Huang Dao Xuantian's expression changed drastically as he looked at Lin Feng in shock. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so powerful. What a piece of trash. If all the reclusive families are trash like you, then they are done for. No wonder they chose to hide in their shells during the turmoil of the 9 prefectures. I think he must have been scared out of his wits. Lin Feng mocked. There were also some cultivators from secluded clans and secluded sects in the crowd. After hearing Lin Feng's words, they could not help but frown and feel extremely uncomfortable. Bang! At this moment, Lin Feng punched Huang Dao Xuantian in the stomach. Huang Dao Xuantian screamed and fell to the ground, his body curled up like a shrimp. Spare me! Spare me! Huang Dao Xuantian looked at Lin Feng in horror and begged for mercy. Don't worry, I won't kill you. At most, I'll turn you into a eunuch. Lin Feng revealed a devilish smile. Then, he raised his foot and stomped on Huang Dao Xuantian's crotch. No! Huang Dao Xuantian screamed in horror, but no one could stop it. Lin Feng violently stomped on the ground. Something shattered from Huang Dao Xuantian's crotch. Many male cultivators could not help but feel a chill in that part of their bodies. They couldn't help but tighten their legs. It was too terrifying. Huang Dao Xuantian could no longer be a man. This was for any man. It was an inhumane torture. If he couldn't be a real man, he might as well die. Huang Dao Xuantian screamed and fainted. Carry this piece of trash and get out of here. Lin Feng looked at Huang Dao Xuantian's guards indifferently. He was extremely domineering. This was because Lin Feng used this action to tell the world not to have any ideas about his woman. Otherwise, the consequences would be tragic. Huang Dao Xuantian's guards got up from the ground and quickly carried the unconscious Huang Dao Xuantian away, not daring to stay any longer. Big brother Lin, that guy is from a reclusive family. Will something happen if we cripple him? Lu Xiaoxiao asked worriedly. It's fine. I've long found these reclusive families to be an eyesore. I'm even thinking about joining forces with the other great emperors to destroy their nests and hand over their countless resources and treasures to the cultivators who are willing to fight for the 9 prefecture. Lin Feng said. That's great. You must call me when the time comes. Lu Xiaoxiao was obviously an active person. After hearing Lin Feng's words, her eyes lit up and she was eager to give it a try. She couldn't wait to take action. Feng Yaoao said. Let's go upstairs and rest first. Lin Feng didn't have any objections and went upstairs with Feng Yaoao and the others. This Lin Feng is too domineering. The 9 prefectures weren't united in the first place. Many factions were divided and had their own plans, especially those reclusive families. They didn't make a move because they wanted to take advantage of the chaos to gain more benefits. If Lin Feng really did destroy a few reclusive families, the other reclusive families and sects might stand out and choose to ally with Lin Feng. When that happens, it's definitely not a good thing for us, a cultivator from the myriad races said with a gloomy expression. In their opinion, Lin Feng wasn't just a ghostwriter. Lin Feng also had Lord Tortoise behind him. Moreover, Lin Feng seemed to have some connections with the Yarrow race, the Red World Fairy, and the old emperor of the human race. When Lin Feng made a move, these great emperors would also make a move. Pull one hair and the whole body would be affected. If Lin Feng really created a 9 prefectures alliance, it would definitely be a disaster for the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other factions. In the corridor on the 3rd floor, Sheng Yuanfa, Gong Zongni, Xing Yuchen, Yu Lingxin, Fairy Yaroji, and the others were watching the scene below. So that kid is that Lin Feng. He's even weaker than I imagined. Some of the young geniuses from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other factions sneered. After sensing Lin Feng's cultivation realm, they were filled with contempt for Lin Feng. At this moment, Lin Feng and the others had also arrived at a private room on the 3rd floor to rest. Not long after, Lu Tong arrived, and Feng Yaoao introduced them. Lu Tong looked very young and handsome. He was very easygoing. After a brief conversation, he left. He still had many things to deal with for today's gathering. Why aren't the Fire Qilin, Princess Shui Yarrow, Little Penking, and the others here? Lin Feng looked at Feng Yaoao and couldn't help but ask. Feng Yaoao said, they are all in seclusion. Now that the times have changed, everyone is trying their best to raise their cultivation. I just came out of seclusion not long ago, but I reckon that the Fire Qilin and the others will come out soon as well. Are the Great Penking, the Peacock King, and the Fire Crow Daoist in the ancestral land of the Yarrow race? Lin Feng continued asking. Feng Yaoao said, yes. They are currently receiving the old emperor of the human race, Jiang Zhoutian. Lin Feng was shocked. This was the first time he had heard the name of the old emperor of the human race. So this old emperor of the human race was called Jiang Zhoutian. Chapter 3001. Feng Yaoao continued, it is said that the old emperor of the human race was a cultivator from a small clan. Later on, there was an upheaval, and most of the people in the clan died. After that, the old emperor left the 9 prefectures, and no one knows where he went. Of course, he was still young at that time, so it was a very long time ago. After countless years, he returned to the 9 prefectures once again. Lin Feng said, there is actually such a history. The old emperor and my master, Lord Tortoise, were people of the same era. I wonder how long he has lived. Now that he has returned to the 9 prefectures, It is truly a joyous occasion for the 9 prefectures. Yes, the old emperor cares about the 9 prefectures, but something happened to his body. Feng Yaorio sighed. Lin Feng knew about the old emperor's body, so he couldn't help but sigh at this moment. He didn't know when the old emperor would die. At that time, it would be a huge loss for the 9 prefectures, but no one could help the old emperor. Lin Feng only hoped that this day would come a little later. What is going on with the Huang Dao clan? Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. The Huang Dao clan is a reclusive clan. This clan is very special, and they cultivate both immortal and demonic cultivation. Of course, there are some who only cultivate the righteous path, and some who only cultivate the demonic path. Recently, an expert from the Huang Dao clan came to the ancestral land of the demon race. He seemed to want to discuss something with Senior Fire Crow Daoist, but I don't know the details. As for Huang Dao Xuantian, he came with the other members of the Huang Dao clan. After he saw me, he kept pestering me. I have told him many times that I have a lover, but he still wouldn't let go. Now, he should behave himself. Feng Yaorio couldn't help but reveal a sweet smile. Lin Feng even crippled Huang Dao Xuantian for her. He was so domineering. On the contrary, Feng Yaorio felt a strong sense of security enveloping her. Qing Emperor said, "This time, there are many cultivators from the various races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. Although there are no conflicts between the 9 provinces and the 3 forces for the time being, I don't think it's appropriate for Lu Tong to host the cultivators from the 3 forces." Feng Yaorio said in a low voice, "Lu Tong and a few other people are planning something, and it seems like they are targeting the cultivators of these 3 forces. I don't know what exactly they are planning." Lin Feng was shocked. He didn't expect there to be such an inside story. But what exactly was Lu Tong planning? Although he didn't know what Lu Tong's goal was, Lin Feng felt that Lu Tong might be targeting the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and the young elites of other forces. "It's always hard to guess what my brother does," Lu Xiaoxiao said. She was Lu Tong's biological sister, and the 2 of them were very close. 2 hours later, someone came to inform Lin Feng and the others to go to the parlor on the 4th floor. There weren't many cultivators who could enter the parlor, and they were all geniuses with status and strength. When Lin Feng and the others entered the parlor, there were already dozens of people gathered there. There were a few human cultivators, but Lin Feng only recognized Jiang Moli. There were also some demonic cultivators. Apart from Lu Tong, Lin Feng didn't recognize the rest. However, they should be the demonic cultivators who were planning that matter with Lu Tong. There were also some cultivators from hidden clans and sects. Of course, there were also some cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. Many people looked at Lin Feng. His eyes were filled with coldness. "Lin Feng, I finally see you today." Sheng Yuanfa looked at Lin Feng. Not only was his hair golden, but even his pupils were golden as well. He looked a little demonic. Lin Feng had heard some things about Sheng Yuanfa. 1,000 years ago, he killed a beast that had just entered the Great Emperor realm. This showed how terrifying Sheng Yuanfa was. The most important thing was, 1,000 years had passed. No one knew how powerful Sheng Yuanfa was. Lin Feng looked at Sheng Yuanfa indifferently and said, "You're from the Sacred God clan, right? You're much stronger than Sheng Yuanshu and Sheng Yuandao." Sheng Yuanfa smiled slightly and didn't say anything more. This person was very good at hiding his heart. Lin Feng now mentioned Sheng Yuanshu and Sheng Yuandao, who were killed by him. Sheng Yuanfa didn't show any emotion. Lin Feng admired Lin Feng's patience and patience. Many people looked at Lin Feng with different colors in their eyes. As for what they were thinking, only these people knew. Lin Feng found a place to sit and didn't say anything else. Lu Tong said with a smile, "It's not easy for everyone to sit here today. Why don't we drink this cup of wine together?" Lu Tong stood up with a cup of wine in his hand. This gathering was organized by Lu Tong, so everyone would naturally give Lu Tong face. Therefore, everyone raised their glasses and drank the wine in one gulp. "I heard that Brother Lu has information about Immortal Gazing Ridge. Is it true?" a cultivator asked. Everyone looked at Lu Tong. Because everyone came here this time, they were all very interested in the information that Lu Tong possessed. Immortal Gazing Ridge was a land of death. What secrets were hidden behind the mysterious crying sound? This made everyone extremely curious. It was like 100 claws were scratching at their hearts. Moreover, the Fire Crow clan had always lived near Immortal Gazing Ridge. Had the ancestors of the Fire Crow clan explored Immortal Gazing Ridge before? If the Fire Crow clan had never explored Immortal Gazing Ridge before, no one would believe it. Perhaps the Fire Crow clan knew some secrets that others didn't. Lu Tong said, "I have indeed heard some news." Everyone's spirits were roused, and someone asked, "May I know what information Brother Lu has obtained?" Lu Tong said, "It's about the changes in the land of death." "Is it related to the mysterious crying sound?" A genius from the myriad races asked. "It's related. It's said that the crying sound is due to..." Lu Tong didn't seem to want to hide it from everyone. However, as soon as he spoke, a cold aura enveloped the hall. Woo, 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 faint crying sounds could be heard. "Did you guys hear it?" someone asked with a grave expression. The others nodded. Everyone had heard the crying sound. It was so mournful, eerie, and terrifying that it sounded like it came from hell. Chapter 3002. Lu Tong continued, "It seems that I can't continue talking about this matter. Now that I'm going to talk about it, the sound of crying seems to be a sign of something, or a warning." At that moment, the crying suddenly stopped. The sobbing sound was very sudden, and it ended very suddenly as well. However, everyone heard it clearly. Thus, no one doubted the source of the crying sound. "Brother Lu, do you know where the crying sound came from?" someone asked, eager to know everything about this sobbing sound. Because it might be related to the secret of the land of death. Everyone knew how extraordinary the land of death was in the 9 prefectures. It was rumored that the greatest secret of the universe was hidden in the land of death. As long as one grasped a secret, one could become an overlord that could intimidate the universe. Such rumors were circulating in the various large, medium, and small worlds. Moreover, it was something passed down from generation to generation. Thus, everyone believed in these rumors. The first thing the emperors of the myriad races did when they arrived in the 9 prefectures was to observe the land of death. This was enough to explain a lot. There was also that mysterious female Holy Spirit. The first thing she did when she was born was to observe the land of death. This further confirmed this matter. Lu Tong said, "I really can't mention this matter. Everyone heard the crying sound earlier. If I keep talking about it, I'm afraid I'll suffer a calamity." Many people understood Lu Tong's fear. Therefore, they knew that their plan to get information from Lu Tong was probably going to fail. Because Lu Tong was afraid. Some cultivators were very disdainful of Lu Tong's cautious personality. However, they naturally wouldn't say it out loud. "I have an evil warding stone here. With this stone guarding this place, young Master Lu will be safe," Fairy Yarrow Ji said. She gently waved her right hand, and a ball of divine light surged out. A huge stone was wrapped in the divine light. That stone was the evil warding stone. The evil warding stone is actually such a treasure. Rumor has it that if one carries the evil warding stone, no curses or evil techniques will be able to affect one's body. Moreover, yin spirits and ghosts are extremely afraid of the evil warding stone. They don't even dare to approach this treasure. If the evil warding stone is guarding this place, Brother Lu can rest assured, a cultivator said. "Will it really work?" Lu Tong looked at the evil warding stone with a bewildered expression, as if he was still hesitating. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Previously, Feng Yarao had said that Lu Tong seemed to be plotting something. Lin Feng felt that this timid look was very likely to be a deliberate act. He wanted to numb the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and the cultivators from the other forces. If Lin Feng hadn't heard Feng Yarao mention that Lu Tong wanted to scheme against the experts of 3 forces, then he wouldn't have suspected Lu Tong at this very moment. This was because Lu Tong's expression and actions were simply too vivid. It didn't seem like he was acting at all. This guy was really a talent. "Don't worry, young Master Lu. I guarantee that nothing will happen," Fairy Yarrow Ji said. After hearing Fairy Yaoji's guarantee, Lu Tong's expression returned to normal. Cough, cough. Lu Tong coughed twice, as if to cover up his embarrassment. He said, cultivators fight against the heavens and the earth. Cultivation is a dangerous thing, so it's better to be careful. Many people sneered in their hearts, looking down on Lu Tong. They felt that with Lu Tong's personality, it would be difficult for him to achieve great things in the future. Brother Lu, can you tell us now? Gong Zong Nai asked. Lu Tong smiled embarrassedly and said, all right, since everyone wants to know something about Immortal Gazing Ridge, I can tell everyone. Everyone turned to look at Lu Tong. Now, Lu Tong was going to talk about Immortal Gazing Ridge. This was something that everyone present was very concerned about. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Tong, unable to move away. Lu Tong said, my ancestor, Fire Crow Daoist, once entered Immortal Gazing Ridge to investigate this matter, and he indeed saw something shocking. What is it? Someone asked impatiently. My ancestor said that he saw a blurry world appear in the depths of Immortal Gazing Ridge. That world was shrouded in black fog, and the crying came from that world. Lu Tong said. What? Did a world appear? It's really amazing. That's the Immortal Gazing Ridge, a land of death. What's hidden in the Immortal Gazing Ridge is a shocking secret. The world that appeared must have an extremely extraordinary origin and must be hiding a great secret. An Outer Realm cultivator said. Brother Lu, did your ancestor enter to investigate it? Someone asked. Yes, but he came out very quickly. I once asked my ancestor about it, but he didn't say much. Lu Tong's eyes flashed slightly as he said. Although Lu Tong's movements were very subtle, everyone still noticed the flickering light in his eyes. Many people frowned. They felt that Lu Tong had not told them everything. He must be hiding some secrets. Sheng Yuanfa said, I heard that the old emperor of the human race and some experts from the reclusive clans have come to your ancestral land to meet your ancestor. These people don't usually come, so why did they choose to come now? This. Lu Tong hesitated. He hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said, how would I know? After all, how can we possibly guess the thoughts of those old experts? Xing Yuchen said, did your ancestor bring something out of that world? Is that why so many experts were attracted to meet your ancestor? I don't know. My ancestor didn't tell me, Lu Tong said. Although Lu Tong didn't admit it, many people felt that the Fire Crow Daoist might have brought something out. Lu Tong must know, but he was unwilling to tell them. My ancestor said that that place isn't somewhere we can go. Only experts at the Great Emperor Realm and above can explore it. Everyone, don't think too much about it, Lu Tong said. Qing Emperor said. That's right. That's what the Stone Puppet King told us. Everyone, stop thinking about it. In fact, many of their elders had mentioned this point. However, they couldn't completely give up on exploring it. Everyone had great luck, so they naturally wanted to explore the land of death's secrets. Who knew, they might even find some amazing fortuitous encounters. Sheng Yuanfa said indifferently, I killed a great emperor 1,000 years ago. Do you think I'm not qualified to explore it? The old generation is being too considerate. That's right. We have supreme treasures, great luck, and all kinds of abilities and treasures. We might not be weaker than some great emperors. Why can't we explore the land of death's secrets? A devil cultivator beside Lu Tong said. Chapter 3003. The fiend cultivator was very good at cooperating with Lu Tong. Lin Feng guessed that they had been preparing for this for a long time. The younger generation of the older generation is completely different from our era. Now, the era has begun to change. Cultivation has begun to flourish again. Because of this, there are many young cultivators who can even suppress the older generation. However, this kind of thing is completely unimaginable in their era. Many of the older generation still look at us with the same eyes as they did back then. They even restrict our actions. Respecting our ancestors is something we should do. However, we are no longer 3 years old. There are many things we can judge and make decisions for. A cultivator continued. He talked about some of his inner thoughts, which made many people feel that his words were very reasonable. It was just as the cultivator had said. The current era was different from the previous era. They were about the same age. However, the difference in their combat strength was like heaven and earth. This was the biggest difference. However, there is one thing we must take note of. The land of death is indeed an extremely terrifying place. The slightest carelessness could result in death. It is an indisputable fact that we do not know much about the land of death, an outer realm cultivator said. Next, the others looked at Lu Tong. Someone said, Brother Lu's ancestor has been to that place before. I believe Brother Lu must know how to avoid the various dangers of the land of death and reach that place, right? I don't know. Lu Tong quickly shook his head, denying it. Brother Lu, don't be in such a hurry to deny it. If you really do find something, why don't you let Brother Lu pick a treasure first? Someone suggested. Many people agreed with this opinion. However, Lu Tong said, I'm not interested in benefits that I can't see. I'm not willing to gamble with my life. What do you want, Brother Lu? Gong Zong Nai asked with narrowed eyes. Lu Tong smiled. Cultivation is difficult. I'm lacking some immortal stones and top-grade natural treasures. Many people began cursing Lu Tong in their hearts. Immortal stones and top-grade natural treasures were things that everyone needed. Moreover, these things were extremely rare and precious. Now that Lu Tong had mentioned these things, it was obvious that he wanted them. Their goal was self-evident. They wanted to ruthlessly rip people off. However, since he wanted Lu Tong's help, he had to pay a price. This Lu Tong is not simple. Lin Feng thought to himself. Lu Tong's previous performance. Plus, he was greedy now. Instead, it made people trust Lu Tong even more. If Lu Tong had casually agreed, it would make people suspect that Lu Tong had other motives. However, in reality, Lu Tong had already deceived everyone except those who knew that there was more to this matter. Everyone who wants to go will be given 10 immortal stones and a spiritual herb that has grown for over 500,000 years. If you can't take it out, then I can only helplessly help, Lu Tong said. Isn't Brother Lu's request a little too much? Someone said in a deep voice. Lu Tong was simply asking for an exorbitant price. Immortal stones were hard to come by. Even for the top geniuses of the various major forces, it was hard for them to take out 10 immortal stones. Not to mention the fact that Lu Tong had proposed to take out a spirit herb that was over 500,000 years old. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lu Tong said, I'm not forcing you. I hope you can think about it calmly, because I don't want to take risks with you. These things are too precious. It'll take a lot of effort to gather them, someone said. He had no intention of bargaining with Lu Tong. After you bring the things here, I hope Brother Lu won't go back on his word, someone else said. He wanted to gather the things, but he didn't forget to remind Lu Tong to keep his promise. This was because many people felt that Lu Tong was a little soft, and he was always overcautious when doing things. It was very likely that he would go back on his word when the time came. Don't worry. I, Lu Tong, have never gone back on my word. However, I'll only give you 1 day to gather the things. After 1 day, if there are less than 20 people, this matter will end here, Lu Tong said. All right. It's a deal. Many people nodded in agreement. They didn't stay any longer and left to gather the required immortal stones and spiritual herbs. Lu Tong and the others didn't stay any longer and quickly left. They still had many things to prepare. Clearly, time was of the essence. This is no small matter. I can roughly guess what Lu Tong wants to do, Lin Feng said. Qing Emperor said. Before we do it, we have to trick these people. Feng Yaoao sighed. This matter is too dangerous. I hope Lu Tong is fine. The next day, a group of people came to look for Lu Tong. There were cultivators from the myriad races, outer realm races, and other external powers. There were also cultivators from some hidden clans and secluded sects. Altogether, there were about 40 to 50 people. As promised, I'll only bring you there. After that, there's nothing else for me to do. I won't go in with you. When the time comes, I'll leave. As for what you want to do, it has nothing to do with me. Everyone agreed. All right. The others nodded in agreement. Then, the group left Fire Crow City and headed to the land of death, Immortal Gazing Ridge. Lin Feng had planned to follow them. He could also help Lu Tong. However, Lu Tong rejected him. Lu Tong told him that Lin Feng had a deep grudge with the myriad races, outer realm races, and other external powers. If Lin Feng were to join them, once they entered the land of death, there might be some unforeseen events. Lin Feng felt the same. If there were any unforeseen events, he would be in danger and might completely destroy Lu Tong's plan. Therefore, Lin Feng did not go with Lu Tong and the others. After Lu Tong's group left Fire Crow City, Lin Feng went to the Stone Puppet King's residence and bid farewell to him. He planned to go to the Fiend race's ancestral land with Feng Yarao. Lin Feng only stayed at the Stone Puppet King's residence for a while before leaving. Then, he embarked on the journey to the Fiend race's ancestral land with Feng Yarao, Lu Xiaoxiao, and the others. There was no teleportation formation on this journey, so they could only fly. Fortunately, it was not too far. The ancient forest was very dangerous. There were powerful beasts everywhere. These beasts would attack cultivators who entered the ancient forest. Only those who would not attack the Fiend race's ancestral land would follow Feng Yarao and the others. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign saint smoothly arrived at the Fiend race's ancestral land. The Fiend race's ancestral land was an independent small world. The small world had verdant hills and clear waters, and it even formed a city. A large number of Fiend race residents lived here. Chapter 3004. Fire Crow Island was where the direct descendants of the Fire Crow clan lived. Apart from the direct descendants of the Fire Crow Daoist, there were also some talented disciples from the side branches. Other talented demons from the Fiend ancestral land could live on Fire Crow Island as well. Fire Crow Island was a place that every demon yearned to live on. All the demons in the Fiend ancestral land aimed to live on Fire Crow Island. After entering Fire Crow Island, one's status would be highly valued. There would be earth-shattering changes. In fact, it was the same as cultivating in a sect. Naturally, the sect would place more importance on talented disciples. Ordinary disciples would definitely not receive as much attention as those gifted disciples. The resources and so on within the sect would also be biased towards those disciples with extraordinary talent. If any faction wanted to remain prosperous, they would have to follow the rules. A relatively fair elimination system had to be set up. The outstanding disciples would be selected and nurtured. This was how a sect could maintain its competitiveness. After entering Fire Crow Island, Feng Yarao brought Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign saint to rest. Lu Xiaoxiao went to meet the Fire Crow Daoist, the Great Pen King, and the Peacock King. She told them that Lin Feng had arrived. As soon as they arrived, a terrifying aura surged from outside and enveloped Lin Feng's courtyard. "Get out here," a cold voice sounded. "Who is it? Are you looking for a beating? How dare you recklessly cause trouble for us?" The poison ancestor coldly uttered. Lin Feng walked out as well. He saw a group of people rushing over. Lin Feng saw a familiar figure in the crowd. It was none other than Huangdao Xuantian. Huangdao Xuantian was glaring at him with eyes filled with resentment. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He did not care about Huangdao Xuantian at all. When he saw the leader of the group, he could not help but frown slightly. It was a young master who was very handsome. However, there was a haughty look on his face. After seeing this person, Lin Feng felt that this person was somewhat familiar. He carefully recalled some of the people he had met over the years. "It's you." Soon, Lin Feng's eyes shot out a cold light. He remembered who this person was. After Zixiao's death, he went to the Qingyang sect to pick up Zixiao's sister, Ziling Er. Later on, Ziling Er awakened the bloodline of the mysterious Yin Demonis. But who would have thought that it would be snatched away by the passing Tian Fa Demon Venerable? At that time, there was a young cultivator beside Tian Fa Demon Venerable called Huangdao Bu Bai. Lin Feng clearly remembered how the invincible Imperial Dao had looked down on him. It was a kind of contempt that came from the soul. It had been many years. Lin Feng finally saw Imperial Dao Bubai again. He had not expected Imperial Dao Bubai to be a member of the Imperial Dao family, a reclusive family in the 9 prefectures. This person was so terrifying back then. After so many years, this person had become even more terrifying. But so what? Lin Feng was no longer the weak youth of the past. What? Have you seen me before? Invincible Huang Dao sneered as he looked at Lin Feng. He had no intention of placing Lin Feng in his eyes. Have you forgotten what happened in the Tianwu continent back then? Lin Feng said coldly. The Tianwu continent. Invincible Huang Dao was very surprised. He looked at Lin Feng in a deep and meaningful way and smiled coldly. I was wondering who it was. So it was you. That ant from back then. I really didn't expect that the ant from back then would turn over a new leaf and become the #1 genius in the 9 regions. That's because you didn't meet me. If you met me, you would be like a pitiful bug that would be trampled under my feet and never be able to rise again. Where's Ling Er? Where is she? Lin Feng looked coldly at Invincible Huang Dao. Back then, Zi Xiao had saved Lin Feng's life in the land of death, so Lin Feng was very grateful to Zi Xiao. However, Zi Xiao had died not far from Lin Feng. Even now, Lin Feng still had not found Zi Xiao's killer. Zi Ling Er was Zi Xiao's only relative. When she had been kidnapped, Lin Feng had been extremely vexed. He had sworn to find her one day. Now, Lin Feng finally saw hope. Who do you think you are? You think you're qualified to ask me questions? Invincible Huang Dao looked down at Lin Feng condescendingly. It was as if he was looking at an ant. Invincible Huang Dao's contempt for Lin Feng seemed to come from his bones. He glanced at Lin Feng with a mocking smile. Let me ask you, where is Zi Ling Er? Lin Feng looked coldly at Invincible Huang Dao. You want to know? Sure. Kneel on the ground and beg me. As long as you kneel and beg me, I might consider telling you. Ha ha ha. Invincible Huang Dao laughed loudly, looking incomparably arrogant. Kneel. Hurry up and kneel. That's right. Kneel and kowtow, then beg Big Brother Invincible like a dog. Big Brother Invincible might tell you. The people around Invincible Huang Dao shouted, looking at Lin Feng mockingly. F***CK. Are you looking for trouble? What the hell? How dare you act so arrogantly in front of our young master? Du Zhu had long lost his patience. He could not help but curse, wanting nothing more than to slap these people to death right now. Lin Feng had already calmed down. He said indifferently, don't pay too much attention to the words of a mob. Ant-like thing, I told you to kneel. Didn't you hear me? What? Don't you want to know where Zi Ling Er is? Invincible Huang Dao looked at Lin Feng with contempt. He was clearly toying with Lin Feng. Invincible Huang Dao said with a sinister smile, Lin Feng, you little bastard. Didn't you hear what Big Brother Invincible said? Big Brother Invincible asked you to kneel and kowtow. Do you want us to repeat it again? Now that he had Invincible Huang Dao's support, Invincible Huang Dao was full of confidence. He wasn't afraid of Lin Feng anymore. Swish. Lin Feng's figure flickered, and he disappeared from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Invincible Huang Dao. Lin Feng grabbed Invincible Huang Dao's neck and lifted him up. Let me go. Let me go. Invincible Huang Dao struggled violently, but he was unable to break free. Lin Feng, let him go, or I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Invincible Huang Dao said with a gloomy face. Chapter 3005. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng began to count. 1. His voice was cold, as if it was the voice of death that floated out from hell. At this moment, everyone around him fell silent. They could feel the terrifying killing intent emanating from Lin Feng's body. Many people had heard of Lin Feng's character. Lin Feng was a decisive person. Therefore, his words were not just a simple threat to Huang Dao Bubai. He could really kill Huang Dao Xuantian. Many Devil Clan cultivators in the surroundings were alarmed and rushed over. Many of the newly arrived Devil Clan cultivators were not very clear about what was happening. Someone asked, what happened? Someone said, that young cultivator is the famous Lin Feng of the human clan. He seems to have a conflict with the Huangdao clan. What? His Lin Feng? Many people were shocked. The cultivators of the 9 prefectures were all too familiar with the name Lin Feng, even though they had never seen Lin Feng in person. Most of them had heard of Lin Feng's name. After seeing Lin Feng, everyone was shocked. 2. Lin Feng continued counting and a cold smile appeared on his face. Help! Big brother Bu Bai, save me. Huangdao Zun Tian was shaking from head to toe. He looked at Huangdao Bu Bai and begged him. He regretted that he had offended Lin Feng in the first place. If it was possible. He really hoped that things could repeat themselves. If he was given another chance, he would never provoke this person in front of him. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Making the Imperial Dao invincible Emperor kneel was simply impossible. Huangdao Bubai's face was extremely cold, revealing a dense killing intent. He looked at Lin Feng as if he was looking at a dead man. He didn't say anything, but in his heart, he wanted to kill Lin Feng more and more. Lin Feng, you'd better let Xuantian go. If you dare to touch Sun Tian, you'll become the enemy of our Huangdao clan. Someone coldly threatened Lin Feng, wanting to intimidate Lin Feng and force Lin Feng to release Huangdao Xuantian. 3. However, Lin Feng ignored the threat of the cultivator from the Huangdao clan and continued to count the 3rd number. When the number was calculated, Lin Feng said indifferently, "It seems that the lives of your clansmen are not that important in your eyes. What a cold-hearted person. Don't kill me, Lin Gongzi. Please spare me. I won't dare to provoke you again." Huangdao Xuantian begged loudly. Too late. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He didn't change his mind because of Huangdao Zun Tian's pleading. If his cultivation wasn't strong enough, then, the one who would be bullied or even killed would be him. A pitiful person must have something to hate. Since he had already said that he would kill Huangdao Xuantian, he would definitely kill him. He would definitely kill this person. How could he go back on his word? If he went back on his words, he would become a laughingstock. Lin Feng used his finger as a sword, and a dazzling sword chi shot out. Poochie. A tearing sound was accompanied by blood spurting out. Huangdao Xuantian's head was directly chopped off by Lin Feng. Huangdao Xuantian was killed on the spot. "I'll take your dog life." Huangdao Xuantian's eyes were filled with killing intent after seeing this scene. He couldn't help but shout coldly. Then, he jumped out and charged towards Lin Feng. Then, he blasted a palm towards Lin Feng. That terrifying palm contained destructive fluctuations. It seemed as if the world was about to collapse. Huangdao Xuantian was indeed powerful. One could see that from this move. In the face of Huangdao Xuantian's attack, Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He sneered and said, "Today, I'd like to experience your divine ability." As soon as his voice fell, Lin Feng condensed the demon ancestor's sacred fist and blasted towards Huangdao Xuantian. Bang, accompanied by a violent collision sound, Lin Feng and Huangdao Xuantian collided. The power that could topple mountains and overturn seas instantly poured out. It was as if 2 stars in the void had collided. The airwaves formed by the 2 of them blasted away the nearby cultivators who were watching the battle. In the past, the little ant's cultivation improved greatly. No wonder you're so arrogant. However, provoking the Huangdao family is the last thing you should have done. In front of the Huangdao family, you're still an ant. Huangdao Xuantian looked at Lin Feng indifferently. His eyes were emitting killing intent and contempt. From the beginning to the end, Huangdao Xuantian had never taken Lin Feng seriously. Therefore, he only had contempt and disdain for Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng had displayed extraordinary combat strength, Huangdao Xuantian still acted high and mighty as if everything was under his control. "Now, you can prepare to die." Huangdao Xuantian looked at Lin Feng indifferently. He walked towards Lin Feng step by step and began to prepare an even more powerful divine ability. He wanted to kill Lin Feng. "Are you still living in a dream? What Huangdao family? You're just a joke in front of me. If I want to destroy the Huangdao family, it won't be that difficult." Lin Feng was not to be outdone. He sneered. "You're courting death. Today, I'll send you to hell." Huang Dao Xuantian's killing intent was monstrous. He soared into the sky like an eagle and charged towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sneered and charged towards Huang Dao Xuantian as well. He was not afraid of this person. This person's combat strength was heaven-defying. However, Lin Feng was not weak either. He was extremely confident in himself. Stop! Right at this moment, a deep shout rang out. A few cultivators flew over. The person who had shouted was Fire Crow Daoist. Other than that, Dopeng King and Peacock King had also arrived. Other than the three of them, Lin Feng also saw Tian Fa Overlord. He had seen this person many years ago in Tianwu continent. After so many years, his appearance had not changed at all. There were a few experts as well. However, Lin Feng did not recognize them. Those experts seemed to be great emperors as well. Lin Feng guessed that they might be experts from secluded families or secluded sects. Fire Crow Daoist's cold shout contained a powerful force that forced Lin Feng and Huang Dao Xuantian to retreat. Fire Crow ancestral land does not allow private fights. Both of you, stop. Fire Crow Daoist said. Hearing Fire Crow Daoist's words, Tian Fa Overlord's face turned ugly. Their Huang Dao family had lost a member. Now, Fire Crow Daoist was saying that private fights were not allowed. Wouldn't their Huang Dao family member have died in vain? Anyone could see that Fire Crow Daoist was biased towards Lin Feng, although he was extremely furious. However, Tian Fa Overlord could not be angry in front of everyone. Because this was the Fire Crow ancestral land. Naturally, he had to restrain himself in someone else's territory. Huang Dao Xuantian's face was extremely gloomy. However, now that Fire Crow Daoist had spoken, he could no longer do anything. Chapter 3006. Lin Feng said indifferently, "Do you really think you're invincible? You're a joke, you know? I'm looking forward to our next battle. At that time, you'll know who's the one being stepped on." Huang Dao Bubai snorted coldly. His expression was cold and indifferent, but he didn't say anything else. Sky Punishment Archfiend looked at Lin Feng meaningfully and said indifferently, "Young man, it's easy to break if you're too hard." His words clearly contained a deep threat. Of course, Lin Feng could hear him clearly. It was clear. After hearing the threat, he said calmly, "Thank you for the reminder, but you shouldn't say it here, and you shouldn't say it to me. Instead, you should teach the Huang Dao clan's disciples properly. You're young, but you have a sharp tongue." Sky Punishment Archfiend sneered. However, he didn't say anything else. Soon, these people left. Lin Feng bowed to Fire Crow Daoist, Great Rock King, and Peacock King. "Let's go in and talk," Fire Crow Daoist said. Lin Feng nodded and entered the courtyard with the three great emperors. After personally brewing tea for the three great emperors, Lin Feng sat down. Only Lin Feng, Fire Crow Daoist, Great Rock King, and Peacock King were in the hall. They were very close. Lin Feng didn't feel restrained in front of the three great emperors. Peacock King asked, "Why did you have a conflict with the Huang Dao clan?" Lin Feng then told him about what had happened to Ziling back then. Mysterious Yin Witch. That's a special physique that only reincarnates once every million years or even several million years. Great Rock King said. "I asked Huang Dao Bubai, but I didn't get any information about Ziling. Lin Feng said with a gloomy expression. "I heard about this in the past. It said that the Huang Dao clan found a young girl with the mysterious Yin Witch physique. I didn't expect you to have such a relationship with her. I heard that some factions were interested in her and wanted to snatch her away. Thus, she was sent away by the Huang Dao clan." Fire Crow Daoist said. "Sent away? Where should I send it?" Lin Feng could not help but ask. "It's probably in the Huang Dao family's mysterious ancestral land, or it might be the Huang Dao family's stronghold in the outer realm. The Huang Dao clan has been searching for geniuses with all kinds of physiques all these years. I wonder what they are plotting," Daoist Flaming Crow said. "Could it be that they want to nurture him? And then make him one of the clan's sacrificial warriors?" Lin Feng said. "It won't be that simple. It's too wasteful for such a genius to become the family's men of sacrifice. However, no matter what it is, It can't be done in a short time. It will take a certain amount of time. So, you don't need to worry too much now. As long as you can find a way to find the little girl's current location, you can rescue her. Daoist Flaming Crow said. Yes. That's all we can do for now. Lin Feng nodded. The Great Peng Emperor said, the Huang Dao clan is extraordinary. Now that we have become enemies, we have to be careful. We will help you keep an eye on the Great Emperor of this clan. If we really fall out with them, we won't be afraid of them. The Great Peng Emperor's words were truly heartwarming. His words were very clear. The three of them were standing on his side, even if it meant becoming enemies with the Huang Dao clan. Lin Feng said. Yes, this junior will remember. I heard from Xiao Xiao that you came to the ancestral land for an important matter. Daoist Flaming Crow looked at Lin Feng and asked. Lin Feng said. A few years ago, there was a foreign creature called the Evil Scorpion Lord. After a few years of recovery, the Evil Scorpion Lord's strength is rapidly recovering. The threat of these foreign creatures is too great. Once the Evil Scorpion Lord recovers to his peak, I'm afraid that we won't be able to kill him. That's why I came here to invite the three seniors to join me in killing the Evil Scorpion Lord, the Great Peng Emperor said. Previously, I met the Evil Scorpion Lord in the overseas world. After exchanging a few blows with him, I found that the Evil Scorpion Lord is indeed powerful. Moreover, these foreign creatures are incomparably evil. Thus, killing the Evil Scorpion Lord is a very important matter. Lin Feng continued, in Fire Crow City, I met the Stone Puppet King. I didn't expect him to be an old friend of my ancestor. Senior Stone Puppet King said that when we deal with the Evil Scorpion Lord, we can inform him to join us. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the Great Peng Emperor, Peacock King, and Fire Crow Daoist were all shocked. They clearly didn't expect Lin Feng to have such a relationship with the Stone Puppet King. Peacock King said. It'll be even better with the Stone Puppet King's help. However, it won't be easy to kill the Evil Scorpion Lord because he has allied himself with the myriad races, foreign races, and other top forces. Once we make a move, it'll definitely be a war between emperors. A war between emperors. Lin Feng's expression turned grave. He truly hadn't thought things through before, believing that they would be able to kill the Evil Scorpion Lord. But now, it seemed that things weren't that simple. Someone as cunning as the Evil Scorpion Lord wouldn't be killed so easily. Moreover, with the Evil Scorpion Lord's ability, he might have known beforehand that Lin Feng and the others were going to kill him. When the time came, they would join forces with the experts of the various major forces and set up an inescapable trap. Instead, they would be the ones in danger. Lin Feng asked. What should we do now? I'll contact a few great emperors during this period, hoping to invite them to join us. Fire Crow Daoist said. He had a lot of connections in the 9 states. All right. Lin Feng nodded. We'll need to wait for a while. We'll try to comprehend a new ability. If we succeed, we might be able to play a decisive role in this battle. Fire Crow Daoist said. Lin Feng was shocked. It seemed that the ability Fire Crow Daoist was talking about was definitely a peerless technique. You can stay with the devil race for a while, or go to the sacred grounds to cultivate for a while. Fire Crow Daoist said. The devil race's sacred grounds could change the flow of time. Lin Feng had long wanted to go there. He said, I want to take a look at the devil race's sacred ground. 3 days later, we'll activate the teleportation array and send you there. Fire Crow Daoist said. Many thanks, Senior. Lin Feng bowed to Fire Crow Daoist. 2 days later, shocking news spread. Lu Tong and the others of the devil race had led a group of cultivators from the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, other external forces, and hidden clans into the land of death, Immortal Gazing Ridge. Lu Tong and the others of the devil race had joined forces with the members of the hidden clans to plot against the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other external forces. They wanted to kill all of them. The top geniuses of the 3 forces fell into the trap. Only 7 or 8 of the 47 top geniuses managed to escape. The rest were all killed in the land of death, Immortal Gazing Ridge. Chapter 3007. There weren't many geniuses who could be considered top geniuses. There were many cultivators from the 10,000 clans, the races from outside, and other influential groups. However, such geniuses were extremely rare. But now, so many geniuses had died. The three influential groups were furious. Did you hear? The number one genius of the great demon clan, Mo Aoshi, died in the battle. Mo Aoshi was a terrifying cultivator. It's said that he had cultivated for 500 years and was extremely talented. He could have become a great emperor, but he was killed just like that. The great demon clan is furious. Qian Wushang and Qian Wuhuan from the Thousand Feather tribe also died in this battle. They were the pillars of the Thousand Feather tribe. When the ancestor of the Thousand Feather tribe heard about this, he declared that he would slaughter all the demon races in the 9 continents to avenge the deaths of the two. Even Shang Yuanfa was injured. He almost died in the immortal gazing mountain. Prince Nai was injured too. His body was pierced through. If he didn't have a powerful technique, he would have died. I heard that Yaroji's clothes were stained with blood. All sorts of rumors were spreading. Everyone was talking about how the top geniuses of the myriad races, the extraterritorial races, and the other foreign forces had been killed. What's going on with this battle? Someone asked. They only knew that this battle had killed so many of the top experts of the younger generation of the three forces, but they didn't know what had happened. Lu Tong is proficient in formations. He once asked Fire Crow Taoist about the many terrifying formations in the immortal Gazing Ridge. Moreover, Lu Tong risked his life several times to set up these formations in the immortal Gazing Ridge. That day, they entered the immortal Gazing Ridge under the leadership of Lu Tong and the others. When they reached the location of the formations, Lu Tong and the others crazily burned their lifespan to activate the formations in the immortal Gazing Ridge. In fact, it's not easy to activate the formations in the immortal Gazing Ridge. Everyone was exhausted. I heard that at the critical moment of the battle, the formations couldn't hold on anymore. Lin Feng was astonished. When he said this, he was extremely moved. Sacrificing himself to activate the formation, how much courage did one need to do this? Burning my blood to protect my homeland, dyeing the sky with blood, I have no regrets. Burning my soul to protect my family, dying 10 deaths, I have no regrets. One by one, the demons began to sing loudly. It was a song that had been passed down for many years. It was called the Battle Song of the Beasts. The 9 continents had been in chaos for a long time. During the ancient chaos era, the 9 continents had fallen into chaos. Terrifying demons from outside had invaded the 9 continents. At that time, the emperors of the human race had died and they were weak. The beasts had new great emperors. Under the leadership of the Dragon Emperor, the cultivators of the 9 continents had defeated the demons. It was an extremely tragic battle. Several great emperors of the demon race died in battle. But in the end, Dragon Emperor, was severely injured. During that battle, the battle song of the 9. You can. You can't lose your homeland, can you life, you country can't you, even if the demon blood dyed the sky red. Even if he only had one last breath left. They would also fight for the 9 prefectures. Even if 9 battles and 9 deaths. Even if he died, he would not regret it. With the passage of countless years, fewer and fewer people sang the war song of the demon race. However, this time, the top prodigies of the demon race had killed so many top prodigies of the myriad races, extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces without fear of death. This made many demons think of the demon war song again. The monster ancestor's soul was not lost. The will of the ancestors of the demonic beasts existed forever. The demon race's blood did not cool down. The demon race's fighting spirit was eternal. Apart from the few geniuses of the demon clan, a few disciples of the reclusive clans were also mentioned. Nowadays, the reputation of the hidden clans in the 9 regions was not good, but the actions of the disciples of the hidden clans were admirable. The ancestral land of the Yarrow race. West Mountain tombs. 2 new tombs had been added here. The 2 demonic disciples who died in that battle were buried here. However, their cenotaphs were buried in the tombs. This was because their bodies had long been completely destroyed. There were many people gathered here. There were cultivators of the demon race and some cultivators of the hidden clans. Lin Feng saw Lu Tong. Now Lu Tong only had one arm left. He didn't know how the battle was carried out, but Lin Feng knew that the battle must have been unimaginably tragic. 2 top prodigies of the demon race died. Lu Tong and 3 other disciples of the demon race were also injured. One of Lu Tong's arms was cut off. And Lin Feng heard that 3 disciples of the hidden clans also died in that battle. That battle slightly changed Lin Feng's view of the hidden clans of the 9 regions. Among the hidden clans, there were also people whose blood had not cooled down. It's said that some reclusive families came to visit and were extremely angry because they were implicated in this matter. These reclusive families blamed Lu Tong and the others. They felt that Lu Tong and the others instigated their disciples to participate in this battle and caused them to become enemies with all the other races. Du Zhu said and told Lin Feng the latest news. These old things of the hidden clans only care about their own interests and don't care about the 9 regions at all. Lin Feng said coldly. The evil supremacy saint said, this time, those who were killed were the top experts of the younger generation. Cultivators with a lifespan of less than 3,000 years are called the younger generation. At least 1/3 of the top experts of the younger generation of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces died. Lin Feng nodded. Every one of the young experts who had died had a frightening identity. Their combat strength was extremely heaven-defying. Almost everyone could become an emperor in the future. But now, they had turned into bones. It was a great loss for these 3 forces. Lin Feng said, the great emperors of the myriad races, the extraterrestrial races, and other foreign forces must be extremely angry, but they can't do anything. This is a battle between the younger generation. Even if they suffered heavy losses, they can only suffer in silence. Du Zhu said, these 3 forces won't take this lying down. There are still some top experts of the younger generation who will definitely come. I'm afraid these people will cause some trouble. I've already expected this. Wait for me to go to the demon race's sacred land to cultivate for a period of time. When I come out of seclusion, I will reap the lives of these people, Lin Feng said with an indifferent expression. At night, Feng Yaoreo invited Lin Feng to her residence for a chat. Thinking of the charming Feng Yaoreo, Lin Feng's heart couldn't help but jump. Chapter 3008. The night was bright and clear. The silver moon was like a plate. What a beautiful moonlight. The sound of a zither drifted out from Feng Yaoreo's room. Feng Yaoreo seemed to have lost some of her charm and allure today. She seemed to have gained some immortal energy. She was originally a woman of the heavens and earth. Immortal energy swirled around her body. One couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. Lin Feng sat to the side and silently listened to Feng Yaoreo's beautiful music. After hearing that beautiful music, Lin Feng felt as if his soul was about to leave his body. Feng Yaoreo wasn't just beautiful. Even the sound of her zither was so beautiful. It was an extremely beautiful sound. After the sound of the zither ended, Lin Feng looked at Feng Yaoreo with a smile. What a beautiful zither sound. I've heard many people play the zither, but there are less than 3 people who can play such a beautiful zither sound. Feng Yaoreo stood up and said with a smile, this song is called the Immortal Song. It's rumored that it was passed down by a celestial maiden from the heavenly realm. It's not that my zither sound is beautiful. It's just that this song is too beautiful. Not everyone was able to play a beautiful tune, even if it was a good tune. Thus, Feng Yaoreo's words were all modest. Feng Yaoreo knelt beside the table in front of Lin Feng and poured tea for Lin Feng. An alluring fragrance wafted into Lin Feng's nose. Such beautiful scenery and such a peerless beauty really made one's heart flutter. Lin Feng said, I heard that uncle also came to the kingdom of the 9 states with you. Why don't I see him? Feng Yaoreo's father, the heavenly wind god, was one of the 9 great pirate lords of the Tianwu continent. He controlled the demon god's pirate ship. This demon god's pirate ship was not simple. It was rumored that it was an immortal ship forged by a powerful demon god during the era of the titled gods. There were many secrets hidden on this ship. However, only the heavenly wind god himself knew what secrets it contained. Since the heavenly wind god had obtained that demon god's ancient ship, it was very likely that he had also obtained that demon god's Tao legacy. Thus, the heavenly wind god was definitely not to be underestimated. Even before the heavenly martial continent had undergone such a drastic change, the heavenly wind god was already a being that no one dared to mess with. After coming to the 9 regions, his strength must have improved by leaps and bounds like the Peacock King and the Great Peng King. Feng Yaroreo said, "My father went out to sea and headed towards the Northwest Sea region. Is there anything special in that sea?" Lin Feng couldn't help but ask. A mighty figure like the heavenly wind god naturally had a goal in mind. He definitely wouldn't go out to sea casually. Perhaps there was something astonishing in that area of the ocean that had attracted the heavenly wind god's attention. Feng Yaroreo said, "I heard that there is a fallen island in that sea area called Lulan Island." Father went to look for Lulan Island. Lin Feng said, "I've heard of the ancient city of Lulan, but what kind of place is Lulan Island? This is the first time I've heard of it. It was rumored that countless magic treasures of this era were buried in the ancient city of Lulan. There were even rumors that said that one could find materials to refine ancient weapons, as well as materials to construct the divine court and the door of everlasting life in the ancient city of Lulan. From this, one could see just how many astonishing secrets were hidden in the ancient city of Lulan. Many people had gone to look for the ancient city of Lulan that had disappeared in the river of time. However, no one had heard of anyone finding the ancient city of Lulan. I heard from my father that Lulan Island is related to the ancient city of Lulan. They disappeared together, so there must be many astonishing treasures hidden in Lulan Island. If we can find Lulan Island, we might even be able to find clues about the ancient city of Lulan," Feng Yaoreo said. Lin Feng was shocked to hear this. If that really was the case, then it would be far too astonishing. Countless powerful beings would definitely go crazy over the ancient city of Lulan. Even immortals would probably go crazy over it. "Have you heard from father-in-law recently?" Lin Feng asked. He was very concerned about this matter. When Feng Yaroreo heard Lin Feng call her father-in-law, she couldn't help but roll her eyes in a flirtatious way. She then continued, "I received a letter from my father a few days ago." Feng Yaroreo pulled out a jade tube as she spoke. The heavenly wind god's letter was not a traditional paper letter. Instead, it was a jade tube that could be imprinted with images. Lin Feng's divine sense entered the jade tube, and he immediately discovered that he had arrived in a boundless ocean. A massive ship was sailing through the ocean. This was the heavenly wind god's demon god pirate ship. The heavenly wind god stood on the deck of the ship with a smile on his face. "We're gradually approaching Lulan Island. Perhaps we'll be able to find the island soon." The heavenly wind god didn't say anything else aside from this simple sentence. He was sending this to Feng Yaroreo so that she wouldn't have to worry. "Looks like father-in-law really is going to find the island of Lulan," Lin Feng said. He passed the jade tube to Feng Yaroreo. Feng Yaroreo stowed the jade tube away. "That's right. I hope father can find the island of Lulan without a hitch." Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a little restless at the sight of such a peerless beauty right in front of him. Lin Feng wrapped an arm around Feng Yaorao's slender waist with a smile. "It's so boring to just sit here on such a beautiful day. Why don't we do something more interesting?" Feng Yaoreo blushed slightly. "What do you mean? I can see that you're very proficient with the ancient zither, so I know that you're also someone who likes music. I just so happened to be researching how to strike the chime bells a while ago, and the music produced by the chime bells is truly beautiful. However, it's very difficult for me to strike the chime bells by myself, so let's not research the chime bells today. How about we research the flute instead?" Lin Feng proposed with a smile. "Flute?" Feng Yaoreo turned to Lin Feng with a confused expression. "That's right. Actually, the flute is very interesting as well. For example, the flying snow jade flower, wild geese descending on flat sand, iron blood loyal heart, peach blossom crossing, calm lake autumn, and so on are all very beautiful flute scores. However, my favorite is still the 3 plum blossoms. Let's research the 3 plum blossoms tonight," Lin Feng said with a smile. The autumn frost was like a cold night. The beauty was dressed in red and beaded. The jade wall moved the hearts of people. The 3 plum blossoms sang in the night. The next day, the teleportation array was ready. Lin Feng planned to head to the demonic beast sacred ground to cultivate for a while. Du Zhu and the heretic sovereign sage followed him. The array was activated. Lin Feng, Du Zhu, and the heretic sovereign sage were teleported out. One day later, Lin Feng and the others flew out from the spatial tunnel and landed in a mysterious place. This was an independent space, and it should be the demonic beast sacred ground. However, it was clear that the demonic beast sacred ground was not the same as the Fire Crow clan's ancestral land. Instead, it was somewhere else. As for where it was, no one knew. Perhaps only the Fire Crow Daoist knew. The demonic beast sacred ground emitted a faint mist. Chapter 3009. As expected of the Holy Land of the Demon Clan. Even these places outside have immortal chi. It's really extraordinary, Du Zhu said excitedly. Immortal chi had a great effect on cultivators. Lin Feng said, cultivating here for a year is only 10 days outside. Cultivating here for 3 years is only 1 month outside. Now that there are many things outside that need to be dealt with, we can't cultivate for too long. How about this? Let's cultivate here for 3 years before going out. 3 years is not a short time. We will definitely be able to improve greatly, Du Zhu said. Lin Feng then took out 2 jade tokens and handed them to Du Zhu and Evil Sovereign Saint. He said, there are many cultivation cave abodes here. Every one of them is set up with a powerful array. I also heard that there is a spirit spring that contains immortal chi. Take the jade tokens and find a cave abode to cultivate in. Okay. Du Zhu and Evil Sovereign Saint each took a jade token. Then, they bid farewell to Lin Feng and went to find a cultivation cave abode. Lin Feng wandered around the mountain forest. He also began to look for a suitable cultivation cave abode. Fire Chelin, Little Rock King, Princess Shui Yarrow, Little Moon and the rest were all cultivating here. However, Lin Feng did not know which cave abode they were cultivating in. Moreover, it was taboo to be disturbed when cultivating in seclusion. Lin Feng naturally did not want to disturb them at this time. Dragon Fixing Vein, Immortal Seeking Spring, 9 Dragons Ascending Sky Pillar, all spells are destroyed. Lin Feng could not help but recite an incantation. He was looking for a cultivation cave abode. Lin Feng found a few cave abodes one after another. However, he was not particularly satisfied with them. Therefore, he did not cultivate in them. Instead, he continued to look for the cave abodes he needed. This space was very large and there were many spirit veins. There was a cultivation cave abode in every spirit vein. Lin Feng also found a few cultivation cave abodes that he liked. However, he found that the restrictions of those cultivation cave abodes were already activated. Clearly, there were already people in those cultivation cave abodes. Therefore, he had no choice but to find another cultivation cave. Finally, Lin Feng found a cultivation cave that he was very satisfied with. Although this cultivation cave was not big, the spirit spring here was very thick. It was as thick as a baby's arm. The spirit spring contained an astonishing amount of immortal chi. Moreover, the spirit gathering array in the immortal cave had also gathered a large amount of immortal chi. Lin Feng drank a mouthful of spirit spring water and immediately felt his whole body become incomparably comfortable. This kind of spirit spring water could not only increase one's cultivation. Furthermore, it could also cleanse a cultivator's body. For the next 2 years, Lin Feng cultivated in the cave. 2 years had passed and Lin Feng's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. Originally, Lin Feng's cultivation had already reached the 10th step. In these 2 years, Lin Feng's cultivation had made continuous breakthroughs. In the end, it stopped at the 15th step. Lin Feng was very satisfied that his cultivation had improved so much in just 2 years. He estimated that there were still 2 or 3 months left before the 3 years he had originally planned to cultivate. Therefore, Lin Feng did not plan to continue cultivating. He planned to take a good look at the demon sacred land. Lin Feng left the cave and then strolled around the demon sacred land. That night, Lin Feng saw a blazing flame rising in the depths of the forest. In the flame, there was a fiery red crow circling. That fiery red crow was actually a fire crow. Although it was very far away, Lin Feng felt that the fire crow seemed to be looking at him. This feeling was very strange, but also very strong. Lin Feng flew towards the fire crow. However, the fire crow turned and flew towards the depths of the forest. Lin Feng chased for a long time but was unable to catch up to the fire crow. The fire crow's speed was really too fast. In the end, the fire crow disappeared. Is it a real creature? Lin Feng frowned. He could not be sure if that fire crow was a real fire crow or not. He felt that it was a phantom branded by the world. Lin Feng hadn't sensed any life chi from that fire crow. That is. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked into the distance and saw a chain of palaces. The demon sacred land actually built such a huge chain of palaces. Is there a deeper meaning? Lin Feng could not help but mutter to himself. He flew towards the chain of palaces, but Lin Feng discovered that no matter how he flew, he could not get close to the chain of palaces. That place is very strange. Lin Feng could not help but frown slightly. That chain of palaces seemed to be an untouchable place. Lin Feng did not know if others had seen the chain of palaces in the demon sacred land. Or was he the only one who had seen the chain of palaces? Lin Feng opened the heavenly demon snake eye. The heavenly demon snake eye was known as the Eye of Truth, the Eye of Origin. He could see some things that were invisible to the naked eye. When Lin Feng opened his celestial beast eyes, he saw something astonishing. In the void, a small path appeared in his field of vision. It was a path formed by divine light. Endless power of runes swirled around it. When he saw the path, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. The path connected to the chain of palaces. He stepped onto the path. He should be able to reach the chain of palaces. Lin Feng flew towards the path in the void. Finally, he landed on the path and walked along it. Originally, the chain of palaces was a bit blurry, but as Lin Feng walked towards the chain of palaces became clearer. The chain of palaces became clearer and clearer. Suddenly, Lin Feng saw the fire crow that had disappeared. It had actually appeared in the chain of palaces. Lin Feng was very surprised. He had not expected this at all. It appeared in the chain of palaces. Was that fire crow trying to lure me here? Lin Feng could not help but ponder. He had a feeling that this matter was not simple. Perhaps there was a deeper meaning to it. Lin Feng increased his speed. Finally, after 2 hours, Lin Feng arrived in front of the chain of palaces. When he arrived, Lin Feng felt a saintly aura envelop him. The aura made him feel like kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. Lin Feng saw a huge statue. The statue was of a daoist holding a horsetail whisk in his hand. Who is this? The ancestor of the Fire Crow clan? Lin Feng could not help but mutter. His origin is very great, so great that even after countless years, he will not be forgotten. Even in this era, many people still talk about him. At that moment, an old voice suddenly sounded. Lin Feng was shocked. He looked to his left and saw a skinny old man appear there. Chapter 30:10. When he saw the old man, Lin Feng's face instantly revealed a look of extreme shock. Who was this old man? When had he appeared? Even with his cultivation, he hadn't been able to sense when the old man had appeared. Just how terrifyingly powerful was this old man's cultivation? When he thought of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel astonished. This old man was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. This junior is Lin Feng. Greetings, senior. Lin Feng bowed to the old man. The old man smiled and said, "What senior? I'm just an old man who sweeps the floor." As the old man spoke, he waved the broom in his hand. Lin Feng naturally didn't believe that this old man was just an old man who sweeps the floor. Given how powerful this old man's cultivation was, he was definitely a terrifying existence. However, Lin Feng had no idea what this old man's identity was. Lin Feng said, "Senior, you said earlier that this senior has an extremely powerful background. Can you tell me who this senior is?" The old man said, "First there was Hong Jun, then there was Sky." Daoist Lu Ye came before him. When he heard these familiar words, he was stunned. Lin Feng's face instantly revealed a look of shock. A name instantly surfaced in his mind. Daoist Lu Ya. Could the Daoist carved on this statue be the famous Daoist Lu Ya? Before the heavens and the earth were created, Daoist Lu Ya had already been born. As one of the 4 titans of the Primordial era, Daoist Lu Ya was naturally widely known. Speaking of which, Lin Feng actually had some ties with Daoist Lu Ya. In the past, he had obtained Daoist Lu Ya's soul secret technique. Lu Ya's stargazing divine technique had helped Lin Feng turn the tides of battle many times when he was in great danger. It was rumored that the fire crows were related to Daoist Lu Ya. Now, there was actually a statue of Daoist Lu Ya in the sacred land of the fire crows. Lin Feng felt that the rumors might be true. The fire crows really were related to Daoist Lu Ya. The old man said, "Young friend, you should know his true identity now, right?" Lin Feng nodded and said, "Yes. This junior knows this senior's identity." Lin Feng then asked, "It's rumored that the fire crows are the descendants of Daoist Lu Ya. Is that rumor true?" Time has passed, and it's hard to tell whether or not some rumors are true or false. When we think they're true, they're true. When we think they're false, they're false. The old man said. Lin Feng thought about the old man's words. He then asked, "May I know what this palace complex is?" "This is the sacred ground of the Fire Crow clan, and it enshrines the ancestors of the Fire Crow clan," the old man said. The old man nodded and said, "Yes. Every palace is dedicated to an ancestor." Lin Feng noticed that there were at least 200 to 300 palaces here. If every palace was dedicated to an ancestor of the Fire Crows, it would seem that many experts had appeared in the history of the Fire Crows. Where did the Fire Crows originate from? Lin Feng asked. The demon realm, the old man said. Lin Feng continued asking, why did they come to the 9 prefectures? Too much time has passed, and this part of history has been forgotten. No one knows why the Fire Crows came to the 9 prefectures. Even the Fire Crow clan's clansmen are unable to find the truth of this matter, the old man answered. Lin Feng didn't know if the old man was telling the truth. He had a feeling that the old man's words couldn't be trusted completely. Lin Feng continued asking, was that Fire Crow real? Or was it just a brand? That's the spirit of the Fire Crow. It's condensed from the spirit of the ancestors of the Fire Crow clan. Normally, very few people can see the spirit of the Fire Crow. Even the members of the Fire Crow clan can't see the spirit of the Fire Crow. I didn't expect that an outsider like you could see the spirit of the Fire Crow. The old man sighed. He seemed to find Lin Feng's arrival inconceivable. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat. Did he see the Fire Crow spirit because of Lu Ya's stargazing chart? Lin Feng felt that this was very likely the reason. He had cultivated Lu Ya's stargazing chart, and he had finally seen the Fire Crow spirit. Then, he had followed the Fire Crow spirit to this place. He had seen the palaces. Lin Feng didn't tell the old man about Lu Ya's stargazing chart because he didn't know what the old man's attitude would be. If the old man harbored ill intentions toward him, wouldn't he feel like crying when the time came? Lin Feng said, "Maybe I'm fated with this place. Can I understand it that way?" The old man gave Lin Feng a deep look and said meaningfully, "Maybe it's just as you said. You really are fated with this place, and that's why you were able to come here. After so many years, the number of people who have come here can be counted on one hand." Then, the old man walked deeper into the palace and said, "Come with me. Let's go to the sacred palace and pay our respects to Daoist Lu Ya's statue." "Yes." Lin Feng replied and followed the old man into the depths of the palaces. In the deepest part of the palaces was a huge palace. That palace should be the sacred palace that the old man had mentioned. The sacred palace was very old, and it was shrouded in holy light. One could vaguely see a statue in the middle of the palace. It was none other than Daoist Lu Ya's statue. The old man stopped outside because the holy light was blocking their path. "Can we enter to pay our respects?" Lin Feng asked. "You can only enter if you can pass through the holy light," the old man said. Lin Feng asked, "How can we pass through the holy light?" "Once you obtain Daoist Lu Ya's recognition, you can pass through the holy light. The old man continued. How can I obtain Daoist Lu Ya's recognition? Lin Feng asked again. The old man shook his head. I don't know either. Lin Feng tried to enter the sacred palace. However, the holy light that enveloped the sacred palace swept out a gentle ray of light. That gentle and soft light crashed onto Lin Feng's body and sent him flying away. He was unable to pass through the holy light and enter the sacred palace. Everyone who enters this place will give it a try, but the number of people who succeed in the end can be counted on one hand. The old man said. Lin Feng tried several times, but he failed every time. Thus, he began to activate Lu Ya's stargazing chart. Lin Feng did not know if it would work. However, he had to try everything he could. When Lu Ya's stargazing chart was activated, something shocking happened. The holy light emitted a holy radiance that enveloped his body. Lin Feng was shocked. He walked toward the holy light and actually passed through it.